here for that third place position. And then Noble's over in lane 1 following right behind. We got Taft and St. Mark's here duking it out for that 5th place position. And BB&N here cooling at a nice 34. Choate sticking in that 2nd place position. And Middlesex in 3rd here. Noble's in lane 1 might be making a move here, picking the rate up a little bit as we come through this first 500. Good. And it's Choate in lane 4 here, sneaking up on BB&N. They got to be careful as we're through the first 500 meters. It is BB&N, and then Choate and Middlesex. And Noble's over there in lane 1, not to be forgotten about, keeping their bow right in the heat of it here. But these boats are all separated by about a half length, from 5 to 4 to 2 to 1. We have St. Mark's and Taft hanging on just about a length of open water back. But it looks like Choate here in lane 4 making a big move right through that middle 500. Might just have a seat or two up on BB&N. And Middlesex also with a big move here. Looks like Choate might be your new leader in this first heat. Choate and Middlesex, BB&N right there. Choate now up at a 32.5, 33. It's Choate about a deck up here. And then you have Middlesex and BB&N duking it out. Really tight race there for 2nd place. And Noble's over in lane 1, just about a length back from that 2nd place position. And we're going to throw it over to Kevin in the tower here to take us home for this first heat of the day. So, when you do this, is that like the moment the microphone stops receiving?
What's that?
When you do that?
Yeah, that's what means you throw it over.
Okay, so then it's like another 5 or 10 seconds until it actually...
Yeah, we'll send, yeah, you basically just say, we'll send it over in another 5, 10 seconds.
And then somebody else
pick it up around the red buoy, the last red buoy.
Oh, okay, so someone else is pressing the button, no, not you?
Yeah.
Oh, alright.
It's up in,
cool. Perfect.
It's on Stamford, Connecticut.
Oh, they're doing it from there?
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. See? I had no idea. Funny enough. God, I love this lake. So good to be back. What do you think? Not bad for a swimming?
Oh, perfect.
Cool. I'm better at 8s. Even as a commentator, 4s, I'm just like, alright, you got 4 people moving a boat that's a little too heavy, and they all look like they're not having fun.
Yeah.
Wow. All of them are going just a little bit slower than they should be because it's a 4. hard time as a coach sometimes. I explain these things so clearly at the beginning, and then when coaches are having trouble doing it, I have a hard time like empathizing and like explaining it to them, because I'm like, it's not that hard. Like, it's really, what I'm asking you to do is so simple. I'm asking you to go up and just go straight between these two things, and then turn when you're getting back. Like,
I think a lot about my platform. Like, we also have a few talks like this, so we coach and talk, and we have a big emphasis on talking your enemy, talking your learning, you're pointing down the range. You're a coach, and then the coach yells at them.
yeah,
and you don't realize like our listening to we are.
Yeah. Well, that's a big thing for me is I always go like aggressively out of my way for my women coaches to be like, I want you to know like you're empowered to like be a little bit of a bitch if you need to, like whatever these like you're in charge. I mean, there's a line, but it's like, yeah. I always tell the girls though, it's like I will literally fight guys for you, like you just come to me, like I will kill them. Yeah, well, I don't want, because of that exact dynamic, I don't want them to, I want their best version of them as a coach, and so I don't want them to be. I love it. Some of the CRI coaches that we have, they're assassins. They come into the room and say something in a sharp voice, like I stand up straight. It's like, oh, jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Like there, it could be a liability. Jeez, yeah.
What's that? I don't think so.
Okay, Windsor, starboards to row, ports to back. Windsor, starboards to row, ports to back. Yep, starboards rowing, ports to backing. Take your time. You're there, take your time. Keep going. Keep going. Weighing up, and Windsor, stern pair to back by hand. 3 seat, you're going to give a little more push. Okay, 4 seat, a little more push. 3 seat, nice and light. Just stern pair. 4 seat, big push. 3 seat, drop out. Just 4 seats push. Just 4 seats push. Push in, take your time. Take your time. 3 seat back in. 3 seat pushing. There you go.
You
Weighing up.
get in first. Here, maybe just pull closer.
What do you need? What do you need to do?
Just, I would say, just go closer. Oh, he's saying he's going to go in front of us. So, like, he's going to get behind the boats before we, like... No, I feel like when they start, he's going to follow them between the state boats and the orange buoys, and then into the course.
Okay, right there. And then when you do that again, right, you're going to have bows to
No,
back.
I think, well, maybe push up, I guess, but I think they want... If we sit where we sat last time, it's going to be...
Right there.
No, they can't, because you can't go between the state boats and the roads, so it cuts around it. So they have to go in after the state boats.
We used to do it. We used to just go and get in front of them.
Should we maybe?
Yeah, get in front of them.
Can we go in front of you? Okay. Groton in lane 3. Academy here in lane 6 in the green VHP. It looks like lane 5, Brooks has just about gotten himself a deck up here off the start. Coxon's looking across at the bow balls of lane 1 and lane 2. You have Windsor and NMH over there, lane 1 and lane 2. Place position. Just trading blows here, bow ball for bow ball. Looks like NMH might just have squeaked up a seat. Then you have Greenwich and NCDS. Bow ball for bow ball here for that 4th place spot. And Groton in lane 3 not far behind. Anybody's race here. Brooks is starting to push ahead just a little bit, maybe half a length here on NMH in lane 2. And a seat or 2 behind, you have Windsor over there. Wow, Brooks here in lane 5 really pushing themselves ahead. You have Windsor making a move over there, getting themselves ahead of NMH for that 2nd place position. Greenwich staying competitive here, right up with NMH and Windsor, looking to keep themselves in contention. But it's Brooks here in lane 5, comfortably ahead. Windsor looking to maybe make a move here as we come through the end of this first 500. Looking to jump the rate. Couple crews making some moves here on the rate. Brooks has jumped the rate up a beat or 2. Windsor looks like they just made a move. Can NMH respond for that 2nd place position? Windsor here sneaking up on Brooks in lane 5, looking to maybe get themselves into that 1st place position. NMH just slipping back a little bit in lane 2. You have Groton and Greenwich here duking it out for that 4th place position. Real tight battle back there. But these first 3 boats, you have Brooks and Windsor. Looks like Windsor maybe has it by a seat at the moment. NMH in lane 2, just about a length back on that Windsor boat. Not giving an inch though. Windsor, I'd say, has themselves up by about a deck or so. And as we get ready to go into the last 500 here, it is Windsor. It is Brooks. And then NMH in 3rd, and we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to take us home for the last 600 meters or so.
And we have Groton trying their very best here, trying to hold on to that Northfield Mount Herman stern deck, trying to keep themselves in contention here and in striking distance of that Brooks crew. But Windsor really starting to stride out here, starting to show their competence, starting to press to open water as they cross the last 500-meter buoy lines. And Brooks holding off a big charge from that Northfield Mount Herman crew. Those 2 crews as well trying to hold back that Groton crew, really trying to mount a big charge. But Windsor crossing into the last 500 meters now. Looks to be just a splash of open, if not a little bit of overlap with that Northfield Mount Herman crew. NMH and Brooks battling hard for that 2nd and 3rd spot, but Groton is coming in lane 3. Haven't seen any stroke rate shifts. But that Windsor crew sure is looking sharp here in that nice yellow Empacher. Rowing sharp. Really pressing their advantage. Now they certainly have at least a seat or 2 of open water. NMH is falling off the pace just a little bit here, and Brooks seems to be establishing itself in that 2nd place position. Groton about halfway up the boat on Northfield Mount Herman, maybe a little bit less. But Northfield Mount Herman seems to have responded and checked their charge. Brooks looking fairly comfortable out there in lane 5, trying to mount a charge with Windsor. But Windsor looks to be up about 3/4 of a length on that Brooks crew, if not a bit more. Windsor, as they cross into the red buoys, really striding out, showing their length. And Greenwich Academy is challenging the Groton School for that 4th place position. But as a reminder, only 3 crews progress to this afternoon's grand final. And Northfield Mount Herman seem to be putting the final nails in the coffin here, trying to check that Greenwich Academy charge. Windsor about 10 strokes from the line, a full 4's length of open water over the boat from Brooks, who just have slight overlap with that crew for Northfield Mount Herman. Followed by a seat or 2 open to the Greenwich Academy crew, followed by half a length back to the Groton crew. And it looks like our qualifying boats will be the boat from Windsor, the boat from Brooks, and the boat from Northfield Mount Herman, with Greenwich Academy and Groton crossing the line at the same time, and Newton Country Day School crossing the line now.
Last week was different because it was just us 2. So I just want to get like a, but we're ending around the same time.
Early leaders are going to be Bell Hill and Brooks there, lane 1 and lane 2. Bow ball for bow ball. Bell Hill might have just a seat on Brooks over there. You got Choate and NMH, lane 5 and lane 3, fighting for that 3rd place spot. I think NMH has just the deck here. But Bell Hill has themselves up about 1/4 of a length, half a length on Brooks. Throwing it back to NMH in lane 3. Choate lane 5, and then Taft right there with their bow ball on Choate's coxswain in lane 4. Bell Hill and Brooks really separating themselves from the pack here. We got about a half length of open from 2nd to 3rd place. And it looks like Bell Hill is really pushing to get themselves to a length here, trying to find that open water as we come through the first 500 meters. Unrelenting power here by Bell Hill. They are not treating this like a heat, rowing this like a grand final. Right around a 32.5, 33 for Bell Hill. Same 33, 34 for Brooks right behind him there. And it looks like Bell Hill is pushing for open water. Brooks right there, trying to keep contact. And then back to that 3rd place fight. It's NMH in lane 3 holding off Choate in lane 5. Choate looks like they have their bow ball just on the stern deck of NMH here in lane 3. Taft, not to be forgotten, right there with Choate. Bell Hill definitely has open water up front there. Brooks hanging on tight to that 2nd place position. And looks like NMH holding on to 3rd place as we start to approach the last 500 here. Taft and Choate separated by about a half of a length. Bell Hill comfortably in front here, followed by Brooks as we throw it over to Kevin to the tower for the last 500.
And Belmont Hill leading the field here with the Brooks School close behind, but Belmont Hill really striding out as they cross the last 500-meter buoys, really showing their pedigree here. But it looks to be the two crews in front, Belmont Hill and Brooks, soundly in the lead, with third place up for fight between Northfield Mount Herman and Choate, with the Taft School falling behind the pack. But Belmont Hill really showing that power and connection here, leading the second place crew, Brooks, by at least a 4's length of open water, if not more. And way back on the field, at least 4 or 5 4's lengths back to our third place crew, which looks to be Northfield Mount Herman. But Belmont Hill really striding out here, really putting the hammer down, really trying to finish off this race with a oomph. Trying to push back that crew from Brooks and establish their dominance for that final. Looking very long and in control in that Belmont Hill crew. But the Brooks School certainly not letting them have it easy. They're trying to mount their charge, taking their stroke rate up here as they cross into the red buoys. But Belmont Hill is really laying down the hammer here, really laying down their big power, taking their rate up, rowing a complete race. But the third place crew at this very moment looks to be Northfield Mount Herman. And the Choate School on the outside, lane 5, will be looking to challenge them as they cross in the red buoys. Let's see what kind of sprint they've got going. And Choate's making a big move on NMH. They're probably at least 2 or 3 beats above Northfield Mount Herman. Northfield Mount Herman just looks to be struggling with connection up at that front end. And Belmont Hill is about 6 strokes from the line, really looking strong as they lay it down here. Belmont Hill crossing now, followed by about 2 lengths of open to Northfield Mount Herman School, or Brooks School, pardon me. Brooks School crossing now. And we've got quite the battle for the final qualifying spot here between Northfield Mount Herman and Choate. They are bow ball to bow ball as they have about 20 strokes to go. And Northfield Mount Herman just looks to be striding out, taking their sprint, and just taking seats per stroke now. And Northfield Mount Herman sitting about half a length up now on that boat from Choate. Really driving for the line. Coming to their last 5 strokes. It will be NMH in our final qualifying spot, followed closely by Choate. And the Taft School about 6 strokes from the line. Taft School crossing now. Oh, thank you.
Just end it with back to the start.
Is off. In lane 1, it's Nobles. Lane 2, Groton. Lane 3, BB&N. And lane 4, St. Mark's. It looks like Nobles over in lane 1 has about a deck lead off the start. And anybody's guess for second place here. Good, all these boats. Nice high stroke rate to start this race. Really impressive to see the depth of the Neira League. We have 4th boat events here. But in lane 1 over there, Nobles looking to get themselves up comfortably as the boats start to settle off this starting jump here. Lane 4, St. Mark's trying not to catch some buoys there. but it looks like your early leader is Nobles holding that margin, and then Groton and BB&N, lanes 2 and 3. But I think it's Groton in lane 2 by just a seat or two, maybe a little more. Nice long catches here for Nobles over in lane 1. Nobles continuing to widen that margin, but it is a dogfight here between Groton and BB&N. Neither boat willing to concede this seat. But it looks like lane 2 in Groton, Coxon just took a look over. He's starting to push himself past that bow ball, up about a half length here as we come through this first 500 meter. It is Groton in lane 2 taking a big move to push themselves up on BB&N. How can BB&N respond here? Starting to pick the rate up a little bit as we get to the middle mark of this race. But it's Nobles over in lane 1 with that comfortable lead, sitting at about a half length of open water, rowing at about 34, 35 strokes a minute. BB&N refuses to let Groton go here. They're keeping that bow ball right on that stroke seat. Groton looking to finish the deal here as we approach this last 500 meters. Nobles continuing to widen that gap, sitting at about half a length of open. Groton is pushing, but BB&N is still right there with their bow ball on that deck. Groton looking to make a big move here. Looks like they might have just got open water. It is Nobles in lane 1, then Groton in second in lane 2. BB&N holding on to that third place spot in lane 3. What a move by Groton here to hold that second place spot down. We'll throw it over to the tower for the last 500 meters.
Bulls soundly out in front, followed by the Groton School, followed by BB&N, followed by St. Mark's. So it looks like our seating committee did a good job here getting people in the right order. And it looks like Nobles is really sounding a charge here, crossing the last 500 meters with a fervor that I've only seen from that other Belmont Hill crew. And I just want to take a moment to thank one of our main sponsors, Shimano, for providing great footwear for both cyclists and rowing. Really makes a difference in your rowing show. And that crew from Nobles sitting at about a 32 as they cross over into the last 400 meters. We have the crew from Groton trying to mount their charge here. They're running out of space. They're probably about a full 4's length down, but soundly in qualifying position. As a reminder, 3 boats from this 4-boat final will progress into this afternoon's final. And it looks like we will have Nobles, Groton, and BB&N progressing. Nobles just a splash of open over the boat from Groton, followed by a full 4's length back from the crew at BB&N. And that boat from Nobles is taking up their rating now. They're sitting at about a 36, 37. Really trying to push back that crew that's trying to make that charge from the Groton School. Groton's lost their connection as Nobles stretches out and tries to make a full 4's length of open water. Nobles sitting at a 38. Groton really going for it. They're sitting at a 40, 41. But you can just see the efficiency of that Nobles crew, just the power in that boat, just taking inches per stroke and negating that charge. Nobles, about 6 strokes from the line, will win this heat. Nobles crossing now. Followed closely behind by Groton crossing now. And BB&N will be our 3rd place crew, coming up about 7 or 8 strokes from the line. BB&N crossing the line at a rate 33. 2 strokes from the line, crossing now. And our final crew, St. Mark's, about 7 strokes from the line. St. Mark's at a 35. St. Mark's crossing now. And we'll turn it back over to our starting line announcer.
good. Lane 6 out a foot. Lanes 4 and 3, push out 1 foot. Out 1 foot. Push out.
Almost ready to go here. First heat of the girls' third fours. Looks like all hands are down. The countdown has begun. Crews are locked in, sitting ready.
Middle set. Attention.
Flag is up.
Go.
Flag is down. First heat of the girls' third fours. Looks like we have a clean start. All 6 boats across here. Few boats getting their bow balls up here. Looks like we have Middlesex in lane 6 just getting about a seat up on Brooks in lane 4, followed very closely by Nobles there in lane 3. But those are your 3 early leaders here. And then right back from them, you have St. Mark's in lane 5, Choate lane 2, and Greenwich over in that green shell. But your 2 early leaders here are Middlesex in lane 6, and it looks like Nobles in lane 3. Those 2, it's hard to tell here, but stride for stride, both crews keeping those stroke rates up nice and high here as we just get through the first 250 of this race. These boats continuing to push Middlesex and Nobles, continuing to keep that lead growing. Looks like Brooks in lane 4 and Greenwich there over in lane 1, really fighting for that 3rd place spot. But it is Nobles and Middlesex here. Convincing lead through that first 500. Looks like Middlesex might even be up here, just a seat or 2. Middlesex sitting right around the 34 and a half strokes per minute. Same with Nobles, right around 34 and a half. These 2 boats are looking even, and they have open water on the rest of the field. It is right now in lane 1, Greenwich. In lane 4, Brooks, really just fighting each other for that 3rd place spot here. I think Brooks in lane 4 has maybe a seat up on that Greenwich boat. And Nobles making a big move in this middle 500 here to get their bow ball just ahead of Middlesex. So right now, as we approach the 750, it is Nobles by a hair. Middlesex right behind them, not letting them move at all. And then you have Greenwich over in lane 1 and Brooks in lane 4. I think it's Brooks in lane 4, it looks like, with that 3rd place spot by about a deck. It is really close right now between Greenwich and Choate over there, lane 1 and lane 2. They are about as even as you can get at this point in the race. And then not far behind, lane 5, St. Mark's with their bow ball right up on the coxswains there of lane 1 and lane 2. But lane 4 here, Brooks comfortably holding that third place spot, but who knows? Choate in lane 2 looks like they're making a big push here for that third place spot. But as we approach the last 500, it is Nobles, then Middlesex, and you have Brooks holding on as Choate looks to make a big push here. St. Mark's making a little bit of a move too now on Greenwich. Nobles looks to be your leader coming into the last 500. Middlesex bringing that rate up. Nobles bringing that rate up. And we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to bring us home for the first heat here, the girls' third 4.
500 meters looking very comfortable, stretching out their lead over Middlesex. As Middlesex crosses into the last 500, looks to be open water back to the trailing crews. And if I had to make a guess, I would say it's either Brooks or Choate in that final qualifying spot. Looks to be Brooks by a hair, but Choate certainly will give them a run for their money in the final 500 meters. But as Nobles and Middlesex looking comfortable, and Nobles looks to have at least a full 4's length, possibly 2 4's lengths over the crew from Middlesex, as the crew from Choate and the crew from Brooks attempt to cement their place in that grand final and maybe make a run at that Middlesex crew. Nobles sitting at a 35 as they cross into the red buoys. Let's see where they take their rate up to. Nobles shifting up to a 37.5. Really trying to lay the hammer down and hold back that Middlesex crew. As Middlesex crew mounts a charge to hold off the crews vying. Middlesex is at a 36. And it looks to be the crew from Choate just starting to separate themselves from that crew from Brooks. With Greenwich Academy back and St. Mark's holding fairly tightly onto the crew from Brooks and Choate. St. Mark's on the outside, mounting quite the charge here for the sprint. I've got St. Mark's at a 37. Choate's responding. And Choate is moving to secure that third place position. Half a length up. And yes, full 4's length lead back to the Middlesex crew with Nobles. Looks like they're going to win this heat. And Choate has really put the hammer down, decided they want it. I've got Choate up at a 38, really fighting for that line, hoping it comes. And it will be Choate in the final qualifying position with our 3 closing crews almost drawing level as they cross the line. And our final crew crossing now, and we'll turn it back over to the start for our next race in the girls' third 4.
Second heat, girls' third 4. just about ready for the second heat of this girls' third fours event. Lane 1, NMH. Lane 2, Windsor. Lane 3, Groton. Lane 4, Taft. Lane 5, NCDS. And lane 6, CRLS. The starter is polling the crews now.
NCDS, CRLS. Attention.
Flag is up. Flag is down. Looks like we have a clean start. All 6 boats, no breakage, no crabs. Jumping off the line there is Taft in lane 4. Just getting their bow ball up a seat or two here. Looks like you got lane 2. Windsor just trying to get anything back they can. And we have a boat stopping crab here. CRLS in lane 6. And they pick it right back up. Good recovery by them. Unfortunate to have that happen so early, but great recovery by those girls. Looks like we have Windsor in lane 2 now. Maybe just an inch up on the field. Hard to tell here. Taft in lane 4. NCDS in lane 5, but I think it is Windsor in lane 2. Might just have a seat here on the field. NCDS here, Coxon in lane 5, looking over at the other boats, trying to gauge where they are in the field. Looks like that Windsor boat still has about a seat on them. Can they make a move as we finish up this first 500? But it appears Windsor's your early leader. NCDS in lane 5 here. Close lead for second place over Taft in lane 4, and then right behind them is Groton in lane 3. And then over in lane 1, NMH just about a length back from those 4 boats. CRLS in lane 6 here, still rowing well. Good recovery from their crab, throwing everything they can to try to get that margin back. But as we come through the first 500, it looks like Windsor has taken a move and really put that bow ball up about a length here. NCDS in lane 5 looking to hold off some furious moves by Groton and Taft in lane 3 and 4. Looks like Groton in lane 3 has picked the rate up. They're trying to get their bow ball ahead of NCDS here. But it is Windsor with about a seat, maybe 2 seats of open water. And then Groton, NCDS, and Taft neck and neck, really trying to get that second place spot here. Seed well for the finals this afternoon. Windsor still sitting at about 2 seats of open water. But wow, that Groton boat really made a move here in this middle 500. They got themselves up about a half length, but Taft now picking the rate up, starting to eat back into that Groton lead. Who will it be? Windsor staying up. Wow, Groton and Taft here. This is going to be a good finish for this heat. Taft will not go, but Groton asserting that strength. They're starting to pick the rate up. NCDS slipping back just a little bit from that Taft boat. You have lane 1, NMH starting to make a move on NCDS here too. All these boats starting to pick the rate up. Can feel the last 500 coming. It's Windsor up by about half a length. Then Groton, and then Taft. We'll throw it over to Kevin for the last 500.
Response here in lane 1, but Windsor's soundly in the lead, followed by Groton, followed by our crew from the Taft School. And as they cross in the last 500 meters here, they'll be looking to wind it up and secure their spot. Again, as a reminder, 3 crews from this event move on to the grand final this afternoon. And Windsor soundly in front, at least a length of open water ahead to the following crew, with Groton fighting firmly for the second and third qualifying spots. Newton Country Day School, CR Northfield Mount Herman, just off the pace. A bit back. Windsor moving in the red buoys here. And it really looks like Windsor separated itself in this last 500. Really showing their strength and commitment here in the last 500 meters. Groton fighting off a very, very, very challenging charge from the Taft School here. But it looks like both of these crews will be moving on to the grand final, where hopefully we have an awesome showdown that we can all look forward to. But the crew from Windsor really winding it up here, trying to separate. They've got about a 4's length of open water, and the school from Taft is charging into Groton. Groton is responding. Groton is taking their rate up just before the red buoys, and Groton is sitting at a 35.5, 36, up 3 beats from prior. And Taft still sitting down low, sitting down at the 32, as Groton just kind of responds and is sneaking by him here to secure that second place spot. Taft is rowing a little bit longer than the crew from Groton. Let's see if they can make a final charge here in the closing 200 meters. But it is certainly Windsor out in front, looking comfortable, holding their length. Sitting at a 34, looking very comfortable, trying to save a little bit of energy for this afternoon. But it is Groton. Stroke seat sitting on bowman of the Taft crew, but Taft is responding. Taft just took a seat coming into our final 10 strokes, and Taft is starting to pull level. Taft 2 seats back from the school from Groton, and it looks like Groton will just take it at the line. In 4th place, we have Northfield Mount Herman, just about bow ball to stern tip on the final qualifying cruise, with Newton Country Day School bringing up our 5th place. Newton Country crossing the finish line now, and the crew from CRLS about 5 strokes behind them. CRLS crossing the line now, and we'll turn it back over to our starting line announcer.
All the boats have been, all the boats have been racing.
That's good, lane 5. Lane 6, out 1 foot.
And the starter is polling the crews for the first heat of the boys' 3rd 4s. Flag's up. Flag is down. Clean start across the field. Looks like right off the bat here, you got Nobles in lane 1. Furious off the line, my goodness. And then lane 4 is Taft right with him, followed by lane 2 Brooks, NMH in lane 3 right after Brooks, and then back to Choate and Pomfret in 5 and 6. But wow, that Nobles crew sparing no expense here in the first 250, really going for it, trying to get themselves into that grand final this afternoon. Wow. And then it looks like after Nobles, Brooks has a narrow lead over over NMH, but it's really anybody's race for that second place spot at this point. But lanes 2, 3, and 4 here, Brooks, NMH, Taft in a dogfight for that second place. It's top 3 to advance here, so don't want to be the last boat to come out of that heat, that's for sure. But Noble's continuing to just open this lead up. They got about a length of open water through the first 500, or this is more like the first 400. But from the launch here, the angle's tough, but it looks like it is Brooks in second, and then it is too close to call. NMH and Taft for that last advancing spot out of this heat. Looks like, as we bring the angle around here, it looks like it is Nobles in first, and then Brooks, and then NMH, and then about a deck back to Taft. So we got about a deck and a seat from second to third, about a half a length back to fourth. Brooks and NMH really picking the rate up here. Nice little move at the 750. Taft slipping back just a little bit here. Choate in lane 5 here looking to creep back up on Taft any way they can. But right now, it is Nobles. And then about 2.5, maybe even 3 lengths of open back. You got Brooks, and then about a half length back to them. NMH right now are your advancing crews. Taft trying to get their bow ball back to connection here with NMH. Running out of real estate, but you never know in the Cox 4. Stranger things have happened. But it is Nobles convincingly charging into the grand final here in these third fours. Followed by Brooks and NMH. And we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to take us home here. Try not to get hit by that Nobles boat moving 1,000,000 miles an hour.
And Nobles crossing the last 500 meters here. Nobles is mounting quite the charge, really asserting the movements. Thanks up on the field, showing promising result for this final, but the final 2 qualifying are neck and neck. We have the Brutal, have North German charging for those final 2 qualifying spots, soundly ahead of our third place crew, which Taft, Choate, and Pomfret, yes. But Nobles really striding out. They are asserting a lot of dominance over the field, absolutely crushing it as they cross the last 4 of this race. Sitting about a 35, looks like they're taking down that. They're just running a row, a nice complete piece. But it looks to be the Brooks School claiming that second place advantage for this afternoon's final. And Northfield Mount Herman sitting in third, about a full 4's length ahead of the crew. But it is absolutely crushing, quite strong, quite connected, and showing their pedigree here. Got about 4 or 5 lengths lead over the school from Brooks, over the boat from Brooks, who have about 4 or 5 seats advantage over the crew from NMH. NMH hit a stern tip to bow ball from the Taft crew, followed behind by Choate, about 2 lengths of open water behind, followed by Pomfret, about 5 lengths of open behind that. And Nobles, about 4 strokes from the line, striding strongly across, crossing the line now. With the crew from Brooks soundly in second place, a full 4's length of open lead over our crew from NMH. Looking clean. And Brooks getting ready to cross the line now. Followed by Northfield Mount Herman crossing the line now. With Choate Rosemary and Hall School sitting in, Taft School sitting in 4th place crossing the line now. Choate about 6 strokes from the line, getting ready to cross the line now. And our boat right here on our outside lane, sitting about a 35, about 7 strokes from the line. Pomfret, fine. And we'll turn it back over to our starting line announcer.
About a minute to go here. This will be the second heat of the boys' third fours. Lane 1, Belmont Hill. Lane 2, Groton. Lane 3, BB&N. Lane 4, Berkshire. Lane 5, Middlesex. And lane 6, St. Mark's. It's top 3 to advance to the grand final. Starter is pulling the crews. Rowers are locked into their starting positions. Flags up. Flag is down. Furious start here. All crews cleanly off the line. It is Groton. It is Groton, then it is Bell Hill. And then it looks to be BB&N with just a hair over Berkshire there in lane 4 for that third place spot. But your early leader here is going to be Groton by about a deck over that Belmont Hill crew. Coming all the way down from their little enclosure under the Charles River Elliott Bridge. Groton holding on here. Free speed bucket rigged 4 right there. Sitting about maybe a seat or 2 up on that Belmont Hill crew. But then back here for that last qualifying spot, you have Berkshire with maybe a seat, maybe just a seat over BB&N there in lane 3. But not to be forgotten here, Middlesex in lane 5. Just maybe dead even with Berkshire. It is hard to tell. And then back here in lane 6, St. Mark's, just about half length down on those crews fighting for that third place spot. But Groton hanging on here by about 2 seats, maybe a little bit less. Bell Hill is not letting them go. Berkshire has about a seat or 2. It looks like your Coxon and Berkshire has their head on the bow ball of BB&N and Middlesex, who are fighting for that 4th place position. As we're through the first 500 here, Bell Hill looking to take a move, starting to pick that rate up just a little bit. Little jump, trying to get even with that Groton crew. A little better seating for the finals this afternoon. But back here in this 3-boat race for that last qualifying spot, it is tight. BB&N furiously trying to get in front of Berkshire here, but Berkshire doing everything they can to stay in front. Middlesex maybe a seat down, but right now it looks like it is. Berkshire just a seat behind BB&N, but just a seat ahead of Middlesex. Wow, tight race. Looks like up in the front of the heat here, we got Bell Hill and Groton just about even. And BB&N maybe just about a seat up here for that last qualifying position, but here comes Middlesex with a big move. Bow seat looking out over at those other boats. But looks like we have 2 clear winners, and we'll try to figure out who's gonna have that last qualifying spot here. And we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to bring us home for this 2nd heat.
Across the red buoys here. And Belmont Hill and Groton having quite the score as they try to get the highest for their. But it is Belmont Hill, but 2 beats over the boat from Groton. 3rd place, it looks to be and Sex, with just a back from the rest of those, with well behind. But it is Belmont Hill pressing their advantage over out their seats. Some big guys in that Belmont. They sure know how to make them there. Belmont and Groton battling hard for the lead. Groton looks to be a couple beats over the crew from Hill. Groton sitting at about a 32. And I have Belmont sitting at a 31.5, 32. Belmont 3 seats up on the crew from and the boat from BB&N sliding into 3rd place here. Probably half a deck of length advantage over the boat from Middlesex, with Berkshire falling off the pace well into 5th place. Belmont and Groton, stroke for stroke. Groton's right up in the red buoys here. Groton's going for Belmont Hill can recognize and respond. That Coxon's looking over their left shoulder. Coxon's are pulling in alignment. Groton's dead level with Hill coming in strokes here. Groton has responded. Belmont on the right up to a 39, and they are moving back 1 seat advantage. 2 seats advantage. Belmont Hill's going to put on the coffin on this one, but certainly not making it easy. I'd give that by 1 seat over Groton. Quite the race there. 3rd place fight. It looks from BB securing their place in the final this afternoon. Middlesex going back to almost open water behind BB&N, with Burke well open water back to those 2 crews. Middlesex crossing now. Berkshire crossing now. And St. Mark's bringing up the rear. 3 strokes to the line. St. Mark's crossing now. And we'll turn it back to the starting line official.
almost ready. First heat of the girls' third varsity 8. The aligners are just doing their final touches here. We have Deerfield over in lane 1 and over in lane 2. Bedford and that very bright green 8 in lane 3. Boston Latin in lane 4. Hingham, lane 5, and East Lyme in lane 6. Rowers are in their starting positions. We have alignment. Rowers are in their starting positions. Looks like all hands are down. And the umpire is polling the crews here. First heat, the girls 3v8.
East Lyme. Attention. Go.
Looks like we have a clean start here. All these boats are off clean. Early leader here is Andover, pushing that bow ball out early and furiously. Right behind them, you got Deerfield. Then you got Boston Latin in lane 4, followed very closely, very closely by both Bedford and Hingham. And then not far behind at all is East Lyme. But Andover, these girls are taking no time to get an early lead here. And this top 3 to advance to the grand final in this event. So as we come through the first 200 meters here, it is Andover about almost half a length up here on the field, followed by it is Deerfield in lane 1. And then Boston Latin holding down that final qualifying spot in lane 4. Bedford in lane 3. Hingham lane 5. And about a length back from them is East Lyme in lane 6. Now Andover, they haven't dropped the rate yet. They're keeping that stroke rate up nice and high. But Deerfield is certainly starting to make a move here. They lengthened out, they found that stride, and they're starting to turn the power on here. Probably within a seat of that Andover crew. You have Bedford here in 4th place, starting to make a move. Really trying to squeak into that final qualifying spot. But Boston Latin not letting them go just yet as we come into this second 500. Andover holding that lead, I'd say about a seat, but who knows, not for long. Deerfield here is starting to take a move, and they might have their bow ball up with Andover now. You have Bedford. Bedford is putting themselves up in front of Boston Latin here, maybe by about a seat. But right now, they have claimed that final qualifying spot. Bedford in lane 3, sticking with that move, pushing up almost a deck now here. Oh my goodness, they want that qualifying spot. But it is Andover. It is Deerfield. Or maybe in the other order, it looks like Deerfield is up about a deck right now. Andover starting to slip back a little bit. Bedford starting to make a move into them now. Gonna be a fast finish to this heat, that's for sure. Top 3 to advance, and it looks like Deerfield is up about a half a length on this Andover crew. But right now it is Deerfield, Andover, and Bedford in those qualifying spots. And we'll throw it over to Kevin to take us home for the last bit of this first girls' third varsity 8 heat.
A Deerfield crew and certainly pressing each other down the course. Bedford led might charge against that Boston Latin crew, and they look to be about a half up and trying to get to that Andover and Deerfield, but has come through Andover, and Deerfield is soundly in the lead, almost a full length over that Andover. And maybe coming a line. I think that Andover crew might have worked pretty hard to try to get their bow first meter, but that Deer is looking very across the last 500 meters here, striding to open water ahead of the field. Bedford sound Latin. They look to be about half a length advantage. Is working hard to negate the challenge by the Bedford crew. Bedford sure is shooting. But Deer really here coming to red buoys. Very sharp. Nice Phillip. Bedford moving through Andover, moving into that second place. And find her 3 this event qualify for the grand final afternoon. Hard into Andover to fade. Bedford looking quite strong as they come charging into that Deerfield lead. Working hard in that. Boston Latin working through Andover. Boston holding this margin. And they're going to have to make it if they want to. Latin crew. Boston Latin is on sound half a length at Bedford crew. Deerfield well ahead. Deerfield is moving here. Deerfield is starting their sprint. Deerfield at a third. Bedford second. Coxon sitting on the Boston crew. Boston Latin 3/4 of a length Andover here. And it looks to be as crosses the now. Final will Deerfield, Bedford, and Boston Latin. Railroad race by these athletes. One going. Andover cross in 4th place now. And just wanted to take a moment to thank our sponsor Hudson for making it possible and furnishing our athletes with beautiful shells. And our crew, East line, about 7 strokes from the line. East line at a 5. Crossing now. And that'll do it for this heat. We'll turn it back over to the starting line for our next heat.
About a minute to go to the second heat of these girls 3v8s. Crews are backing into their stake boats here. Aligners are aligning, but this should be a fast one. We have over in lane 1, St. Paul's. Lane 2 is Kent. Lane 3, Hanover. Lane 4, Exeter. Lane 5, Glastonbury. And lane 6, from the lovely South Shore, Duxbury. Some rogue boys 3v8s sneaking up behind the start line here. Umpires are just clearing them out. But
If the photography pontoon boats need to go forward, 5 back, 2 feet, go back 2 feet.
St. Paul's,
All right, we are aligned.
Hanover,
The umpire is polling the crews.
Glastonbury, Duxbury. Attention. Go.
We are off. Looks like a clean start across the field. It is St. Paul's with an early lead. Kent right behind. It is hard to tell after St. Paul's in first, though. St. Paul's up about 2-3 seats here, going through the first 100 meters or so. Then you have Kent and Exeter, lanes 2 and 4, stride for stride. Hanover in lane 3, keeping themselves competitive here. Wow, St. Paul's pushing out early. That Coxon is going for bow ball before we even hit 250 meters. Furious start by that St. Paul's crew. And then you have, for all intents and purposes, a 3-way tie here for that second place spot. But it looks like it is Hanover with maybe just a slight lead. And then Glastonbury here in lane 5 with them. Very, very tight with Exeter in lane 4. And then over to lane 2 is Kent. But it looks like right now you have St. Paul's. The St. Paul's Coxon is on Hanover's bow ball. And then from Hanover, you go 2 seats back. You have a pretty close tie here between Exeter, Glastonbury, and then a seat back to Kent. Hanover looking to make a little bit of a push here, keep themselves in that second place spot. Exeter right now, it looks like it's St. Paul's, Hanover, and Exeter are in those qualifying positions with Kent and Glastonbury bow ball for bow ball on that fourth place spot. Hanover making a little bit of a move here. St. Paul's with open water here, going through that first 500. They're going right around 34.5, 35. This is going to be a tight push here for this last qualifying spot, but it's still St. Paul's with open water. Hanover comfortably a deck up here on that Exeter boat. Kent starting to creep up on Exeter. That Exeter Coxon looking over at Glastonbury, trying to get her crew up as far as she can, so they only have to worry about Kent. But that Glastonbury boat not giving up. You have Hanover here starting to make a little bit of a push back into St. Paul's. St. Paul's still, I'd say, open water for what it's worth, but Hanover about a half length up on that Exeter crew. And then Exeter, you have Exeter's bow woman sitting on Kent's bow ball, so about a deck. But Kent, I mean, there's not enough to be said about Kent as a school, as a program, so who knows what they have in store here for the last 500 meters. And it already looks like they're starting to make that 750-meter push, getting themselves up ahead of Exeter here. They want that grand final. The St. Paul's, we're going to throw it over to Kevin here for the last 500 meters in the tower. Kevin?
They're leading the field by open water as they cross into the last 500 meters. Looking very confident, sitting up tall. Coxon's doing a good job looking around, assessing any threats, and making sure that their crew is in a great position. But Hanover and Exeter have had a great race up to this point, as has Glastonbury. Very interested to see what Glastonbury can do here in the last 500 meters. Kent's trying to mount their charge a little bit early. St. Paul's still sitting very down low with their rate. Really long and strong rowing here. I have them clocked at about a rate 30. And Exeter and Hanover are fighting with Glastonbury for those final 2 qualifying spots, with the Kent School and Duxbury off the pace. And Hanover's fairly a couple seats ahead of the Exeter crew, working very hard to hold their margin and get into that grand final. But Glastonbury is trying to move on the outside. Glastonbury has started their sprint. Glastonbury's at a 37. They're going to have to make a move. Kent is moving through them. And yeah, Hanover really starting to stride out from that Exeter crew as Kent starts to push in that second lane. Kent putting the heat on that crew from Exeter for that final qualifying position. They've rode through Glastonbury. Let's see if they can row through that crew from Exeter. Yeah, Exeter and Kent are just pushing each other down the line. We'll see what this Hanover crew can do to challenge. Hanover sitting in second, but those crews are moving. St. Paul's about 2 seats of open, about 10 strokes from the line, but Kent is moving. Kent has moved through Exeter into that final qualifying position. And Kent is still moving. Kent 3/4 of a length down on the Hanover crew, and our grand final looks like it will include our crew from St. Paul's, our crew from Kent, and our crew from Hanover. 4th place, Valiant Racing from Exeter, followed closely behind by Glastonbury as they cross the line. And Duxbury about 10-15 strokes from the line now. Duxbury really going for it here, sitting at about a 40. Duxbury 1 stroke from the line, and we will turn it back over to our starting line announcers.
We are gearing up here for the first heat of the boys 3v8s. Some say this is the best event of the day, but to each their own. Over in lane 1 we have St. John's, the boys in red, the Pioneers. This is their home course. Then next to them, the unmistakable yellow boat, you got Exeter. Next to them is Andover. And then St. Paul's coming down from New Hampshire. And then you got Fairfield Prep and St. John's Prep, the other St. John's. So it should be a fast heat. In terms of rankings, that St. John's boat over in lane 1, ranked number 1 here for the Neira League. Exeter and Andover ranked right next to each other as well. St. Paul's not far behind, so these crews have seen each other before. Should be a good heat. The crews are aligned.
Exeter,
The umpire's polling.
Andover, St. Paul,
Rowers are all locked in.
Fairfield Prep, St. John's Prep. Attention.
Flag is up. Flag is down here in the first heat of the boys 3v8. Fast starts across the field. Everybody's off the stake boats clean. Who will it be? Top 3 are going to advance in this heat. Your early leader is Andover, pushing out by about a deck over St. John's. Maybe a deck and some seats. Looks like even a half length. Wow, what a start by Andover. Then you have St. John's just a seat or 2 up on Exeter, who is just about even, maybe even a seat down to that St. Paul's crew. And then over here to Fairfield and St. John's Prep. But your early leader convincingly is this Andover crew in lane 3. And it looks like St. Paul's and St. John's the two red uni fellas are hashing it out with that, with that Exeter crew for those final two qualifying spots. But Fairfield, not to be forgotten here. They're about a half a length down on that St. Paul's boat, and they're starting to take some seats back, pushing that bow ball through. Through the first 400 or so meters here, approaching that first 500, Andover, about a deck of open water on the field. They are going for it. Not to be denied today, but it looks like St. John's starting to pull ahead a little bit here of this St. Paul's crew. And then from that St. Paul's crew, it's about another seat back to that Exeter crew. Wow, this St. Paul's crew has really just committed to rowing this race as hard as they can. Those legs are coming down with force. Up around 36, 37. High stroke rates across the field for this heat. But so far, it is Andover. They took it, and they have not given it back. Got about a half a length of open water back to St. John's here. And then about a deck and maybe a few seats to that Exeter crew, who is just holding about a deck lead on this St. Paul's crew. In Fairfield, St. John's Prep just behind St. Paul's here. But Andover rowing this like their lives depend on it. My goodness, they are trying to open that gap. The coxswain's looking back, trying to get more. Wow, what a good race here for Andover. And it looks like it's still St. John's, maybe just by a deck over that Exeter crew. But so far, as we approach this last 500, it is Andover, then St. John's, then Exeter. And we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to see how this heat wraps up.
Paul's crews. But St. John's has stuck its neck out. They are in second place here, followed very closely behind by Exeter, followed very closely behind by St. Paul's. But we're starting to get a little bit of a spread here as the race reaches some clarity. Last 500 meters, Andover crossing now. Andover looking very sharp as they come across the line here. And it looks to me like this Exeter crew is making a move back into St. John's very slightly, trying to negate that challenge. St. Paul's trying to go right there with them. As Andover continues to mount its lead, opening it up well into a length lead ahead of the entire field. Andover sitting at about a 38. And I have St. John's sitting at about a 37. Great racing here by these kids. Andover really mounting ahead. That big four seat there really challenging the boat, making them push harder as that coxswain looks over his shoulder and makes sure that there's no challenge coming. But Exeter is starting to move a little bit through St. John's, as is St. Paul's, as all three of these crews challenge each other for the final qualifying spots. As a reminder, 3 crews do move on from this event, and this will be the final event that involves 3 crews moving on. But it is St. John's responding to the Exeter challenge. Exeter may just have a seat lead over St. John's, too close to call. St. Paul's is moving in the outside lane, however. St. Paul's is charging, but it will be St. John's out ahead as they respond and move back through Exeter, about 2 seats ahead. St. Paul's and Exeter separated by about 1 seat. And there we go. Andover crossing the line now, followed by St. John's in second place, followed closely behind by the crew from Exeter. And those will be the 3 crews that move on to this afternoon's grand final. St. Paul's valiant charge just came up short at the line, finishing in 4th place. With Fairfield Prep bringing up 5th, and St. John's Prep rounding out our field in 6th place. Great racing. We'll turn it back over to our starting line for the second heat.
At the start of a season, I think of all the things that can go right. I rule out all the luck. Claim what I can have up front, because there's always room for improvement. Years of experience and athlete data turn into performance design. A simple thing like a fitting shoe can add to the strength of your stroke. Hand you that 1 millisecond that sets you apart from your fastest self. To power yourself to victory. No race is the same, but some things can be a given. Why share essential gear when you can have your own? To some things are just a detail. I believe that winning is in the details.
Should be some fast times for these upcoming heats here. The umpire is polling the crews from the start tower. Flag's up. Flag is down. Second heat of the boys 3v8 is off. Clean start across the field. Fast and high stroke rates here for all these crews. Fighting for their place in that grand final this afternoon. Top 3 to advance. Your early leader here is Deerfield in lane 2. Wow. They are moving that boat with passion and fury. They want that first place here in this heat. Right after them, you got BC High in lane 4. Then it looks like you throw it over to Brunswick in lane 1. Hingham in lane 6. And it looks like Kent here in lane 5, falling a bit behind Brookline in lane 3. But Deerfield staying on top of this heat in that nice Philippi 8. BC High holding on to second. And Brunswick trying to fight Hingham here for this third place spot, but it looks like Hingham's up about half a length on that Brunswick crew on the far side. Wow, good heat here. Deerfield, long, strong, hanging out around a 34, 35. You got BC High, 35, 36. Wow. Good heat here as we come through the first 500. Deerfield is just increasing that margin ever so slightly on BC High, taking about an inch of stroke here, but they're moving. They are not giving up anything. BC High sitting pretty here in second place. And then you have the real race right here is going to be Brunswick and Hingham, lanes 1 and 6 for this third place spot, this last qualifying spot. But it looks like it is Brunswick right now, maybe just by a seat or two, but I'd say they're up a little bit on this spot. Deerfield really pushing for open water here. They're starting to bring that rate up a little bit. BC High sitting in second still. Also starting to bring the rate up. Crews really starting to make a jump here at this 750 mark. Deerfield just with those nice, clean, gentle catches. Great piece by them so far here. BC High looking to push their way through, but Hingham is making a big push on Brunswick here to get that last spot in the grand final. They're starting to even push up on BC High. But so far it is Deerfield as your leader into the last 500. We'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower.
And last 500 meters here, Deerfield really leading the field, really showing their dominance and how badly they want to get ahead. You know, for a program that just switched to the 8s from the 4s last year, this has so far been a very impressive showing by these athletes who normally would have been their 5th through 6th boats. But they are really, really laying down the hammer. BC High as well on the outside doing a fine job. Really fighting with Brunswick here from lane 1, our top seed in this event. But Hingham on the outside, lane 6. It's been great to see so many crews in that outside lane be in the fight this whole regatta so far. But Deerfield soundly ahead of the field, really laying down the gauntlet for everyone else to follow. Looking very strong, very, very strong. BC High and Brunswick battling, but BC High looks to be comfortably in second. Brunswick is fighting with Hingham for that final qualifying spot. And the Deerfield crew coming into the red buoys now, getting ready to take their step up in rate. I have them clocked right now at about a 35-36. BC High and Hingham are battling. Brunswick looks to be as well, but it looks to be BC High and Hingham battling for those final 2 qualifying spots as Brunswick just starts to fall off the pace a touch. BC High looking very strong, holding that margin from Deerfield all the way down the course. Starting to press even more away from the Hingham crew, moving from 2 to bow all the way up to bowman as they cross in the last 20 strokes. Hingham decidedly ahead of Brunswick. Brunswick will have to do something very special to catch them here. And it looks to be Deerfield qualifying in first, followed closely behind by the crew from Boston College High School. And it looks like Brunswick may have just done it. I won't call that one, but Brunswick and Hingham on the outside had a great battle to the end. I'll leave that one to the announcers. We'll turn this back over to the starting line for our next race. Oh, there we go. Brunswick night.
Just under 2 minutes to go here. So we have alignment on these crews. This is the girls 2v4 first heat. In lane 1 is Nobles, lane 2 NMH, lane 3 Choate, lane 4 NCDS, lane 5 Greenwich, and lane 6 Valley Regional. The umpire is polling these crews. Flag is up. Flag is down. And for the girls 2v4 here, as we have a clean start across the field for this heat, this is the first 3-heat event of the day, so we will only see 2 boats from this heat advance into the grand final. So the stakes have risen ever so slightly here for these ladies. But your early leaders off the start, looks like Nobles over in lane 1 and Choate here in lane 3 pushing their bow balls ahead. Then in that third place spot, you have NMH in lane 2, and right behind them is NCDS in lane 4, followed closely by Greenwich in 5, and Valley just a bit back in lane 6. But it is Nobles and Choate holding these leads. Right now you have the Choate stroke seat holding down the NMH and NCDS bow ball. But these two crews are looking to get open water early, stamp their ticket into the grand final for these two V4s. Nobles here rowing around a 33, 34, same with Choate. Nothing too special here for these crews. Cox 4, tough boat to move, but these ladies are swinging the hips open together, moving well. And Nobles and Choate here sitting with open water on the rest of the field. These two crews looking to cruise into the grand final here this afternoon. But stranger things have happened. We have NMH in lane 2, keeping their bow ball just behind Choate's stern deck there. A little bit of open water, but again, you never know with these heats. Nobles starting to open it up on Choate a little bit there in the front. Starting to pick that rate up as we come across that 750 mark. It is Nobles now with open water to Choate, who has open water back to NMH. And then with their bow ball actually creeping up on NMH here is Greenwich making a big push, getting themselves up ahead of NCDS. But Nobles continuing to just swing back and move that bow ball, getting themselves further ahead of the field here every stroke. Choate trying to keep that open water margin. And NMH right there. Greenwich not letting NMH get anything on him here. But as we approach the last 500 meters here, it is Nobles looking like they're going to be your very clear winner of this first heat, followed by Choate. So barring any big changes here, we should send you into the last 500 over to Kevin to see how this heat wraps up.
As a reminder, only 2 boats move on from the events going forward. And at this moment, it really does look to be Nobles and Choate strongly in command. There'll have to be a fairly massive charge from one of these boats. Something that we have seen before, but something that they're going to have to really work themselves up toward. The coxswains will have to organize that. And Nobles well through the line here, coming in through the last 450 meters. Choate looking quite strong as well. Greenwich Academy is mounting a charge on the outside. We'll have to see how this race unfolds, but so far, our 2 leaders are open water ahead of the rest of the field. Newton Country Day School doing a fairly good job here, rowing with NMH, trying to keep their nose in the fight. But that crew from Nobles certainly looks to be a tier above the rest, looking very sharp, keeping the stroke rate low, saving what they can for this afternoon's grand final. Choate looking quite strong in that green hull as well, certainly keeping off the charge as these other crews from NMH and Greenwich Academy push each other down the course. They're doing a great job responding, trying to keep contact with this crew from Nobles. But Nobles is in the red buoys now, and they can sniff the finish line. They've got great body swing, they've got great symmetry. They're doing a great job getting this boat down the course with efficiency. Choate as well, just a splash of overlap, maybe a little bit of open water between Nobles and Choate here. But it is at least a 4's length of open between Northfield Mount Herman and Greenwich Academy. Greenwich Academy just a nose ahead of Northfield Mount Herman as they make the charge to the red buoys. Newton Country Day School just starting to fall off the pace here, just a little bit out the back. Great racing so far here. Nobles looking really strong as they wind that rate up now, going into the last 20 strokes, really trying to open up what they can. They've got about 2 4's lengths ahead of the crew from Choate, as Choate has the same margin to that crew from NMH, as Greenwich Academy has just fallen off the pace and couldn't match that response from the NMH crew as they brought the sprint up. NCDS is actually starting to eat into Greenwich Academy just a touch here. The Greenwich Academy crew just isn't quite getting around the back end as cleanly as they should in this sprint. But our two qualifying crews will be Nobles and Choate, as Noon Country Day crosses the line now. And our final crew, about 150 meters to go to the line, we have Valley Regional. And Valley crew bringing it down the course here. They're at about a 35 as they sprint for the finish line. Valley Regional up to a 40. Trying to take as many seconds off they can from the other crews. And Valley Regional crossing the line now. And that'll do it for this heat. We'll turn it back over to our starting line.
Lane 6, out of foot. Push out 1 foot. Good lane 6. Hold there, lane 6. Hold there. 2 minutes.
These crews are aligned. This is going to be the second heat for the girls 2v4. Lane 1 is Groton. Lane 2, Windsor. Lane 3, Taft. Lane 4, CRLS. Lane 5, Lime Old Lime. And lane 6 is Gun. Like we said, these crews are aligned. We are just waiting on the announcement from the starting tower now. Crews are getting pulled.
Attention.
And we're off. Same thing as the heat before. Only 2 boats from this heat will advance to the grand finals. And we have a clean start across the board here. All boats in contention. It looks like Groton has the early lead over in lane 1. And your guess is as good as mine here for that second and third place position. Looks like lanes 2 and 3, Windsor and Taft. And then Lime in lane 5, and then right behind those 3 crews is CRLS. And then just a bit back is Gun in lane 6 here. But it is Groton going for it early here. Groton and Lime looking to get their bow balls out ahead early. As these boats are starting to settle their rate and pick the power up a little bit. Choate, your leader, or excuse me, not Choate, Groton, your leader over in lane 1. Throwing around 34 and a half, 35. Lime here with a furious stroke rate, 36, 37. My goodness. But right now it is Groton, lane 1. And then our angle on the launch here is tough, but it looks like it's Lime just ever so slightly ahead of Taft there in lane 3. Hard to tell. But those 3 boats, Lime lane 5, Taft lane 3, and Windsor lane 2, are all in a tight race right now as we come through this first 500. But Groton's out with some open water. And then if I had to guess, I'd say Windsor, but Lime, every time Lime takes a stroke, they get that bow ball right back up. So it is Lime, it is Windsor trading punches here. Taft just a seat behind. Who is gonna get this second qualifying spot? What a good heat this is here. Windsor with just a slight push now. Looks like they're taking a move through that 750. Starting to get that bow ball just back in connection with that Groton boat. And that Windsor coxswain starting to push herself up on the bow ball of Taft. And Taft and Windsor starting to drop line here. Groton staying long, staying strong. A lot of these boats holding off on that sprint, not quite dialing it up yet. But it looks like Windsor is starting to creep back into that Groton boat and even further push themselves away from Taft here. But you have Lime coming back on Taft now. Coxswain's making a move. As we approach these last 500 meters here, it is Groton and Windsor, but you have Taft and Lime right behind fighting for that last qualifying spot. We'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to see this one through.
Well across the entire regatta. But Groton certainly is looking strong. Windsor is really throwing the gauntlet down, challenging the other crews to come and get him. But Windsor is starting to eat into that Groton advantage as we move into the last 500. Very exciting racing. Excited to see as they come in alignment if Windsor can take the win over Groton. But Groton is looking quite strong. Windsor just seems to be getting their catches in a little bit sharper and being a little bit more direct through the water. But Groton is trying to respond. They have answered the call as the other 2 crews start to fade off, the crew from Taft and the crew from Lime Old Lime. CRLS and Gunn are a little bit off the pace, a couple lengths back from the rest of the field, but it does look comfortably as if we will see Groton and Windsor move on to our final this afternoon. Very strong racing by these athletes, very strong racing. And Windsor's really going for it here. They want this win badly. It's not just enough to win a medal. They want the heat too. They are bringing the heat over to this Groton crew. Groton's trying to respond, but those bodies are starting to flail just a little bit as Windsor continues to be direct and feed the blades in. Very great race here. Very exciting. And we're in the red buoys now as Windsor has pulled in alignment with Groton. Groton's answering the bell. Groton's winding it up. And Windsor looks to be overstroking his crew from Groton by a beat. They are in dead alignment. And it will be Windsor just taking a seat now in the closing 20 strokes. Windsor moving through Groton, half a length advantage. That Groton bow seat sitting on the 3 seat of Windsor. Wow, great racing here by this Windsor crew. Very sharp. And Windsor's continuing to move. Groton's holding, Windsor's fighting hard. And it will be Windsor with the win in this heat, followed closely, less than a half a second by Groton. So those 2 crews will move on to our grand final this afternoon with the crew from Taft and the crew from Lime Old Lime moving into our petite final for this afternoon. And CRLS bringing up in 5th place, followed by Gun School CRLS crossing the line. Now. And the crew out in lane 6 crossing the finish line now. And we'll turn it back over for our final heat of the girls' second fours.
What's that?
It's almost like it's idling.
Yeah.
It's like it's idling when it's going.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like how it's going now.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's me.
So just about a minute out here from this final heat for the girls 2v4. The aligner has their flag raised, indicating the crews are aligned. So this race will be lane 1 Brooks, lane 2 BB&N, lane 3 St. Mark's, lane 4 Middlesex, lane 5 Miss Porters, and lane 6 Hopkins. The umpire is polling the crews.
St. Mark. Middlesex. Miss Porter. Attention.
Flag is up. Flag is down, and we are off in the final heat of the girls' second varsity 4. Looks like we have a clean start across the field here as these boats come even with us. Early leaders. Hard to tell. Maybe Brooks over there in lane 1 by a hair. And then it's BB&N after them in lane 2. St. Mark's in lane 3. Middlesex in lane 4. Folks, this one is just going right down the lane order. But just as I say that, BB&N takes a big lengthened move to get their bow ball up in front of Brooks here. And now that coxswain is sitting about a seat up on lane 1. Good move there by BB&N. So these crews all start to stride into their power strokes here as we come into this first 250. Coxswains are looking over, assessing the margins, trying to figure out what moves they're gonna have to throw in here. Right now, your two leaders are lane 2, BB&N, and lane 1, Brooks, looking to push through to that grand final. And about a length back from that second place Brooks crew is lane 3, St. Mark's. And then with the bow ball right on the coxswain, about a deck back from them is lane 4, Middlesex. Can BB&N and Middlesex, or excuse me, can St. Mark's and Middlesex make a move here on BB&N and Brooks? We will find out, but this margin is continuing to grow. These two leading crews now have open water on that third place St. Mark's crew as we come through this first 500-meter marker. Again, it'll only be the top 2 boats in this heat advancing to the grand final. So for Brooks and BB&N, this is a good position to be in, but St. Mark's and Middlesex. We're going to have to dial it up here to punch that ticket to the grand final. These two leading crews are starting to make a big move here. You can see some power strokes coming out of that BB&N boat. Big swing back. Good move by them there. And it looks like it is St. Mark starting to pull away from Middlesex ever so slightly. But Brooks has put themselves back up ahead of that BB&N crew by about a half a length and growing here. That Brooks crew is taking a big power move here. You can see it every stroke as they start to wind down. But BB&N is going to respond here, maybe. The lead is growing here for these two crews. Brooks can smell that grand final as they push that bow ball further and further ahead of this field. BB&N looking to drop St. Mark's once and for all. Will these two finish it out? As we approach these last 500-meter markers, it looks like it's going to be Brooks and BB&N in those first two qualifying spots. But we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to take us home for this last heat in the girls 2v4.
The following crews, St. Mark's and Middlesex, are in a fight for the third and fourth place. So far, it looks like Middlesex is just ahead of St. Mark's, as Miss Porters and Hopkins bring up the rear on the outside. Miss Hopkins does seem to have contact with the crew from St. Mark's, but the order seems to be at the moment Brooks, BB&N, Middlesex, St. Mark's, Miss Porters, followed by Hopkins. And this racing is much closer than a lot of the racing has been. All crews seem to be in relative contact with each other, at least going down the order, with the crew from Brooks looking quite strong in the lane closest to us along the beach. They seem to be at a little bit of a lower rate than the following crews. And BB&N doing a great job here, responding to all of the challenges that are coming from them from Middlesex, as Middlesex tries to mount a charge to move through them and get that final qualifying spot. But it seems to me from the tower as if it's going to be Brooks and BB&N as we come into the closing red buoys, unless something miraculous can happen. And the crew from St. Mark's is responding. They're doing quite well here, as the crew from Middlesex seems to just fall apart a little bit as they come into the closing stages of this race. Yes, St. Mark's is moving. They have taken the third place advantage over the crew from Middlesex. Just established bow ball on stern tip of that crew from BB&N. But Brooks clearly out in front, looking quite comfortable with their lead. A full force length of open water to the leading crew, to BB&N. BB&N really opening it up on St. Mark's, about 3 seats of open water, as St. Mark's holds back the press from Middlesex, and that stroke seat is sitting on bow ball of the Middlesex crew. And the athletes from Miss Porters are just a full length ahead of the crew from Hopkins School, just a touch of contact from those crews closing, as Brooks will win the heat, crossing the line now, followed by BB&N crossing the line now, with St. Mark's finishing in third place, securing a spot in this afternoon's petite final, just ahead of the crew from Middlesex crossing now, Middlesex now, and Miss Porters and Miss Porters and Hopkins bringing up the rear here. Miss Porters crossing the finish line now. And that'll do it for this heat. We'll turn it over next for the boys' second varsity fours, heat 1.
it out here. Next event is the boys 2v4. So these crews are aligned. We have lane 1 Nobles, lane 2 Berkshire, lane 3 BB&N, lane 4 Hopkins, lane 5 is Choate, and Worcester Academy nearest to us in lane 6. Top 2 to advance in this heat. The umpire is polling the crews now.
Worcester Academy. Attention. Go.
And we're off. Good start across the field here. Clean start. Through breakage, no problems. Looks like your early leaders are Nobles and Berkshire over there in lane 1 and lane 2, fighting each other for that first place spot. And then right behind them, you got BB&N in lane 3. Choate in lane 5, very tight with Worcester Academy in lane 6, and then very close behind is Hopkins in lane 4. But right now you have Nobles and Berkshire flying off this line. I think Nobles I'd give a seat, maybe a seat, but those two boats pushing themselves ahead. BB&N in lane 3 slipped a little bit off the start to those two boats, but they have since hunkered down. That bell ball is not losing any ground on those top two boats. We'll see if BB&N can willpower their way back into it here. Good, so right now we got Nobles ahead of Berkshire, ahead of BB&N, and then in the back 3 boats we have Hopkins, Choate, and Worcester Academy. Looks to be about a dead heat for all intents and purposes. Coxswains are looking over at each other in these back 3, trying to figure out what moves can we implement here to catch this 3rd place BB&N boat. But we have 2 packs that appear to be growing here. As we come through this first 500-meter marker, it is still Nobles. Around to 34, looking calm, looking long, cool as a cucumber over there in that Nobles boat. We got Berkshire with the bow ball sitting right on that bow seat, maybe on that 3 seat. But I'd say it's Nobles by about a half a length back to Berkshire. And Berkshire, I'd say, has maybe a foot of open water on that BB&N boat. And quite a ways back to Hopkins, Choate, and Worcester Academy here. But these crews are looking cool, calm, and collected. You have BB&N up around a 35, 35 and a half, and then these other 2 crews, 34, 34 and a half. Good rhythm, good swing, good strokes being taken by all 3 of these boats here. We'll see if BB&N can employ a furious sprint to catch that Berkshire boat, but the Nobles boat looks to be pulling ahead here even further on this Berkshire boat. But as it stands now, barring a big sprint by BB&N, Nobles and Berkshire are looking to punch their ticket to the grand final of this boys 2v4. But Nobles is your leader. As we approach the last 500, we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to take us home for this first heat.
Here, they've been able to respond to that big charge from Berkshire and press back their advantage, take seats in this middle 500 meters, which is extremely hard to do. But the crew sitting in lane 3 from BB&N is not letting things go so easily. They have slid forward firmly into 3rd place, and they're attempting to challenge that crew from Berkshire School for the final qualifying spot in the grand final. But Nobles soundly ahead, showing their pedigree, showing their prowess here in the 4. Very successful force program across the years, both here at the Neira League as well as at the national level. But this crew here from BB&N is really working hard to take this lead from Berkshire. As we cross into the red buoys, I think it might be Berkshire just taking the advantage away from the Berkshire School. Yes, BB&N pressing Berkshire for this final lead. They want it. Those boys are swinging hard, swinging for the fences, trying to take inch after inch. Nobles looking very comfortable. Yeah, so let's see how this crew from Berkshire can respond. BB&N's fighting hard, but Berkshire seem to have found that gear. They're locking in. Their drive speed is connected. They are moving. And Berkshire's going to put this one away on BB&N. They are throwing down the gauntlet, saying, come and get it. It is firmly Nobles and Berkshire in the lead. Nobles looking very strong. Nobles sitting at about a 36-35. Really working to get across the line. And Berkshire has pushed the crew from BB&N back and have pressed to about an inch of open water from stern tip to bow ball. And it will be Nobles winning this heat, followed by the crew from Berkshire School now, followed by the crew from BB&N now, and it will be the crew from Berkshire and Nobles moving on to this afternoon's grand final, with the crew from BB&N and the crew from Choate on to this afternoon's petite final, with Hopkins and Worcester Academy rounding out our 5th and 6th place finish. Worcester Academy about 3 strokes from the line, crossing now, and we'll turn it over for our second heat in the boys' second fours.
Minutes.
I want to give these guys from
Time of line. Please let Middlesex head past you. Middlesex continuing to lane 4. Lime of line before you back it down. Let Middlesex pass. Middlesex, take it by pair, pass into lane 4. Middletown, you can begin working it into your lane. Middletown, you can lock onto your boat. NMH, if you'd like assistance locking on, please give a hand.
Waiting for these crews to get backed into their stake boats here. But coming up is the second heat for the boys' second varsity 4. Lane 1, Belmont Hill. Lane 2, NMH. Lane 3, Pomfret. Lane 4, Middlesex. Lane 5, Lime Old Lime, and Lane 6, Middletown. This tailwind is starting to pick up again here. 6, 7, 8 mile an hour tailwind. Hopefully nothing to wash these boats out of their back ends of the strokes, but undeniably going to make these heat times a little faster. Aligners are working with the stake boat volunteers to get these bow balls lined up. A couple coxswains have their hands up, adjusting their bow ball point down the course. Of course, once the polling begins, hands are not recognized, but you're not there yet. All right, looks like the aligner has put the white flag in the air, indicating these crews are lined up. And the umpire has begun polling these crews from the star tower. Should be going off in just a second here.
Line, hold, line. Middle tower. Attention.
Flags up. And flag is down. Second heat of the boys' second varsity 4 is off. Looks like we have a clean start across the field. And it is Belmont Hill jumping out to an early lead here. Really getting after it on those catches. Blades right in the water, and just look at that explosiveness off the foot plates on those catches. Very nice start there by Belmont Hill. Following closely behind them is NMH, and then in a dogfight you have Pomfret and Middlesex. It looks like Middlesex might just be eking themselves ahead just a little bit, and now starting to come up on that NMH crew. But we'll see. We will see. A lot of race left. It'll be the top 2 boats in this heat advance to the grand finals. Next 2 to petites. Wow, that Belmont Hill boat really is just setting themselves apart here. They're approaching a full length of open water, and we are not even 500 meters into this race yet. But you have NMH right now holding down that second qualifying spot, feeling a little bit of pressure from this Middlesex crew here. And then you have Pomfret and Lime pushing that Middlesex crew forward as well. But Belmont Hill showing that they can handle these conditions, rowing on the Charles River every day. Probably have seen worse. So we're coming through these first 500 meter markers here with the pack. Bell Hill up quite a bit. We'll call it 2 lengths of open to be generous, but NMH still holding down this final qualifying spot. Are they going to be able to see it through the end of the race? I don't know. Middlesex bow seat's looking over. He can smell blood. He knows it's right there. Coxswain's looking over. Are they dialing up a move? Now would be the time to go. About 7:50 remaining. Bell Hill looking clean, calm, collected. And NMH is making the move. They're starting to drop Middlesex behind. NMH starting to dial that pressure up. Big swing together. Really trying to punch that ticket home to the grand final this afternoon. What will Middlesex do here? Can they respond? Pomfret not letting Middlesex go, but NMH seems to just have made a decision that they are going to leave these 2 crews behind. But as we're getting ready to hit these last 500 meters, it is Belmont Hill convincingly over NMH, right back to Middlesex and Pomfret in a dogfight. But we'll send it over to Kevin to take us home for the last 500 meters of this second heat.
Stroke there, really leading the charge, doing a great job with that rhythm, leading his crew down the course with poise and power. As we have Middlesex and Northfield Mount Herman battling for that final qualifying spot, well behind the crew from Belmont Hill, but still fighting to get their nose in that grand final this afternoon. It seems to be the crew from NMH has moved through Middlesex and are working very hard to secure that second place position give themselves some comfort going into the last 250 meters. Pomfret, right next to NMH, is doing a good job keeping their nose in it as well, but they just seem to have a little bit less power, a little bit less connection as the other crews, and are working just a little bit harder as we come into the last 500 meters. Belmont Hill looking good, conserving energy for this afternoon. And I've got Belmont down low, under rate 30, rate 29-28. Really making sure they're in good position to crank one out this afternoon and win that grand final. Doing a great job, being poised, being long, letting the boat run underneath them, and giving us all a fine display of what good rowing is. NMH has secured that second place position well in hand, full 1 to 2 seats of open water back to the crew from Middlesex and the crew from Pomfret. Pomfret has rowed through the crew from Middlesex as they seem to have sold the farm, trying to hold NMH back. Pomfret is doing a great job. They have taken that lead for third place away from Middlesex as they look to try to challenge NMH, but I don't think they'll have enough water to do it. Belmont Hill looking long and low, just laying it down. Great rowing from them. NMH really winding it up here. They've opened it up to about a full 4's length of open water ahead of Pomfret, who has stroke seat on coxswain of the Middlesex crew. Belmont Hill has crossed the line. They will move into the grand final, followed right behind by the crew from NMH now. And just wanted to take this moment to again thank one of our sponsors, Rowing Part Supply. Rowing Part Supply, thank you so much for everything you've done for this regatta. As the final crews cross the line right now, and finally we have the crew from Middletown cross the line now, and we will turn it over to our starting line for our final heat of the boys' second varsity fours.
We won the women's U19 8.
We won the varsity women's A.
We won the women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bout number 4, none of winning.
So we're just awaiting on this final heat of the men's 2v4 to get aligned. We have Brooks lane 1, Groton lane 2, Taft lane 3, Gunn lane 4, St. Mark's lane 5, and Berwick in lane 6. The aligner has indicated the bow balls are aligned. The umpire is now polling the crews. Oh, we have broken alignment. They have stopped the polling to fix the alignment here. behind again.
Brooks. Drop. Pass.
The
Gunner.
polling
St. Mark.
is underway.
Berwick. Attention.
Flag is up.
Go.
Flag is down. Fast starts across the field here in this tailwind. Looks like this is a lot tighter of a start than that first heat. Looks like we have Brooks and Taft and Gunn right up there. Taft putting their bow ball just slightly ahead. Gunn going with them, but Brooks going with them. Then a little bit back to lane 2 and Groton there, but now Groton's pushing up on Gunn. And then just a little bit behind the fields here, we have St. Mark's and Berwick. These 4 boats really throwing some mean punches here to begin with. I think Brooks is starting to take off a little bit over there in lane 1. We're starting to see the seeding come into play here. Lane 1 in the lead. Brooks, followed by Groton, followed by Taft, then Gunn. And we're starting to see this field spread out just a little bit. But right now we are, current finish order is order of the lanes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got Berwick in lane 6 here making a little bit of a move on St. Mark's to disrupt that order. But it appears as if your 2 clear leaders coming through the first 500 are Brooks and Groton. Looking to take those 2 qualifying spots into the grand final this afternoon. Third boat through that 500 is Taft. And right behind them is Gunn. So right now, from what I can see, I'd say it is about a little under a length. Brooks over Groton, and then about a half length, maybe a length of open water back to Taft. But it appears as Brooks is in this one to win it. Groton keeping their bow ball right in the middle of that boat there, making sure we're not letting them get too far ahead. We're dialing up some moves here for the 750, see if we got any spicy 20s. But it looks to be Brooks and Groton deciding that they are going to be the ones here leading into this last 500. Neither of these crews yielding to the other. Brooks is starting to make a big power move, rowing around 35, 34 and a half, 35. And Brooks is starting to leave Groton in the dust a little bit, trying to push for that open water. But as we push into the last 500 here, it is Brooks. It is Brooks leading Groton, and then a few lengths of open back to Taft. But looks like these 2 are going to be your qualifiers. We'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to see this one through.
Spots for our grand final. Those 2 crews are soundly out in the lead, open water back to the field, as it looks like we have a 3, possibly 4 boat race for the petite final in the second varsity 4s. In the outside lane, Berwick's looking quite strong as they make a challenge out in that lane 6. I don't know what it is about those outside lanes this year. They seem to be, not losing any advantage with how the wind is shaping up. So should result in some fun racing later in the day. But the the boat from Brooks and Groton are really striding out. Brooks is really throwing the hammer down, laying down a big, strong rhythm. I can see the aggression of their catches from all the way up here as they just maintain their open water lead over Groton, who has comfortable open water lead margin to the following crews. Taft, Gunn, St. Mark's, and Berwick are all in battle. St. Mark's seems to be off the pace just a touch as we have Berwick, Gunn, and Taft fighting for that petite final. And Brooks taking it easy now. They're just kind of letting the boat run underneath them, feeling the flow, not trying to burn too much energy, just like the Belmont Hill crew of the previous race, as they have that race later on in the day. But Groton looking quite strong as well, looking comfortable in their second place as they bring their rate down. I don't think they'll go for the sprint here. They have about a 2-length advantage of open water ahead of the field.
But we have quite the race shaping up between Berwick, Gunn, and Taft for the petite final. It looks to me from in the tower that Taft is in the third place position with Berwick and Gunn fighting very hard for that final spot in the petite final. Brooks is moving to the line, about 5 or 6 strokes to go. And Berwick is dead level with the boat from Gunn. Dead level. What great racing here. It looks like Gunn is just going to take the lead. They're walking away from Berwick. Berwick did not have an answer as they came through the line. And we have Groton crossing now. Followed by Taft. Followed by Gunn. Followed by Berwick. And closing out our field for the boys' second varsity fours, we have St. Mark's hometown crew crossing the line now. And we'll turn it over to begin our girls' second varsity 8 heats. What's up? Really?
Shrewsbury, if you would like assistance, please give a hand. Wonderful. From there, we're going to have bow seat, take 1 right stroke. 7, 8, sit easy.
So we are waiting on the
From here,
commencement
7,
of the
back it,
girls'
bow, sit easy.
second varsity
7,
8
to back,
heats.
7, hard,
These will be,
8, lightly.
there will be 3 heats for this second varsity girls 8 event. Top 2 boats from each heat advancing.
Hold sit easy. Bow pair.
For the first heat, as these boats get helped into their stake boats here by the umpires, the first heat will be lane 1 Deerfield, lane 2 Glastonbury, lane 3 Hingham, lane 4 Boston Latin, lane 5 Simsbury, and lane 6 Shrewsbury High School, rowing on their home course. The aligners are giving instructions to help these bow balls get perfectly lined up.
2, 1, 7, 8, back very lightly. 2 seats and 2 seats a row. Bow seat to back.
We're just waiting on the final adjustments here from the aligners. The aligners have raised the flag, indicating that our bow balls are aligned. The umpire has stopped pulling the crews. We have fallen out of alignment. We are aligned and the polling is underway again. We're momentarily going to begin the girls' second varsity 8 heats.
Attention.
Flag is up.
Go.
And we're off. Clean start across the field here for all these boats. Fast start here for this heat. Looks like we're through the breakage point, and your early leader is going to be Deerfield over there in lane 1. Good day for Deerfield in those Philippi's. Followed very, very closely by Glastonbury in lane 2, Hingham in lane 3, and then lanes 4 and 5 without the bow numbers, Boston Latin and Simsbury following them closely. But Deerfield continuing to push this lead further and further open on Glastonbury there in lane 2. Looking clean, looking long. Very smooth rowing over there by that Deerfield boat. Glastonbury here doing their very best to hold off Hingham. Hingham is starting to settle down and lose just a few seats on that settle. But we'll see if Glastonbury can hold this rate, hold this push. Boston Latin not to be forgotten as well, right on the other side of that Hingham crew towards us here. Good racing. Deerfield, by my call, has open water just by a few inches here, but they are up by a length. No doubt about that. Glastonbury looking to continue to increase that margin on Hingham, as Boston Latin is also looking to overtake Hingham here. A little bit of a move by them coming through that first 500-meter marker. Hingham still has Boston Latin by about a deck, so Boston Latin got to finish up here. Finish that punch through if they want to get into that third place position. But right now, your two boats that are going to push through to that grand final are Deerfield up by what seems to be an increasing margin, but about a quarter, half length of open water. Glastonbury holding that rate up nice and high, 35, 36 for them. Still sitting at about, I don't know, maybe a foot of open water over this Hingham boat. But Boston Latin giving Hingham trouble, seeing if they can jump into that third place position, but Hingham here really laying on a move through this 750. Right now, it is still Deerfield. Then about a half a length, 3/4 of a length of open water back to that Glastonbury 8. And that Glastonbury is sitting with just a smidge of open water on Hingham. You got Hingham and Boston Latin. Punch for punch, stroke for stroke here. These ladies trying to set themselves up as well as they can for whatever final they end up in. But right now it's looking like it's going to be Deerfield and Glastonbury. We'll send it over to Kevin to see us through the end of this first heat.
Well, I've got Glastonbury at about a 34. Starting to open it up a little bit for those following crews of Hingham and Boston Latin. But Boston Latin has mounted a big charge over Hingham. They are through, and they are comfortably sitting in third place position. Boston Latin is attempting to make their big charge coming the last 500 meters into Glastonbury. Very interesting to see if they can match what their third varsity 8 did in their heat and make it to the grand final. That'd be quite exciting for BLA. But Deerfield is looking very sharp, very connected, very long as they move toward the red buoys comfortably out in front. Glastonbury still holding that second place position, probably about 2 to 3 seats of open water back to Glastonbury between Deerfield and them. Just a splash of overlap between the Boston Latin crew and the Glastonbury crew as Boston Latin looks to continue their charge forward. Hingham just falling off the pace here just a touch as the crew from Simsbury works to eat into Hingham coming into the red buoys. But it will be Deerfield mounting a big sprint here as they wind that rate up, get ready to put the final touches on this race. I have them clocked at a 36. They've increased 2 beats, and they are moving. Looking quite comfortable. Glastonbury comfortably in second place. Boston Latin just left it too late or didn't have enough juice left to eat into them. But Hingham and Boston Latin are having quite the battle here. Boston Latin about 3/4 of a length to a full length advantage. Coxon looks to be sitting on bow ball. But Deerfield coming across the line here in about 10 strokes, looking very good. A full 8.5 length distance between them and Glastonbury in second. Glastonbury looks to have about 2 to 3 seats of open water ahead of the crew from Boston Latin, and Boston Latin is sitting Coxon on bowman of that Hingham crew. Hingham's working very hard trying to get that rate up, but they've left it too late as Boston Latin will march into the petite final alongside Hingham in this afternoon. But our grand final will be Deerfield and Glastonbury. Congratulations to Glastonbury. And then 5th place, we have Simsbury getting ready to cross the line now. And Shrewsbury, probably about 150 meters to go, 100 meters to go here in this race, trying their best to close this gap and minimize the damage. And I've got Shrewsbury at a 32, 34, sprinting for the line. About 5 strokes to go for Shrewsbury here. Hometown crew. Shrewsbury crossing line now. Next up, we have our second heat of the girls' second varsity 8s. Over to the tower.
So we are awaiting the beginning of the second heat, the girls 2v8. The aligner is working to get these bow balls even, but we have lane 1 Kent, lane 2 Andover, lane 3 Hanover, lane 4 is Duxbury, lane 5 is Brookline, and lane 6 is Sacred Heart. Not the college or university. Wind has died down a little bit here. It always is the strongest by the first 500 meter markers. So there's still a lot of time for that tailwind to pick back up, but as it stands at the start, relatively calm conditions for this second heat of the girls 2v8. These ladies are locked in, waiting for the final thumbs up from the aligners. The aligners have indicated that we have alignment. And the umpire has begun polling the crews.
Sacred Heart. Attention.
The flag is up.
Go.
Flag is down. clean start across the field. As we approach the breakage point, no one seems to be stopping. Clean start here. Kent up by just a deck over there in lane 1. Andover, Hanover, and Duxbury, lanes 2, 3, 4, and Brookline in lane 5, excuse me, right up there with Kent. But Kent is your early leader. Kent pushing, continuing to push. Stroke rates high and fast for these second varsity 8 girls. Kent now pushing up to a half length. My goodness, over that Andover 8 in lane 2, who has just an inch or so over that Hanover 8 in lane 3. And then it's about a quarter of a length, almost half a length back to that Duxbury boat in lane 4. And Brookline following them up in lane 5 by about a half a length. But this Kent boat is pushing. They are trying to get that full length before we reach these first 500 buoys. After Kent, it is anybody's guess. You have a dogfight here between Andover, Hanover, and Duxbury. I'd say Andover right now has the slight advantage, but you never know. Things can change at the drop of a hat in these heats, as we know. Kent looking to push. They're just about at open water coming through that first 500 marker. Andover, I'd say, has a deck on Hanover and Duxbury, excuse me. And I'd say it's Duxbury now even. Duxbury with maybe just a seat over that Hanover boat. But it is Kent. It is Kent, and Andover is starting to move forward here on these 3rd and 4th place crews, Duxbury and Hanover. It is top 2 to advance in this heat. It's looking like it's gonna be Kent, but who knows? Andover trying to hang on here as crews are starting to dial it up for a little spicy move here at the 750. You have, it looks like Duxbury here in lane 4 is starting to leave Hanover behind, and they're starting to make their move on Andover now. It's Kent with about a half length of open, and then it's Andover with just about a deck over Duxbury, but Duxbury furiously storming up on this Andover 8. Will they get that qualifying spot? Kent is our clear leader here, but we are going to have a fast one with Andover and Duxbury coming into the last 500. We'll send it over to Kevin to see this heat through. What a fast one here. Way to beat Duxbury. Good stuff.
Exciting to see Kent so far out ahead, looking very strong, very poised. And the crew from Andover just seems to be losing a little bit of their grip in the water, a little bit of their traction, as the crew from Hanover try to make their move as they're being pushed on the outside by the crew from Duxbury. But Andover's going to have to ring that bell. Kent looking very strong as they move into the last 400 meters of this race. Sitting upright, getting their blades in. Great racing. It looks like Andover has made a small move here to try to counter that challenge from Hanover and Duxbury on the outside. Duxbury sure is winding that rate up, trying to put Hanover to bed and charge into Andover. Hanover just slipping back off the pace just a little bit. Yeah, just incredible conditions here at Lake Quinsigamond today. Absolutely sensational. Kent looking very strong. Full length of open water ahead of the rest of the crew. The crew from Duxbury is certainly challenging Andover on the outside, but I give the slight advantage to Andover. Andover is known as a very good sprinting crew. Let's see what they've got in them today. And Kent just marching down the course, saving whatever energy they can for the afternoon final. But with that Duxbury crew and Andover pushing each other down, they can't rest on their laurels. Duxbury charging hard. What a race from them, sliding into second place over Andover, trying to lock down that position in this afternoon's grand final. Duxbury 4 seats up on Andover and moving. Duxbury's putting this one away. Well done. Kent crossing the line now. And over, mounting a challenge here at the end. I think Duxbury might be able to hold on to this one. Oh, too close to call. Too close to call. Leave that one to the announcer. Pardon me, the finish line tower. And that will solidify our grands and petite final crews for this heat. Bringing up the rear, we have Brookline and Sacred Heart. Brookline, about 3 strokes from the line. A local Boston favorite of mine. And our final crew coming across the line, Sacred Heart, 3 strokes from the line. Crossing now. And we'll turn it back over to our finish, or our starting line announcer.
We are waiting for the third heat. The girls' second varsity 8s. Lane 1 is Exeter. St. Paul's in lane 2. East Lyme in lane 3. Bedford in lane 4. Tabor in lane 5. And Hotchkiss in lane 6.
Exeter, St. Paul, East Lyme,
We have alignment.
Bedford,
The crews are being pulled.
Hotchkiss. Attention,
Flag is up.
go.
Flag is down and we are off. Clean start across the field for these ladies. It looks like it's Exeter and St. Paul's with an early lead. You have East Lyme in lane 4 in the lime-colored boat of all things. Right up with St. Paul's. Right behind East Lyme, it looks like we have Tabor and... Oh, excuse me, that is Bedford. Bedford is in the lime-colored boat. Please excuse me, it is Bedford right up there with St. Paul's, slipping a little bit behind. But then it's Tabor, then East Lyme, and then Hotchkiss a little bit behind them. But it looks like Exeter here. Exeter is pushing St. Paul's a little bit further back every stroke, looking to try to get that entire length lead in the first 500 we've been seeing in these girls 2v8 heats. Some fast first boats here. But it is Exeter with about half a length on St. Paul's, and then another half length back to that Bedford boat. And then it looks like Tabor with just a deck, maybe a couple seats up on that East Lyme crew, who's just about even here with Hotchkiss, that East Lyme crew. But right now, coming through the first 500, it appears to be Exeter. Exeter is looking to make a move here on this St. Paul's crew. Coxon's trying to get herself past that bow woman up towards that bow ball of St. Paul's. St. Paul's also taking a move. Not enough to slow down Exeter, but they're certainly getting themselves up to some open water on Bedford here. So it is Exeter. Exeter getting these blades in and moving, sitting around at 34.5. St. Paul's 35. But it's Bedford keeping their bow ball right there with St. Paul's in case they slip. Bedford's going to jump right at that opportunity. St. Paul's here dialing up a little move, seeing if they can get back into that Exeter margin. But Exeter responding beautifully, just not giving them an inch here. Keeping that bow ball right in the beginning of that bow floor, right in the middle of that boat. Exeter said, we will take this half-length lead and we will keep it. Thank you very much. St. Paul's trying their best to storm back into it, but these punches are not landing. Exeter is holding this lead. St. Paul's holding about a 1 length lead over Bedford. But Exeter and St. Paul's are your leaders as we get ready to go into this last 500. Bedford right behind, and we'll send it over to Kevin to take us home for this last heat of the girls 2v8s.
And coming to the last 500 here, some really tight racing between the crews from Exeter and St. Paul's. But I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of our loyal spectators watching from home, watching from the regatta site. And a special thank you to my CRI Comp boys for watching and supporting Neira. Hope you guys had good pieces on the basin today. But as we work through this final heat of the girls' second varsity 8, we have Exeter and St. Paul's marching. Exeter is absolutely throwing it down. Big rhythm, big swing, a lot of commitment from that crew. The crew from St. Paul's is working very hard to try to keep their nose in the fight, but it certainly looks as if Exeter is going to walk away with this one in the closing stretches of this race. Exeter crossing into the red buoys in the next 2 strokes will be looking to wind up their rate and put St. Paul's to bed. Very great racing here so far. Bedford, that crew on the outside in the green shell, is absolutely crushing it. Great to see them out here working so hard, trying to keep their nose in it with St. Paul's. Looking very strong, very connected, and they sure are working hard trying to stay in this fight. A lot of heart. But this crew from Exeter is really just showing their symmetry. Those athletes are swinging very well together. I don't see a single rower or oar out of place in that crew. Very well coached. This Exeter crew has probably got about 3 seats of open advantage over the St. Paul's crew. St. Paul's just looks to be, holding their rate here. I haven't seen them take a step up. And Bedford is just starting to inch into contact with St. Paul's, but they will not have enough runway to make their way into the grand final. So our upcoming grand final will include this crew from Exeter and the crew from St. Paul's crossing now. Bedford will be headed for the petite final, but they look to win it and beat a couple of crews in the grand final. And our final qualifying crew for the girls' second varsity 8 petite final will be East Lyme, 2 strokes from the line, crossing now. In 5th place will be the crew from Hotchkiss, just keeping their nose ahead of Tabor as they cross the line. And with that, so begins the boys' second varsity 8, heat 1. We'll turn it back over. No, he's not. I'm not sure if he is. I haven't seen him yet. This year, and it's great to see how the crews have come together and how they've grown to learn how to row the 8. It's fairly different from the 4. But it looks to me that Kent and Deerfield seem to be the ones out in front, with Brunswick right there in the mix as well. And Brunswick is working very hard. They seem to be maybe up a seat on Kent. Hard to tell from this angle, but Deerfield is decidedly ahead in this race. Again, our seating committee seemed to have done a very good job in order here. The crew from Boston Latin seems to be a splash behind the crew from Stonington, with Stonington just barely ahead of the crew from Tabor. But this crew from Deerfield is really working hard. Brunswick seems to have broken the back of the Kent crew a bit, and they're moving through as we get into this last 500 meters. But Deerfield really looking good here. Very sharp. Brunswick's mounting a good charge into Deerfield. They seem to be starting to inch out a little bit on the Kent crew. Kent is always known for a crew that responds and fights hard, so I expect to see them move back into this crew from Brunswick. But Brunswick seems to just be a little bit of a lower cadence than the Deerfield crew. Deerfield is working pretty hard, but they seem to have another gear that they could go here as we work. Deerfield starting to make their moves, trying to take their rate up as they feel the pressure from Brunswick, as Brunswick and Kent are battling each other, trying to secure that final qualifying spot. Deerfield's going to have to kick the engines on. They're not going to be able to take the rate down as they assume they wished. But Brunswick, looking very sharp, has seemed to have answered the bell. Getting their catches in sharp. Kent right there with them. And Deerfield, open water ahead of the field. Brunswick, likely 2 seats up on the Kent crew, possibly 1 seat, but there goes Kent. Kent is winding it up, looking sharp, looking very precise with their catches, and Kent is moving. Kent is pulling level with Brunswick, dead level, going into our last 10 strokes, and Kent just took a seat. Kent just took another seat. Another. And Kent is marching. Kent knew how to put this one away. Last 2 strokes, Kent will secure their spot in the grand final and leave Brunswick heartbroken, headed to the petite final. What a tremendous race from those 2 crews. Very well rowed from Kent. And bringing up our 4th place crew, we have Simsbury, followed very closely behind by Boston Latin. Pardon me. Stonington ahead of Boston Latin, followed by Tabor bringing up the rear. Great racing by those crews. We'll turn it back over to the starting line.
Great. I mean, they're taking they're going too far now. Next race, we're going to have to cut it short.
Okay.
A little more pressure on 5-7.
So we are just waiting for these boats to get aligned here. Second heat in the boys 2v8. BC High in lane 1, Exeter in lane 2, Salisbury in lane 3, St. John's, the Pioneers in red in lane 4, Duxbury in lane 5, and Hingham also in red in lane 6. St. John's there, lane 4, obviously on the home course here, rowing out of the DRC. And BC High coming down from the Charles River in Boston. New head coach for them this year. We'll see how they fare out in this 2v8 heat. Boats are aligned. The umpire is polling the crews here. Flag is up. Flag is down. Second heat of boys 2v8 is underway. Looks like a clean start across the field. Early leaders, it looks like we have Salisbury over there in lane 3 and St. John's here in lane 4, right with them. The red boat called the Blue Devil. My favorite thing of the day here. But it is Salisbury and St. John's, and then right behind SJ, you got BC High. And right behind them is Exeter. But Salisbury and SJ here holding on to that early lead. BC High looking to come back into St. John's a little bit. And right behind that Exeter boat in lane 5, Duxbury and Hingham. Dogfight here for that 5th place spot. Salisbury is hanging on just by a thread. St. John's is looking to make a little bit of a move here for that 1st place position, but then right back from St. John's, about a quarter of a length, we're looking at BC High, who has, I mean, a seat at most on Exeter. That is a very close margin there between Boston College and Exeter. But Salisbury looking about a little over a half-length lead on those two far crews. Only about a deck, maybe a deck and a seat on this St. John's crew here in red in lane 4. But it is Salisbury holding that lead. St. John's now getting pushed a little bit by Exeter. BC High right up in the mix too. Salisbury still keeping their bow ball out in front, but here goes Exeter now. Exeter making a big move. Exeter is a school, especially in these lower boats. They love making moves right around this 750. Salisbury holding that lead. And it looks like it's Exeter and BC High slipping past St. John's, but we'll send it down to Kevin for this exciting second heat in the boys 2v8.
And coming into the last 500 meters here, it's quite the race. This is probably the closest one we've seen all day today across all 6 boats. It looks to be Salisbury showing their depth. St. John's right in the mix. Exeter making their charge. BC High is a little bit off the pace, not quite living up to their #1 seed. Duxbury and Hingham working hard on the outside also have their noses in the mix. But at the moment, it looks like Salisbury just starting to inch their way out, starting to show why their first varsity is so fast and their second varsity as a result of working with them. But Exeter's right there with Salisbury, working mighty hard. St. John's just starting to fall off the pace a little bit. They look to maybe slid into 3rd place behind Exeter, as Exeter, those big boys from up in New Hampshire, are swinging hard, working hard. St. John's look to be about half a length down off of the Salisbury crew. Exeter looks to be pulling in alignment. BC High down about 3/4 of a length, and then back to Duxbury and Hingham in the 5th and 6th positions. As a reminder, again, 2 crews do progress to the grand final, with 3rd and 4th place moving to the petite final. And Salisbury and Exeter have firmly staked their claim here as we cross into the red buoys. St. John's is going to need to respond now if they want to get their nose into it. But BC High is charging, and Exeter is trying to take this lead from Salisbury. I have the feeling Salisbury and Exeter will push each other down the course and start to open up some open water on the St. John's and BC High crew. And there they go, pressing to open water as they go. Exeter has taken the lead away from Salisbury. Salisbury and Exeter have broken water on BC High and St. John's as BC High takes the third place away from St. John's. St. John's is now in fourth place as Exeter is half a length up on Salisbury and moving toward the bowman. BC High coming in as well. BC High has eaten right into that margin from Salisbury, and they're half a length down. They're going to run out of space. But our crews moving on to the grand final will be Exeter in first, followed closely behind by the crew from, Salisbury. BC High, man, if there was 100 more meters, they would have taken that one. St. John's in fourth, followed by the crew from Duxbury, followed by the crew from Hingham. We'll turn it back over to the start.
If you want to hold the ball.
At the start of a season, I think of all the things that can go right. I rule out all the luck. Claim what I can have up front, because there's always room for improvement. Years of experience and athlete data turn into performance design. A simple thing like a fitting shoe can add to the strength of your stroke. Hand you that 1 millisecond that sets you apart from your fastest self. To power yourself to victory. No race is the same, but some things can be a given. Why share essential gear when you can have your own? To some things are just a detail. I believe that winning is in the details.
Hires. We're polling the crews, but we appear to stopped for alignment purposes. All right. Alignment has been reestablished. Polling has begun again. And we are going off in the last heat of the boys 2v8s here. It is Andover lane 1, Brookline lane 2, Fairfield lane 3, St. Paul's lane 4, St. John's Prep lane 5, and Hanover here in lane 6. And it looks like all these boats have a clean start off the line. High and fast stroke rates. It looks like you got Andover and Fairfield Prep here are your early leaders, lanes 1 and 3, followed very, very closely by St. Paul's and Hanover, and then right back from them is Brookline and St. John's Prep. But it looks like we have Andover just a little bit ahead here of Fairfield, maybe a half length off that start. Fairfield not slipping too much, but these Andover boys, I mean, they are just rowing very gritty right now. Big hip opening, big catches. This is a determined crew here to win this heat. Fairfield is trying to keep that bow ball in connection with Andover, but they're getting pushed by St. Paul's to their left. Or I guess the coxswain's left and Brookline to the coxswain's right. St. Paul's bowman looking over at that Fairfield crew. He can smell it. He can smell blood. He's ready to go. But this Andover crew is about to be pushing for open water here. And you have Fairfield hanging on as St. Paul's is bringing it up behind them. As we come through this first 500-meter marker, it is still Andover and Fairfield in the qualifying spots. But St. Paul's making a furious push here on Fairfield. Just trying to get into those grand finals here this afternoon. Brookline right behind these two crews, Fairfield and St. Paul's, trying to keep their bow ball with the other two. On the off event, something happens. Always got to be ready to jump into that next spot. But these two crews, Fairfield and St. Paul's, are holding steady here. Looks like St. Paul's is just starting to break that Fairfield crew and get their bow ball ahead. Let's see if they can spin up a nice move here as we come into the last 700 or so meters of this race. But Andover is widening that gap on this field, and St. Paul's is starting to decide here they will not be held back anymore. They are starting to move on Fairfield. There goes St. Paul's. As Andover and St. Paul's storm into this last 500 with Fairfield and Brookline right behind them. We'll send it over to Kevin to finish up the last heat of the boys 2v8s.
Andover comfortably in the lead here, really laying it down for everyone else to take notice of. We have St. Paul's and Fairfield Prep absolutely crushing each other trying to get there. Absolutely working insanely hard trying to get that last spot. It's hard racing here in the second varsity. All of these guys have high aspirations to make the varsity, but they sure can make these boats go fast. Andover out in front, absolutely in front, clear as day. Really making their move, but it looks to be Fairfield Prep seems to have done the dirty work here alongside St. Paul's. St. Paul's looks to be up about half a length over the Fairfield Prep crew. And the men of Concord, New Hampshire sure are doing a good job. Long and low, laying down that power. Really gave themselves a lot of runway to put Fairfield to bed here as we come up on the red buoys of the last 250 meters. And Andover looking very comfortable in lane 1, really moving through. We have Brookline in lane 2. Seems to have mounted a big challenge into Fairfield Prep. But I think St. Paul's is far enough ahead that they're going to be able to hold on to that second qualifier spot for this afternoon's grand final. At the moment, it is Andover leading. St. Paul's in second. Fairfield Prep in third, with Brookline challenging for fourth. In fifth place, it looks to be Hanover, closely trailed by St. John's Prep of Danvers. But Andover's really laying it down. They haven't taken the rate up too much until this very moment. As St. Paul's started to reestablish contact, Andover kicks it back up and brings it back to open water. Fairfield Prep's answering the bell from Brookline, and they've managed to counter their charge and it looks like Fairfield Prep will hold on to that third place spot for this afternoon's petite final. But moving on to grands will be the crew from Andover and St. Paul's crew moving on to this afternoon's grand final, with Fairfield Prep and Brookline off to the petite, and St. John's Prep and Hanover closing out our field in 5th and 6th. Next up, girls first varsity fours, heat 1. Back to the start.
What are you going to do after the last race? Are you going to go down there? Or?
Yeah, I have to go do some interviews and do some footage.
Is the new, do you know if the boat guys, the new boat are going to be down there?
I have no idea. I don't know. I think everything is usually just
Oh, is it Mitch taking over you?
Yeah. Well, I was taking over for Mitch this morning.
And Mitch, okay.
Hold. Good. Now you're going to stern paired back. Bow pair, watch the angle of your blades. You guys are going to want to reverse the feathers. Stern paired back. And a little more pressure backing on 3C. 3C pushing a little bit harder.
But you don't need to come back.
Bow pair, just watching the angle of your blades. A little more pushing on starboard.
I'm going to drive over.
3 minutes.
Lanes 1, 2, and 3. Pull back 2 feet. Lanes 1, 2, and 3.
Good job, St. Mark's. Keep backing it down just like that.
Hold there, lane 3.
Lightly on 3, just a little more on 4, just a touch.
Pull back, lane 1 and 2.
Even
1
pressure,
foot.
stern.
Pull back, lane 1 and 2.
Excellent. 2 minutes.
Okay, lane 0, you can start moving to the starting line. Lanes 2, 3, and 4. Push out 1 foot. Lanes 1, 5, and 6, hold. Everybody hold on the course. Lane 0, move ahead. Lanes 1 through 6, hold. You're in a good position.
All boats sit easy for 1 second. Sit easy for 1 second. Coxswains, do your best to maintain your point.
So we are waiting here for the beginning of the girls' first fours heats. This first heat for this first four event is actually the first of 2 7-boat races for the day. So lane 0 on that very far side will be in use. Their starboard blades will not have a buoy line, unless I am mistaken, for lane 0. So a little tricky there, but they still have the port side buoys. But anyways, it's a Lime Old Lime in lane 0, NMH in lane 1, Groton in lane 2, Middlesex in lane 3, Hopkins in lane 4, St. Mark's in lane 5, and Canterbury in lane 6. The aligners are figuring out the alignment situation now. I believe lane 0 does not have a stake boat. So due to the fact that there's a little bit of a tailwind, they're going to have to get all the other boats, lanes 1 through 6, aligned, and then try to line up lane 0, and then very quickly kind of pull the cruise and get it going. So The umpires and aligners have their hands full with this one, but excited to see how it works out. And the aligners have instructed the crews to sit easy for just a minute here, so we will have a little bit of time before they start pulling these crews. It appears that the Old Lime boat for lane 0 is getting attended to by one of the referee launches. Not sure if that is an equipment fix. Maybe they're checking the rudder, it looks like, reaching under the boat to make sure the boat still has a skeg on it. Sometimes on Quinsigamond there can be little bits of debris that, you know, even on championship race day, can cost you a skeg or a rudder, so gotta make sure they check that before you head down the course. Aligners doing their best to keep the other boats in the line here at the stake boats. Looks like Old Lime has moved away from the referee launch, and they appear to be backing it towards the starting line now. So we should be getting things underway here in just a minute. All right. We have alignment.
Old Lime, Northfield, Mount Herman, Groton,
The long-awaited first heat of the girls' first four.
Canterbury. Attention.
Flag is up.
Go.
Flag is down. We are underway. Clean start for all boats here. Early leaders, tough to tell. Quite an even heat here. I'd say lane 2. That is Groton over there. Groton with a slight advantage over NMH. But then it's close for St. Mark's, Hopkins, and Middlesex. This is a close heat here to start. But Groton, I'd say, has gotten themselves out ahead. It looks like Old Lime, and Canterbury have fallen a bit behind, but these other 4 boats are quite even. I'd say maybe now St. Mark's pushing ahead into that second place spot. So it's Groton in lane 2, followed by St. Mark's in lane 5. Then it looks like we have NMH in lane 1. And then the real big race going to be between Hopkins and Middlesex here, lanes 3 and 4, dead even. But we have NMH NMH and St. Mark's really fighting it out for that second qualifying spot here. Groton seems to be pulling away. About a length up on the fields here. I'd say St. Mark's over... I'd say St. Mark's maybe by a seat over NMH. It's hard to tell. Very tight racing here. Middlesex and Hopkins right there. Not letting NMH or St. Mark's take even a beat off. Maybe it's NMH. It could be NMH. It could be St. Mark's. These two boats look quite even as we come through the first 500 marker here. Groton's up, no question about that. They're sitting at about a deck of open. It looks like NMH is making a move here. NMH, big power strokes here, opening those hips with some oomph to get themselves ahead of that St. Mark's boat. St. Mark's keeping themselves up on Middlesex. Hopkins right there. Interesting. So it looks like Groton is still up about a length on that NMH boat, but NMH is looking to push to about a length on this St. Mark's boat. Can St. Mark's respond? But we have Middlesex now. Middlesex pushing up behind St. Mark's. Can they make a move on NMH? Still sitting a little bit of open water between that Middlesex and NMH boat, and now there's a little bit of open water on that St. Mark's boat as well. And I'd say Middlesex now has taken a few seats on St. Mark's. The Middlesex coxswain looking over. And NMH now starting to make their move into Groton. Groton sending those finishes very long through the water, but right now your leaders are Groton and NMH. About a deck of open water back to Middlesex, and then about a half length back to St. Mark's. But we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to see through the first heat of these girls' first fours.
Two early leaders here, climbing the last 500 meters, and they are doing a great job using this tailwind to their advantage, really doing a good job of not upsetting the boat, letting the boat run underneath them and catching the boat as it comes by. Great direct blade work, particularly from that Groton crew, doing a really great job of staying efficient, letting the boat run out underneath them. But NMH and Groton are your early leaders. In third place, it looks to be Middlesex, followed by St. Mark's. St. Mark's could be possibly ahead of Middlesex, but it's hard to tell from this angle. But decidedly, Groton and NMH are doing their very best to claim their dominance and punch their ticket to the A final this afternoon. Groton's leading an early charge here, starting to wind that stroke rate up before the red buoys. 300 meters to go as NMH looks to respond. And NMH is ringing that bell. They're right here. NMH is bringing that rate up. Ooh, this is going to be a good fight all the way to the end. Ooh, I'm excited. Here comes Groton. Groton's taking a seat. Groton is likely 2 beats over the NMH crew. And there goes NMH. They're clicked in. Red buoys are here. Time to go. NMH up at a 37.5. But that Groton crew is moving. Groton has taken another seat. And another seat. Coxswain is sitting right on the rigger of that 2-seat. And Groton just found another gear. Groton's pulling, pardon me. NMH is pulling level with Groton. Last 5 strokes. NMH may have just taken their seat back, and it looks to be NMH will get the win. Followed closely right behind 1 seat by Groton. Followed by Middlesex in 3rd place with contact to the 2 leading crews. And bringing up 4th place looks to be St. Mark's and Hopkins. Followed by on the outside, Canterbury and Lime Old Lime. Crossing the line at just about the same time. Lime Old Lime crossing now, and Canterbury now. Next up, Heat 2 of the girls' first varsity 8s. Back to the start.
Or Greenwich, lane 5 Berkshire, and lane 6 NCDS. But right now, it appears as if it is Nobles. Nobles, and then you have a very tight race between Greenwich and CRLS, and BB&N are right there as well for that second qualifying spot. But right now, I'd give it to Greenwich. It's about Nobles, I'd say a half a length up maybe on Greenwich, followed by about a deck back to both CRLS and BB&N. Greenwich now is starting to push their bow ball up on this Nobles crew. This Nobles crew is rowing cool, calm, collected, but these Greenwich girls looking fierce. It's a big swing here, looking to stay in this qualifying spot here. CRLS started to fall ever so slightly behind BB&N. BB&N is really starting to make a move on this Greenwich crew. They're taking a seat a stroke here. It is Nobles taking it through the first 500, up about 3/4 of a length. I'd say Greenwich's bow ball is on Nobles' stroke seat. So about 3/4 of a length. Then to Greenwich, it's about a deck back to BB&N. Then about, I'd say 3/4 of a length back to that CRLS boat. Then from there, it's about a length back to lane 6 and CTS. And then maybe another half length back to Berkshire. But Nobles is hanging on to this lead. These margins between Nobles and Greenwich has not really changed. I'd say maybe another half seat in favor of Nobles, but you still got the Greenwich bow ball right on that Nobles stern deck. And just as we say that, Nobles is starting to dial it up. They're making a big 750 move here. Can Greenwich hang as BB&N starts to come up behind Greenwich here now? They're dialing it up. Will CRLS go with them? It's Nobles. And it looks like BB&N has just broken through that Greenwich bow ball for that second place spot. Can Greenwich come back into that qualification spot? We'll see. CRLS right with them, looking to move through that Greenwich crew as well. But now Greenwich is moving back up. It's Nobles, and then it is Greenwich and BB&N fighting it out as we send it over to Kevin to see who's going to get that second qualifying spot.
Pardon me. And last 500 meters here. Coming in, we have Nobles, CRLS, BB&N, Greenwich Academy, Berkshire, and Newton Country Day School. And Nobles, again, really laying down the gauntlet here, doing a great job out in front, as well as BB&N sitting in lane 3, also have their neck in the fight, doing a great job trying to solidify that final qualifying spot alongside the crew from Greenwich Academy. Greenwich Academy also out in front, doing great work here in this tailwind, staying efficient, keeping that bow out of the water. Now, as we cross these last 500 meters, there seems to be a little bit of an increase in wind. You know, the lake kind of opens up a little bit and increases its width, and that can kind of push the crews a little bit, cause a little bit of steering issues that you might be able to see from shore. But these coxswains are doing a great job of keeping their boats in their lanes, their crews steered forward, keeping their heads locked in on the fight ahead. But Greenwich Academy doing a great job. Looks like they might be just ahead of the crew from BB&N. It's going to be a dogfight here for this final qualifying spot. Nobles looking fairly strong. This is a much closer field than we've seen in some of these fours races between the top 3. But it is certainly Nobles out in front. Barring unforeseen, unfortunate circumstances, they should be able to qualify for this afternoon's grand final. But we have BB&N winding the rate up as the Greenwich Academy crew comes. Greenwich Academy rowing long, strong, and connected. BB&N taking their whacks at the water, trying to get that rate up, trying to answer the dinner bell here. But BB&N starting to come through Greenwich Academy. We'll see if Greenwich Academy's coxswains paying attention, can get that boat back up and moving. And it's BB&N putting the stake in it. Moving seat by seat, stroke by stroke. They just went from dead level to a 4's length open. Here they go. Stroke seat is sitting on bow ball of Greenwich Academy as BB&N punches their ticket to the grand final this afternoon. Nobles about a seat of open water ahead of BB&N as Nobles crosses the finish line. Now, followed by BB&N crossing the finish line. Now, Greenwich Academy crossing now. CRLS bringing it up into 4th place, punching their ticket to the petite final. And the final cruise will be Berkshire wrapping it up in 5th, with the Newton Country Day School finishing in 6th place. We'll now turn it over to our final heat of the girls' first varsity fours. Back to the start.
We won the women's U19 8. We won the varsity women's A.
We won the women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bout number 4 and ended up winning.
The official is polling the crews here. Second heat, excuse me, the 3rd heat of this girls' first varsity 4. Flag is up. Flag is down. We are off last heat of the girls' first varsity 4. Lane 1, Brooks. Lane 2, Windsor. Lane 3, Choate. Taft in lane 4. Gunn lane 5. And Brewster here in lane 6, closest to us. Your early leaders, it looks like, is Windsor there in lane 2 with the head of the Charles Bow number. Love to see that. And then a close tie for second. It's Brooks and Choate on either side of that Windsor crew. I'd say Choate with a slight lead over Brooks. Then back from Brooks, you have lane 4 here. Taft with just a half a length lead, I'd say, over Brewster. And then another half length back to Gunn. But Windsor right now, that coxswain is approaching the bow balls here, starting to get to about a half length up on these other crews. Brooks starting to get a little bit ahead of Choate here in lane 3. So it goes Windsor. It goes Brooks, and then Choate. Followed very, very closely by Taft in lane 4, about a quarter of a length back to them. But this Windsor boat, big explosion off the catch. You can see the power of that stroke seat just jumping off that footplate at the catch in this Windsor boat. Really good stuff there. Way to move a 4 for those Windsor girls. But they're sitting about half a length up on that Brooks boat right now. About a full length up on that Choate 4. I'd say Brooks still has a little bit of connection on that Choate boat, but they are definitely pushing to get open water here as we come through this first 500 marker. Windsor about 3/4 of a length up on that Brooks boat. And Brooks is just clawing to get that open water on Choate. They want it. They want it. They're really working that impulse as they swing through the mid-drive together. That Brooks boat is working for it here. Taft now making a little bit of a move on Choate, trying to sneak into that 3rd place position. But it's still Windsor with about a half length up here on Brooks. And then about another, I'd say, 1 length from Brooks to Choate. Maybe a little bit of open water, but Choate and Taft are in a dogfight right now for this 3rd place spot. And Brooks even is looking to make a move on Windsor now, but Windsor is starting to dial it up with this 750 move. Who will it be? Right now, it's Windsor and Brooks comfortably qualifying here for the grand final this afternoon. And Taft has gotten themselves a nice seat up here on Choate. Can Taft hold it? Can Windsor hold it? But as we get ready to come into the last 500 here, it's Windsor. That lead becoming smaller and smaller as we approach the final 500. It's Windsor, followed by Brooks. And then you have Choate and Taft in a dogfight here, but we'll send it over to Kevin for the last 500 meters final heat of the girls' first fours.
And last 500 meters here, we got Brooks and Windsor comfortably out in front, battling each other for those qualifying spots. It looks to me that those two crews will progress to our grand final this afternoon. But we have a great fight between Taft and Choate for the petite final. Those crews are battling it out. We pretty much have 3 races here, first and second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. It looks to me as if Windsor's making a good push into Brooks. Windsor seems to be up ahead, working hard, doing a good job staying efficient. I can see that bow staying out of the water as they just continue to let the boat run underneath them. And Windsor is really clicking in here as they cross into the last 500 meters and they approach the red buoys. Windsor looking extremely strong and better by the stroke. Rarely do you see a crew get better as they get more tired, but this Windsor crew seems to be very fit, very motivated, and very hungry to get their bow ball across the line first. But Brooks isn't letting them go. Brooks is taking the rate up. Brooks wants that high seed for their grand final appearance. And it's Brooks winding it up here, trying to check that Windsor advance. Make sure Windsor doesn't slip to open. But it looks to be Taft out in lane 4, poking their nose forward. It seems to have broken the Choate Rosemary and Hall School, and they're trying to press into the boat from Brooks. And Taft is moving. Taft is moving. Half a length down. Let's see if they have enough runway here to catch him at the line. But it's going to be Windsor finishing this race in the first place position. And Brooks has answered the call. Brooks has checked the advance of Taft. And Brooks is now moving back into the Windsor crew, reestablishing contact with the stern deck and punching their ticket into the A final. It is Taft and Choate rounding out our petite final appearance members. Doing a great job. Taft, 2 seats of open water ahead of the boat from Choate. And Brewster out in lane 6, 3 seats ahead of the boat from Frederick Gunn. And Brewster crossing now. Frederick Gunn crossing now. And we'll turn it over for the beginning of our first heat of the boys' first varsity fours. Back to the start.
Lane 3 and 4, come back 2 feet.
So just under a minute to go here. We are now starting the heats for the boys first varsity fours. So same thing as the previous events here. Top two boats qualify for grands. And then third and fourth place will qualify for petites. Umpires polling the crews now, but we have Bell Hill in lane 1, Choate lane 2, Berkshire lane 3, BB&N lane 4, Pomfret lane 5, and Berwick in lane 6. Flag is up for the first heat of the boys' first varsity fours, and we are underway. Clean start for all the boats here. Early leaders as we come through the breakage point. Oh, it is hard to tell. It is hard to tell here. It is Berkshire. It is Choate. It is Bell Hill. All three stroke for stroke. Maybe Choate with just a smidge of an advantage, but I wouldn't call it yet. All right. Looks like Choate maybe has one seat, but here comes Bell Hill taking that seat right back. And here comes Berkshire taking that seat right back. Oh, the race has been stopped. It looks like there has been breakage. All right, and it looks like the leaders are just now coming to a stop, but it appears that Pomfret, lane 5. Some frustration, some audible frustration here from the crews, understandably. Lane 5, Pomfret appears to have suffered some breakage that brought the race to a stop. So these crews will make their way off the course. Pomfret will row, I believe, into the DRC to get fixed up. We will continue onwards here with the heats, and I believe these fours will slot in after the next two. But
for now.
Hi, Mitch. I'm coming in.
Roll down, please.
Okay, and I'm just keeping it.
What happened to that race? Why did they start again?
Someone broke something.
Like really soon before they were in the 300, yards? Oh.
Like 150.
Like, was it like a major you could tell, or they stopped?
Someone wasn't rowing.
Yeah.
And they stopped.
Oh, Tom, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Johnny. So where do you guys need me? What's the instruction?
Once the race starts, just follow the boaters. They're all together. You can follow with them. If they're not, you can go in between. But right now, I think it's with the water's calm. I think you can stay with the front.
And how far off lane 6? Is it for lane 7 or farther?
I would like at least 20 feet.
Quick start. Attention. Go.
All right. So the restart of this heat, this boys' first heat has begun.
Perfect to go a little bit.
Catching up in the camera boat here, but this is a restart of the first heat that we just had. Lane 5 Pomfret had some breakage. They appear to be all set now, and we are off and running. The boys' first varsity 4 first heat. Early leaders, just from an eyeball perspective here with the launch angle, it's a little tough, but it looks like Berkshire is up with Bell Hill, and then it looks like it is Pomfret and Choate with BB and N vying for that second qualifying position as the launch angle starts to catch up here. Let's see. So it is certainly Bell Hill and Berkshire leading this pack right now. Then it looks like it is Choate, BB and N, and maybe Pomfret fighting for that third place position, but you have Bell Hill up about a half a length of open on Choate, and you have Berkshire just about a length. No open water yet on that same Choate boat. Bell Hill holding on here nice and long at that 34 and a half. really putting that meat into the backswing. You can see they're trying to move that shell the right way. Big mid-drive. Berkshire, stroke rate a little bit higher. Still holding that connection with that Bell Hill boat. And then about a length back from them, you have Choate and BB&N just stroke for stroke. Choate with maybe just a few inches advantage on this BB&N crew, but it's about another length back from these two shells to that Pomfret crew. So we're gonna send it to the tower for the last 500 meters as Bell Hill and Berkshire are your leaders, with Choate and BB&N following very closely behind. Over to Kevin.
And coming in toward the last 500 meters here, we have the first heat of the boys' first varsity fours. Unsure if there was breakage or some kind of false start situation that delayed racing, but here they come. And Belmont Hill out in front in the lead, doing a great job of showing why they're a consistent national contender and near a champion. Doing a really good job as they cross the 500 meters, just keeping their bow ball ahead, keeping the blades working, keeping the boat up on trim. And it looks to be from the tower, Berkshire is also doing a great job. Choate, Rosemary, and Hall School in lane 2 seems to have fallen off the pace. Not sure what happened there, but Berkshire is doing a great job trying to keep their nose in the fight and get that final qualifying spot for this afternoon's grand final. Would be great for Berkshire to get in that. But Belmont Hill looking very smooth, being very efficient. You know, those Belmont Hill guys do a lot of training, and especially for a team that doesn't have an organized fall, quite like some of the other teams do, they sure are able to get their guys rowing well, rowing hard, and hold themselves to a high standard. So, you know, Berkshire and Belmont Hill clearly out in front as our leaders. And it looks to me as if it is Choate and BB&N fighting it out for 3rd and 4th place. For my eye, it looks like Choate is probably half a length up on the crew from BB&N, but BB&N is charging. BB&N does have their stroke rate up, and it looks like they've begun sprinting early. But Belmont Hill looking long and loose, just letting the boat run underneath them, letting the red buoys tick by as they wait to cross that finish line and get into that A final this afternoon, looking to conserve what they can. But Berkshire is charging. Berkshire is trying to give Belmont Hill a scare here as they are pushed from behind by Choate and the crew from BB&N. BB&N and Choate are bow ball to bow ball. BB&N is using their sprint a little bit more efficiently than Choate, having a little bit more length and pop in the middle of the drive. BB&N bow ball, or stroke man, is on the bow ball of Choate. But Choate is starting to move. They will not have enough room to get that 3rd place position as Belmont Hill crosses the line in 1st place. Followed in short order by Berkshire now. BB&N crossing the line now. Choate now. Pomfret about 2 strokes from the line, crossing the finish line now. And our final crew in this first heat will be Berwick, a new entry to the Neira League this year. Congratulations on making Neiras. And last 3 strokes for Berwick, crossing line now. And back to the start for Heat 2 of the boys' first varsity fours.
Northfield, Mount Carmel.
The umpire is polling the crews for the second heat of the boys' first varsity four.
Attention.
Flag is up, flag is down. We have a clean start for all these crews. It is Nobles in lane 1, NMH lane 2, Middlesex lane 3, St. Mark's in lane 4, Gun in lane 5, and closest to us is CRLS. Your early leaders, it looks like we have Middlesex in lane 3 with that red Hudson poking out just ahead here of NMH and Nobles in lane 2 and 1. And then maybe a deck back to St. Mark's in lane 4 there, who are just about tied with CRLS here. So we'll see how these margins change as we come through this first 250, but Middlesex here making a statement. The bucket rig 4 looking speedy as ever, holding themselves up just about a deck here over that Far Nobles crew in lane 1. It is Middlesex. 35 and a half, 36, and then about a half length back to Nobles. And then from there, it is about another half length back to that NMH crew. Good. St. Mark's and NMH here, dueling it back and forth for that third place spot. But we do have Nobles here making a little bit of a push into this Middlesex 4. These Middlesex boys, I mean, what a moment for them. What a race they're putting together here so far in the first varsity 4. Some schools like St. Mark's and Nobles, some of those bigger programs, you know. This is a really great heat for these Middlesex boys, and they're still sitting 3/4 of a length up on this Nobles 4. A length of open water on the rest of the field for that Middlesex boat, but from Nobles, it's about a deck of open water back to NMH, and then from there, it is seat for seat between CRLS, NMH, and St. Mark's. I'd say NMH has the slight edge, with St. Mark's and CRLS a little bit closer, but right now it's looking like it's Middlesex and Nobles churning ahead of this pack. It is Middlesex and Nobles. As we come into the last 500 meters here, Middlesex continuing to open that gap. Nobles right with them, followed by NMH, St. Mark's, and CRLS. And we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to take this one home.
Northfield Mount Herman, Middlesex, St. Mark's, Frederick Gunn, and CRLS. And these crews sure are working hard. Early lead, or coming to the last 500, looks to be Nobles and Middlesex doing a great job keeping their bows up ahead. Middlesex been having a great regatta so far, as has Nobles. Looks to me from here, NMH is just a little bit off the pace, not quite in that qualifying position, battling it out with that crew from St. Mark's in lane 4, as well as the crew CRLS out in lane 6. And Nobles doing a good job having to have this nice fight versus Middlesex. Hopefully they don't gas themselves too much for the grand final this afternoon, but they're going to have their hands full with this Middlesex 4. They sure are working hard. They know they're in the seed where it projects them to make the petite final, and they don't believe that's where they belong. They are working, they are hungry, and they are pushing the boat forward. We're about 15-20 strokes away from the red buoys here for our two leading crews, Nobles and Middlesex, and both those crews are looking very strong, very poised, and looks like they're going to have to sprint to decide who wants that top seed in this afternoon's grand final. And NMH seems to have secured that third place position away from the hands of St. Mark's, and they're putting them to bed. But CRLS is still on the outside fighting, still trying to fight, stay in contention, just ahead of St. Mark's and trying to fight. Ooh, Middlesex. Middlesex is putting down the hammer. They're putting the work in. They want it. They're sprinting, and they're winding that thing up. Let's see if that coxswain has noticed from the Nobles crew. Middlesex is moving. Middlesex has 3 seats advantage over the crew from Nobles. And here goes Nobles. Nobles is charging. Nobles has wound it up and responded. Middlesex is still leading by 3 seats, but wow, here we go. They're pulling level. Nobles is pulling level here at the line through Middlesex with this massive sprint. And I'm not going to be able to call this one. It looks like it was just Nobles by a seat at the line, followed by the crew from Middlesex, followed by Northfield Mount Herman in third. And St. Mark's and CRLS finish almost bow ball to bow ball with Gunn crossing the finish line now. And we'll switch it back to the start for our final heat of the boys' first varsity 4s.
Here, excuse me, the last heat here of the boys' first varsity 4s. Lane 1 is Brooks. Lane 2, Groton. Lane 3, Lime Old Lime. Lane 4, Hopkins. Lane 5, Taft. And lane 6, Middletown. And these crews are off in the final heat of the first varsity 4 on the boys' side. Looks like a clean start for all crews here. You can hear that coxswain from Middletown right here in the headset calling that loud Big Ten. But your early leaders here are going to be Lime Old Lime in lane 3 off the start. And then right with them is Groton, and then just a seat back is Brooks over there in lane 1. But Groton now appears to be pushing through this Lime Old Lime crew. It is Groton holding about a deck lead over the next 2 crews here. Groton surrounded here by Brooks and Lime Old Lime. 3 fast crews going after it. You start to see this Groton crew slipping just a little bit to this Brooks team. These Brooks boys are throwing it back. They're trying to get every inch possible they can that they slipped off that start. Lime Old Lime staying right with them. That bow ball starting to slip back a little bit for Lime Old Lime, but still very much in contention here. Again, top 2 boats are going to qualify for grand finals out of this heat. But it is Groton and it is Brooks. Inch for inch, pound for pound here. These lads do not want to give an inch to anyone on the other side of that boat. Heads are straight forward. They can feel the other boat right there. They don't have to look. As Brooks is starting to pull ahead of Groton a little bit, who is starting to pull ahead of Lime Old Lime. In the back here, it looks like we have Hopkins with just a slight advantage over Taft and Middletown for that 4th place spot. But right now, it is Brooks. It is Brooks pushing half a length with that bucket-rigged 4 ahead of Groton. And Groton is pushing just about to a length over Lime Old Lime. So this field is starting to widen up a little bit. And it is Brooks. Are we surprised? The bucket rig, fastest way to row a 4. These boys are moving it. These boats are starting to take a little move here at the 750. You can see these Groton boys are really trying to swing back into that Brooks boat. Will they have enough? Lime Old Lime trying to hold connection with that Groton boat, but right now it's looking like Brooks has it. We still got a ways to go. Groton holding connection furiously with this Brooks boat. They will not let it slip. But as we come into the last 500 meters here, it's Brooks with about a length back to Groton, and then a little bit of open water back to Lime Old Lime, and we'll send it over to Kevin to bring this one home.
Seems to be kicking up a little bit, and these boats seem to be flying toward the finish line faster than previously. The crews from Brooks and Groton are certainly showing their desire and willpower and all the fitness and training they've been working on all fall, all winter, all spring. But it seems to be Brooks firmly establishing itself as your race leader, followed by Groton School, Lime Old Lime, and then back to Hopkins and Tafts and Middletown. Middletown's pushing hard on that outside lane in lane 6, trying to keep their nose up ahead of that crew right beside them from Taft. But Brooks is absolutely crushing it right here. Really some big guys in that boat, swinging hard, showing their symmetry and their chemistry here. And it's got to be Groton responding from this charge from Lime Old Lime. It seems as if they have. If I was that coxswain, I wouldn't leave it the chance. I'd wind that right up here at the red buoys and make sure we put them away. And it is Groton marching away from Lime Old Lime, trying to eat back into that Brooks lead as Brooks is just swinging long, swinging in control, and just letting that boat work for them as they inch their way toward the finish line and punch it into the A final later this afternoon. It is Groton, at least 1 seat, possibly 2 seats of open water ahead of the crew from Lime Old Lime. Lime Old Lime, a full 4's length back to our next crews of Hopkins and Middletown. Middletown, 2 seats back from the crew from Hopkins, with Taft finishing up in 6th, just in contact with those 4th and 5th place crews. And Groton opening it up here on Lime Old Lime, about half a length of open water. Rowing a little bit shorter than the crew from Brooks in this tailwind, but seems to have gotten the job done enough for them to make it into the A final. And Brooks crossing the line now, followed closely by Lime Old Lime now. Hopkins finishing in 4th place, just ahead of the crew from Middletown, crossing now, with Taft closing it up in 6th. That'll conclude the boys' 4s. We'll now move into the girls' first 8s. Back to the start.
Lane 2, come back. 2 feet.
All right. We are just a couple minutes out here from second to last set of heats for the morning. We are getting ready to watch the girls' first varsity 8s heats. This first upcoming heat here is going to be our second 7-boat race of the morning. So lane 0 should be occupied. But the breakdown is lane 0, Tabor. Lane 1, Deerfield. Lane 2, Andover. Lane 3, Hanover. Lane 4, Sacred Heart. Lane 5, Bedford. And lane 6, in the red VHP closest to us, is Hingham. Hingham is just now backing into their stake boat. Should be the last boat here to be getting set up. We just got the 2-minute warning from the umpire, but same as with the first heat in the girls' first 4 that had lane 0 filled. There will be no stake boat here, so the umpires are going to do their best to guide this crew, giving commands like having bow pair row or back, whatever it may be. But there's no one holding these boats in place in lane 0. So.
They cannot hear you.
Umpire is riffing with the aligner, telling the aligner the megaphone is a little too quiet, but just waiting for this.
Keep back in Tabor until you're back in your lane. I see that you're right on that red buoy. A little more pressure on 7 seats to back, and that will bring your stern around into the middle of the lane. Have 5 seats join in, 5 seats back join in, and then have 6 seats join in, stern 4 to back, Tabor. Yep. Weighing up, ports to back, starboards to row by hand. All 8 ports to back, starboards to row by hand.
Few hands up here from the coxswains, just indicating that they're adjusting their final points down the course here. And the umpire is still working on aligning that lane 0 crew. Always tricky with the tailwind. You think you have it, and then you drift forward and add another inch, and got to restart from scratch.
Lane 0, stern pair, back 1 stroke.
The unfortunate thing with this too is that once they have it aligned, given the wind, there's a chance that they blow out of alignment while they're pulling the 7 crews. It takes a couple seconds to get through that list.
You need to add 6 in. 6 into back.
The aligners have indicated that all of the stake boat lanes are aligned. And they're just now trying to precisely get lane 0.
One more light stroke bow. Bow pair, 1 light stroke. Cox, did you have your point? This will be a quick start.
Oh, they're going with a quick start for the first heat of the girls' first varsity 8. And they are off this quick start. Tabor lane 0, Deerfield, Andover, Hanover, Sacred Heart, Bedford, and Hingham. A fast start off the line here for these girls. It looks like lanes 1 and 2 are out early here. That would be Deerfield and Andover with a big push. You have Hanover right behind them, followed very closely by Sacred Heart in lane 4. Then it's Tabor in lane 0 and Bedford in lane 5 in that Tufts blue colored boat. And then Hingham not far behind in lane 6 here. But it is Deerfield in lane 1 yet again. Another Deerfield boat jumping out to an early lead here. Both sides of this Deerfield team just having a great morning. But then you have Andover right there with them. I got Andover's bow ball right between the bow and 2 seat of Deerfield. So this is a very close heat with lane 3, Hanover, about half a length down on that Andover crew. This is a fast heat for these girls, this first varsity 8. We have still Deerfield about a deck and a seat up on that Andover crew. That Andover crew and Deerfield are starting to move on this Hanover crew. These top 2 8s are starting to pull away now. Hanover dropping back a little bit, starting to get nice and close to that Sacred Heart crew in lane 4. But we still have Bedford in lane 5 pushing that Sacred Heart crew in lane 4. And Tabor and Hanover with a dogfight, trying to stay out of that last place position here, lanes 0 and 6. But it is still Deerfield taking a few more seats from when we crossed that first 500 marker. It is Deerfield by about half a length now back to Andover. And Andover is sitting at about 1 length, maybe open water on that Hanover boat. What a fast heat here. That Andover coxswain is looking over at Hanover. She wants the bow ball. She's telling her crew, we need more. We got to make a move here. But this Deerfield crew is starting to dial it up here. Nice 750 move for them on the power. Nice piece here by this Deerfield crew. This Andover boat is starting to turn it up here. Starting to crank that rate up, trying to get anything they can on that Deerfield crew. But so far, your 2 qualifying crews, it looks like it is Deerfield and Andover as we approach this last 500 here, followed closely by Hanover, and then right back to Sacred Heart. But as we get into the last 500, we'll send it over to Kevin to take us to the finish line.
For the entire field, so far Deerfield 8s have been doing a great job. Andover as well, right in the mix, trying to keep their bow ball ahead as the crews behind them push forward and try to challenge for the final qualifying spot. Hanover, Sacred Heart, and Bedford are in contention, fighting with one another. Bedford's doing a great job in that outside lane, lane 5, all day today. These Bedford crews have just been lights out, doing a great job, doing well above their seating. With the Hingham crew just off the pace out the back. Tabor as well, out the back, kind of battling with the crew from Hingham as Deerfield marches toward the red buoys, well ahead of everyone else. Andover is relatively close, but something crazy would have to happen for them to close this distance. That Deerfield crew looks very sharp. You know, these athletes are the top of their program, and these Neira schools are among the top in the country, so we expect a very high quality of racing here, but this is some excellent racing and competition by these crews, very well executed, as Andover fights hard to maintain contact with his Deerfield 8, as they just march down the field, taking red buoy right by red buoy as they come by. Counting down the strokes, pushing that end-over bow ball further and further back as the Bedford crew and the crew from Hanover fight tooth and nail. But it is Deerfield marching away. Very strong showing by these Deerfield crews. Moving out inch by inch every stroke, even with this sprint, as Andover winds up for their classic sprint. And Hanover and Bedford, stroke for stroke. I give Bedford a one-seat advantage as we come into the last couple strokes here. Hanover's answering, Hanover is marching, and Hanover's pulled level and taken a seat. And our two qualifying crews will be Deerfield and Andover, with Hanover and Bedford having one of the races of the day. Tabor and Sacred Heart just crossed the line. Tabor just ahead of Sacred Heart, probably 2 to 3 seats, with the crew from Hingham bringing up the line here. Excellent racing by those crews. We'll move back to the start for our second heat of the girls' first varsity 8.
So we are awaiting the second heat of the girls' first varsity 8s. Lane 1, St. Paul's. Lane 2, Kent. Lane 3, Duxbury. Lane 4, Hotchkiss. Lane 5, Glastonbury. And lane 6, Stonington. Should be a fast one here. Aligners are issuing their commands.
Duxbury, you're going to want your bow seat to tap and your 2 seats back.
Lane 2, back up.
Good.
2 feet. Lane 5, back up a foot.
Duxbury, bow seat, light tap.
The aligners have raised the flag, indicating that these crews are indeed aligned.
This will be a quick start.
And we are going with a quick start again for the second heat here. And this second heat of the girls 1v8 is off. Looks like a clean start across the board. St. Paul's jumping out to an early lead. St. Paul's and Kent. It is St. Paul's and Kent commandingly off the start here. St. Paul's with a deck over Kent, and Kent with a half length on the field. Good first 100 meters by those ladies. Solid start in the field here. Everyone with the high stroke rates. A lot of power here. But it is St. Paul's with about pushing to a half length here on Kent in the first 250. And Kent with a half length up on the next closest boat, which looks like is Duxbury in lane 3. And then right behind them is Hotchkiss, lane 4. And then right behind them, Glastonbury, lane 5. And you guessed it, right behind them, lane 6, Stonington. So this race playing out just as the lane seating predicted. 1 through 6 in order. Still, St. Paul is about a half length up on this Kent crew here. And Kent trying to push to a length on this Duxbury boat, but Duxbury holding tight here, not letting that bow ball slip too far back. And now even trying to make a move, Duxbury. Push that bow ball as far up that Kent boat as they can. They know it's only 2 boats to qualify for Grants here, so they're gonna have to give that grand final effort. That's what it takes to beat a Kent crew. As we are through the first 500 meters here, it is still St. Paul's. Trying to lengthen up to a full length on Kent. I'd say sitting about 6 seats up right now, maybe 5. But it is St. Paul's over Kent. Kent is really trying to push that Duxbury boat back. They're taking a big move at the 750 here. Kent with just about a length. Can they break open water on that Duxbury crew? Duxbury sitting about a length up here on Hotchkiss, and Hotchkiss about a half a length, maybe a little bit less on Glastonbury, and then about a length back to Stonington. But St. Paul's and Kent have now broken open water from the rest of the field. These Kent girls have buckled down and have opened water up on these Duxbury ladies. But St. Paul's moving hard, moving big, trying to stay ahead of this Kent crew, who has bumped it up to about a half a length lead here. But as we approach the last 500, it is St. Paul's, and then about a half length back to Kent, and then it is open water to the rest of the field. But we'll throw it over to Kevin to see how this second heat for the girls 1v8 wraps up.
And the last 500 meters here, quickly approaching. St. Paul's and Kent are clearly leading the field as your 2 crews that will likely move on to qualify for the A final this afternoon. Kent and St. Paul's clearly showing their pedigree once again. St. Paul's looking very long, very in control, and looking like they have another gear to go. Very excited to see how they go this afternoon. But just pushing that Kent crew back through efficiency and work in the water. That's St. Paul's crew is a joy to watch row, I'll tell you what. Kent's working hard. We have a little 3-boat grouping here in the middle between Duxbury, Hotchkiss, and Glastonbury that are pushing each other down the course, that are likely threatening Kent and just making them want to push a little bit harder, make sure that they keep their place. And Kent is starting to eat into the St. Paul's crew. Has St. Paul's left it just a little bit too lackadaisical, while these girls from Kent are just hungry and motivated by the crews behind them. Let's see if this St. Paul's crew can catch what's happening on our left side. And wow, what a charge from Kent. You always have to watch out for Kent, I tell you. They're always in the hunt. Kent pulling alongside St. Paul's, threatening to take this top crew, top qualifying place away from St. Paul's. And it is Kent, a seat lead, 2 seats lead over the St. Paul's crew coming into the final strokes. And St. Paul's has countered. St. Paul's is moving back away as they saved it for the end. Turned their sprint on for the last 150 meters. And St. Paul's is marching back away from Kent. St. Paul's 3 seats over Kent. And St. Paul's crossing the line now, followed by Kent now. Duxbury cleaning up the field here, finishing up in 3rd place. Just ahead of the Hotchkiss School. Followed closely behind by the boat from Glastonbury. And bringing up the rear here, we have the crew from Stonington, Connecticut. 2 strokes from the line. And that'll conclude our second heat. Go back to the start for our 3rd heat of the girls' first varsity 8.
All right. We are awaiting the final heat for the girls' first varsity 8. Aligners are just putting their final touches on here. We have lane 1, Exeter. Lane 2, Boston Latin. Lane 3, East Lyme. Lane 4, Brookline. Lane 5, Hometown Heroes, Shrewsbury. And lane 6, Simsbury, who I know has raced on this course several times already this year, but should be an exciting heat here. A lot of these crews have seen each other before. We'll see if the umpires are going to follow the quick start format that we have been seeing here for these girls' heats, these first varsity 8 girls' heats. Tailwind has picked up a little bit, probably looking at 7 to 9 mile an hour, just straight tailwind, no cross direction here, thank God.
This will be a quick start.
And the umpire has indicated they will be running a quick start. Flag is up. Flag is down, and we are off here in the final heat of the girls 1v8. Screaming speed off the start here for these girls. This is a good start. Clean strokes off the beginning. Looks like we've made it through the breakage point. Your early leader here is Boston Latin in lane 2. Running at 39 and a half, even a 40 right now with that Boston Latin school. And then it's almost too close to tell for second place. You have Exeter, and it appears, is that Brookline in lane 4? Yeah, Brookline in lane 4. So right now it is Exeter squeaking out ahead of Boston Latin. Right behind them are the girls from Brookline, followed very closely by East Lyme over there in lane 3. Shrewsbury and Simsbury in lanes 5 and 6 here, duking it out. But it looks like Exeter has inched themselves out just ahead. Well, that's a bit of an understatement. They're kind of walking through this this Boston Latin school now. They're moving it up to about half a length here. This Exeter crew has, they are just working like a freight train right now. They are really going for high speed, low acceleration. They are moving. Every stroke, this Exeter crew is taking another seat. My, oh my, some power coming out of these girls. This is a good piece for them. Boston Latin here, keeping themselves in this second place position, but you have Brookline pushing them aggressively, trying to get that bow ball up ahead. This is a good heat we got working here. These Exeter girls are just yamming it. They are opening these hips with some power, trying to get the coxswain past that bow ball. Boston Latin can feel it though. They do not want to let that open water get ahead of them. They want to stay in connection with this Exeter crew. And they're sitting about half a length up on these Brookline athletes here. And Brookline is holding that margin back to East Lyme in lane 3. Believe I just heard the Brookline coxswain call bow ball on East Lyme. Love a little bit of competitive spirit here by these coxswains. But these Exeter girls have opened water here on this Boston Latin crew. But Boston Latin right now, very, very much making a case to get into the grand final this afternoon. Brookline, if they have anything to say about it, will not let that happen. These two Charles River crews furiously storming into this last 500 here, but it is Exeter with about a deck of open water back to Boston Latin, sitting about a half length up on these girls from Brookline. And we'll send it over to Kevin to see who can get this second grand final spot this afternoon.
Latin charging as well, but the crew from Brookline doing a fine job out there in lane 4, really poking their head up and trying to battle their boathouse brothers from Boston Latin. But so far, things are really shaping up to be an exciting race here. Very exciting race between these two crews who see each other every day on the dock, on the water, get to come out here and battle each other for a place in the grand final. Absolutely exciting stuff. Brookline and Boston Latin seem to be the race of a day right here. Exeter is charging hard. They look to be in a comfortable position to take their win in this heat and set themselves up in a good position for this afternoon's grand final. But Brookline and Boston Latin are sure working hard, trying to challenge them, pushing each other down the course and keeping each other honest. The crew from East Lyme as well in lane 3 is doing a pretty good job, battling fairly hard with the crew from Shrewsbury and the crew from Simsbury. But it is Exeter, Boston Latin, and Brookline separating themselves from the rest, with Exeter just a tier above them all. Moving down the course, just entering the red buoys now, keeping it long and loose, seeing how much energy they can conserve. But that Exeter coxswain better take a look over her left shoulder, because Boston Latin and Brookline are pushing each other harder and harder down the course and eating into that Exeter advantage. But Exeter is responding. They will hold, but Brookline is charging on the outside from Boston Latin. Boston Latin, I see that 3-seat looking out to her right, trying to see where Brookline is. Boston Latin has responded very well to the Brookline charge, and it looks as if they'll hold them through the line to get another Boston Latin school in this afternoon's grand final. Very well done to them. But Exeter charging through the line, looking very flat, very efficient, very in control of this race. Exeter cross now, with Boston Latin securing the final spot in this afternoon's grand final. Great charge by Brookline. Great work by those athletes. Finishing up in 3rd place, keeping Brookline or Boston Latin honest the whole way down. With East Lyme finishing in 4th, and a very tight race between Shrewsbury and Simsbury at the line. Next up is the first heat of the boys' first varsity 8s. Back to the start.
We are a little over a minute away here from the first heat of the boys' first varsity 8. This will be the same format as the other 3 heat events. First 2 to grand final, next 2 to petite. For this race, it'll be Salisbury in lane 1, Kent in lane 2, Brookline in lane 3, BC High in lane 4, Hingham in lane 5, and Hotchkiss in lane 6. This should be, I mean, all 3 of these heats should be incredibly fast, fun to watch, good racing. So we will see. The umpires polling the crews now. Flag is up. Flag is down, and we are off in the boys 1v8s. First heat of the day here for these fellas. These strokes are high and fast and strong off the line. It is Salisbury climbing out to an early lead by about a deck, and you have Kent and BC High right there, followed by Brookline and Hingham. But it is Salisbury. It is Salisbury pushing hard here, taking a few inches every stroke. We have all these boats up at a 39, 40 plus. And Salisbury somehow finding a way to jump out half a length off these first strokes here. It is Salisbury, followed very closely by BC High. And then hard to tell between BC High and Kent here, but lanes 2 and 4, Kent and BC High duking it out. It looks like lane 2 has just gotten their bow ball up just a smidge here. So as it stands, it is Salisbury, about half a length back to Kent, about a deck and a seat back to BC High, about a half a length back from there to Brookline, who are just about even with Hingham, and then another half a length back to Hotchkiss. These Salisbury boys have settled it down to about a 35, 36, keeping that rate nice and high for them. Kent a little bit lower, maybe 34, 35 right next to him, but this field is starting to open up. We got Salisbury leaders by about half a length through the first 500. Kent trying to push them, but Salisbury is starting to make a move here and push these Kent boys back just a little bit. But you have Kent trying to get a length up here on this BC High boat. Who will go? The Brookline coxswain taking a look over at BC High, these Charles River rivals, trying to get that bow ball and that Resolute as close as you can to that BC High 8. But we have Kent just pulling away from this BC High boat, making it impossible for them here. Salisbury having no problem at all, staying long, staying strong. Those catches are sharp, clean, and together. Good hook by those Salisbury fellas. And Kent just with that unmistakable Kent power here, holding down that second qualifying spot, followed about a deck of open water by BC High. But as we approach the last 500, it is Salisbury up about half a length on this Kent 8, and then it is open water back to BC High and Brookline. But we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to see if these Kent boys can pull off something special. But right now it's Salisbury and Kent. Over to you in the tower, Kevin.
And coming to the last 500 here, it's Salisbury once again for the nth time this season, leading the rest of the field. Salisbury's had quite the season so far, winning every single one of their races throughout the entire dueling season. But it is Kent on lane 2 trying to challenge them to take that crown away, and is shortly followed by the rest of the field, with Brookline, BC High, Hingham, and Hotchkiss. But this Salisbury crew sure is looking very strong. They're very well connected, they're swinging well, they have a lot of length, and they're really moving well through this wind, trying to keep that boat speed up. But Kent is not making it easy on them. Kent knows what they have to do. They're very well coached, very well trained, and they know what they have to do to get their bow ball ahead, and they're going for it. Yeah, Kent's not just trying to qualify, they're trying to take it. Coxswain's taking it up. Here goes Kent. Can Salisbury hold him? Salisbury looking long and good. Griffin Fitzpatrick in that 6C to Salisbury, really swinging, connecting it all together. Look at that Salisbury boat. Here we go. Moving away from Kent. Stepping every stroke, taking inch by inch. Yeah, looking good. Great job by Kent here. Really responding to that charge and not letting him go. BC High has settled into the 3rd place, breaking through the charge from our competitors of Hingham and Brookline, with the crew from Hotchkiss just out the back, holding on to contact from Brookline for dear life. But it is Salisbury with the win in the heat. Coxswain on the bowman of Kent as they cross the line, with BC High punching their ticket into the petite final, followed closely by the crew from Hingham in 4th, Brookline in 5th, and Hotchkiss crossing the line now in 6th. Next up is our second heat of the boys' first varsity 8s. Back to Johnny at the start.
I like making somebody else's vision come true. If I believe in it enough, I'll die for it.
That's how I went to Jimmy's. I was like a diehard. I was a great assistant. I learned that since beginning. I was a great assistant.
Yeah.
I push it, can't stand it. I'm just curious. Like people always say I want to go be like, well, I can be a coach, but there's something special as long as you get paid well.
Yeah.
The environment's nice.
Yep. I
It's about the grind of being assistant.
Yeah. I believe in winning. My philosophy is winning. So, however that's done, I don't care. But that's why I like referring to somebody else.
So we are at the start line here for the second heat. The boys' first varsity 8. It's lane 1, Brunswick in the Empacher on the far side. Lane 2, Exeter. Lane 3, Andover. St. John's Prep in lane 4. Hanover in lane 5. And Hometown Heroes, Shrewsbury in lane 6. The aligners are putting their finishing touches here on this field. The alignment flag has been raised. Oh. Small adjustments here. All the athletes appear to be locked in at the catch here.
Brunswick.
The umpire has begun the poll here.
Andover. St. John's Prep. Hanover. Shrewsbury. Attention.
Flags up.
Go.
Flag is down. You can hear the roar of the Coxsons. My goodness, that was loud. Fast heat here. Brunswick, Andover, and Exeter, it appears. Shrewsbury has their bow ball up here. But it is Brunswick, the early leader, with Andover right there ahead of Exeter. Brunswick and Andover continuing to pull away from the field here. Exeter started to take a few of those seats back that they lost. We have St. John's Prep, Hanover, and Shrewsbury just about bow ball for bow ball in the back of the field here. But wow, those Brunswick boys getting up, staying long, getting all the way around that pin at this high rate here. Clock in, see what they're going at. Brunswick sitting at a 38, 39 even. As these crews start to settle in here to their race pace. It is still Brunswick and Andover. Man, this one's gonna be a bloodbath between these three crews here. We'll see what happens on the settle if Exeter can keep their bow ball up in it, but it is Andover now pushing their bow ball up ahead of Brunswick even. My goodness. All three of these crews are sitting around a 39 or a 40 right now. None of these crews are going to settle this rate. This is going to be a bloodbath. These Coxsons are all looking across at each other. They can sense it. They know what's coming down the line here. Right now, it's Brunswick by just about a hair. Like a deck maybe. But Andover is right there, and then even closer of a margin behind Andover is Exeter. But it is Brunswick in first, it is Andover in second, and then ever so slightly behind them, it is Exeter. These three boats have buttoned it up. They strapped their boots. They are ready to go today. The rates are high. The strokes are strong. These fellas are not relenting here. Brunswick staying nice and clean on these catches. All three of these boats, despite having this pressure next to them, rowing very clean. But as we get ready to send it off to the tower here, it is Brunswick, followed by Andover, followed very closely by Exeter. And we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to see how this one turns out.
St. John's Prep, Hanover, and Shrewsbury off the pace, but very strong showing from these top three crews of Brunswick, Andover, and Exeter in that order at the moment. Andover is asserting itself out of lane 3, trying to row ahead of their seed, and keep Exeter back as those boys from Exeter, big guys in that boat, try to charge and find connection in this tailwind. Brunswick looking very sharp, very coherent as they come through, but Exeter is starting to step forward. Andover is working very hard. One thing I know from racing Andover about 10 years ago is they always have a sprint ready. They always got to keep an eye out for those boys from Andover. And Brunswick is doing a good job here fighting off this battle, but that coxswain's going to have to keep their wits about them. Andover and Exeter have pushed themselves further ahead into the Brunswick lead. As we come into the red buoys here, it's going to be anyone's race as to who goes to grand final. We have 3 boats in contention, and 2 will make the grand. But it is Brunswick and Andover, with Andover absolutely laying down the gauntlet for Brunswick and Exeter. Andover stepping forward, holding the lead as we move through the red buoys. Exeter is rowing through Brunswick. Brunswick still holding the rate down low. We'll see if that coxswain knows how to respond. And here goes Brunswick. Brunswick has answered the challenge and stepped seat by seat away from Exeter, sending Exeter into the petite final this afternoon. But it is Andover out in front, out of lane 3, with the win. Brunswick just answering in time for that Exeter crew, but Exeter's not letting it go easy. It will be Andover into the grand final, followed by Brunswick. Exeter just missing out on the grand final. Bringing up next will be Hanover moving on to our petite final this afternoon, with St. John's Prep trying to maintain contact across the line. And the crew from Shrewsbury, hometown crew, rowing across the line. Now, next up is our final heat of the afternoon, boys' first varsity 8s. Back to the start.
One more.
This is the last race here.
Deerfield, St. Paul.
We are getting ready to go here in the third heat of the boys' first varsity 8, last race of the morning here. And they are off. Should be a fast heat here. We have Deerfield, St. Paul's, Fairfield Prep, St. John's High School, Tabor, and Duxbury here in this heat. A lot of red across this field, that's for sure. And as this race gets underway here, your early leaders are going to be Deerfield and St. Paul's. Based on the way all the Deerfield boats have been rowing this morning, it is not surprising to see this Deerfield 8 leading this heat. It has been an incredible morning for that program. But after Deerfield, it drops back about half a deck to St. Paul's. Then from there, about half a length to Fairfield Prep. And then it drops back about 3/4 of a length to St. John's and Hingham. It is Deerfield holding that just half a deck, almost a full deck lead over St. Paul's, but St. Paul's not giving up, not giving an inch here, gritting their teeth and getting ready to dig in for this last heat of the day. The last two boats to earn their spot in a grand final for 2023 Neira's. Who will it be? Deerfield starting to push from a little bit, almost a deck, increasing that lead to a full deck and growing slowly but surely. St. Paul's doing everything in their power to try to finish this race first, see if they can keep getting that bow ball up, but Deerfield is just too long, too strong around that front end. St. Paul's and Deerfield here, really duking it out. Fairfield Prep in a little bit of a field of their own, back in that third place spot, kind of coasting here. I mean, they could get a thunderous sprint going to get that second place spot, but as of right now, it's looking like the last two grand finals boats are going to be Deerfield and St. Paul's. A lot of race left though. We'll see who can sprint, find themselves up here in the last 750 of this race. But it's Deerfield. It is St. Paul's slipping back a little bit now, a deck and 2 seats, and then about a length of open back to Fairfield. And we'll send it back to Kevin to see who's going to earn these last two grand final spots. We'll take it away, Kevin.
Barn burner, another great competitive race between these crews here. So from left to right, closest to you to farthest to you, we have Deerfield, St. Paul's, Fairfield Prep, St. John's, Tabor, and Duxbury. And Deerfield and St. Paul's are decidedly ahead of the rest of the field. They are moving well out ahead. They have open water as they cross the 500-meter buoys. And Deerfield and St. Paul's are working very well off of each other. I'd give the advantage to Deerfield as we come through the line, but St. Paul's certainly is going nowhere and will give them a firm charge all the way down. Fairfield Prep is battling over there on the outside with Tabor and St. John's. St. John's looks to be in 5th place as Tabor slides up into 4th, possibly 3rd place, with Duxbury out the back. Deerfield moving through St. Paul's now as they snip the finish line, really cranking that up. They got a lot of horsepower in that Deerfield boat, a lot of high pedigree, a lot of D1 commits, a lot of people that take the sport very seriously, and this right here shows it. St. Paul's doing their very best to assert dominance over the rest of the field, but this Deerfield crew is going to be very, very hard to reel in. And St. Paul's just starting to drop back off the pace just a little bit from Deerfield as Deerfield winds it up. Deerfield sitting at a 38, taking their steps through their progression, winding that thing up. St. Paul's still down low. They look to be rigged a little bit heavy. I'm clocking St. Paul's at a 31 inside of the red buoys. Bit of an interesting call there by that coxswain as Deerfield has went from a couple seats up to now open water over St. Paul's. St. Paul's likely conserving it for this afternoon's grand final. Fairfield Prep battling it out with Tabor. Tabor half a length down on Fairfield Prep. St. John's half a length down on Tabor, with Duxbury a length of open water back to those 3 trailing crews. And our pack crossing the line now, it will be Deerfield with the win. Duxbury crossing the line now, and that will conclude our morning heats. We'll see you again in an hour.
coming out that is rowing to not doing that, but start the girls' 4th 4 grand final. Looks like we are off here. It is Windsor in the far lane, lane 1, Choate in lane 2, Middlesex in lane 3, Brooks in lane 4, BB&N in lane 5, and NMH in lane 6, closest to us here. So the first grand final of the afternoon is underway here. Early leader looks to be Middlesex, just poking their bow ball out ahead here. And it looks like Brooks is right there with them in that silver medal spot. Still early though, we'll see what happens here. Coming through the first 250, 300er here. Or so here. It's still Middlesex with a slight advantage, but Brooks in lane 4 here really pushing forward to get that bow ball ahead before we cross these 500-meter markers. Brooks still keeping that bow ball out ahead, and it is NMH in lane 6 trying to push their bow ball into the pack here, but so far small wake in the course here. Pleasure boaters going by, and it is NMH in lane 6 eating that wake and pushing through, handling it like true professionals here. But up at the front of the pack, Brooks finds themselves in that gold medal spot with Middlesex right behind him, not letting him go. And Windsor in lane 1 screaming, don't forget about us over here. They are just about, I'd say, a seat down from that second place Middlesex crew. In lane 4, Brooks only a deck up here on that second place Middlesex crew. Coxon looking over at the Middlesex bow ball, pleading with the crew to get her more. She needs to get a little bit more distance into that last 500 to hold on to that gold medal spot here. But right now it is Brooks pushing Middlesex back, and Windsor now getting ahead of Middlesex and starting to push their bow ball up into Brooks. A few lead changes here at the through the middle of this race. And then over in lane 2, Choate right with it, starting to push their bow ball a little bit up into Middlesex as well. But it's still Brooks holding about a deck, maybe a deck and a seat lead over Windsor, who has just about a seat lead over Middlesex. And then it's about half a length back to that Choate 4. This is going to be a fantastic stretch here for the first grand final of the day. And now it looks like Windsor has put their bow ball either even or just ahead of Brooks here. Wow, what a middle 500 by Windsor here to get themselves back into the gold medal contention. It is now Windsor by a seat and moving. These girls have turned the power up. Can Brooks hold on? It is Windsor just by a seat here in the girls' 4th varsity 4 grand final, with Brooks just ever so slightly behind him. And for the first grand final of the day, with Windsor up a seat on this Brooks boat, we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to take us away for the last 500.
Middlesex and Choate vying for those final medals here in our first grand final of the day. Windsor's making a great charge as they cross the 500-meter buoys, but it has been Brooks for the bulk of this race, holding their bow ball ahead of that pushing Windsor crew in the yellow boat closest to us. And Middlesex putting on quite the charge here, trying to hold back that crew from Choate Rosemary and Hall School. But so far, it really is Brooks laying down the hammer, laying down the law on these competitors, begging someone to come and catch him and challenge him for this gold medal. So far, it seems like Windsor's the crew that's trying to take the fight to him, but for the first 1,000 meters of this race, it has been all Brooks. Windsor's doing a great job holding off a strong charge from Choate Rosemary and Hall School, and Middlesex, who are pushing each other in lanes 2 and 3, but Brooks is still out in front, vying for that lead, holding Windsor back as Windsor starts to get their catches in a little bit more direct and fight hard for the medals. Seems as if this Windsor coxswain's hugging the buoy line just a little bit. You just kind of have to hope that they don't clip a buoy and cost themselves a seat here. But Brooks so far rowing a nice, clean, composed race, looking very strong, very connected, and I'm looking forward to see how they're able to finish off this race. But Windsor coming strong as we cross into the red buoy line. Seems like they're starting to poke just a little bit ahead of that Brooks crew, and Windsor is moving. Windsor is definitely the crew with the most length, the most lock at the front end, and a good send through the back end, doing a very efficient stroke both in the water and out. And it is Windsor moved into the lead ahead of the Brooks School in second. Middlesex in third, holding off a charge from Choate. Wow, what a race we have here. Middlesex and Choate fighting to the death for this third medal. But it is Windsor moving out to open water ahead of Brooks as Brooks starts to shorten up, miss a little bit of that catch. But Windsor, my, looking very strong, thumping that boat down the course, bringing their bow ball closer and closer each stroke. Choate pulling alongside Middlesex. Middlesex trying to respond. Choate's got half a seat. Last 10 strokes. Who wants it? Choate's moving. Choate's 1 seat up. 2 seats up. There goes Choate. Brooks desperately trying to hold on as Choate might vie for the silver medal. Wow, what a final here. That's too close to call. But it is firmly Windsor with the win. Second and third will be between Brooks and Choate, with Middlesex in fourth, BB&N in fifth, and Northfield Mount Herman rounding out our first grand final of the day in sixth. Next up is the boys' 4th varsity 4 grand final. Switch it back to the start.
All right, the official is polling the crews for the boys' 4th varsity 4 grand final. It's Belmont lane 1, Nobles lane 2, Brooks lane 3, Groton lane 4, NMH lane 5, and BB&N lane 6. Boys, 4th Varsity 4 Grand Final. We are off cleanly from the line here. High and fast strokes for these crews. Right off the bat, we have Choate poking that bow ball out early. About a deck lead on the field here. Following Choate is a very close race between Belmont Brooks there, leads 1 and 3, closely followed by Groton in lane 4. And then not to be forgotten, over in lane 6, BB&N keeping their bow ball right up in the thick of things here. Choate still hanging on, but lane 1, Bell Hill, really making a push here. You can see them kind of taking an inch or two every stroke. Trying to get that bow ball up as far as they can. How long can Nobles hang on for? This Bell Hill charge is looking fruitful, but not yet. They haven't broken ahead yet. It is still Nobles. Nobles, then Bell Hill, just by half a seat. That's looking like it's going to change here soon. Bell Hill's putting a big move on, and they have just pushed ahead now. It's now Bell Hill, followed very closely by Nobles, and then just a little under a length back from them is going to be Brooks in lane 3, followed by Groton in lane 4, maybe half a deck back from them. But this Bell Hill boat now, the coxswain is looking at the bow ball. They have, in a big way, gotten themselves ahead of this Nobles boat, excuse me. And they're looking to take more. The coxswain's looking over at the bow ball. She's asking him for more. Both these crews can feel that pressure coming. Last 500 of the grand final. Who is gonna go? We have a pretty tight race here for that bronze medal between Brooks and Groton here. Brooks has maybe half a length on Groton, but we've seen a few Groton boats today really dial it up and have a good sprint towards the end, so you never know here. When a medal's on the line, you never know what you're gonna see. But as it stands, as we start approaching this last third of the race here, it is Belmont Hills pushing to a length lead, followed by Nobles, and Nobles with just a bit of open water over Brooks, who is holding that Groton boat just about a half a length back. Cool, so we're headed into the last 500 with Bell Hill up. We'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to take you home.
The rest of these force programs here at the Neira. But we have Nobles in lane 2, giving them quite the run for their money, with Brooks sitting in lane 3, Groton lane 4, Northfield Mount Herman lane 5, and BB&N out there in lane 6, furthest from you. But as Belmont Hill thumping that mighty big rhythm they've got there, those boys sure are working hard, but they're keeping the boat very efficient, catches feeding right into the water, and keeping connection all the way through. Big backswing here in these Cox fours. But doing a great job of just holding out this charge from Nobles. These bitter rivals really enjoy fighting each other and vying for these medals year after year. But it seems to be Belmont Hill once again with their bow ball out ahead as we approach the final 250 red buoys. It is firmly Belmont Hill in first, with Nobles in second, followed about a length back to the Brooks School, sitting in third place currently. Groton in lane 4 is fighting very hard with the Brooks School to try to get that last medal here in the 4th Varsity Force. Let's see how badly they want to get it. These crews see each other quite often during the school year, and this is just so great to be able to row 6 boats across. There's Belmont Hill with a commanding lead here in this grand final, really throwing it down. Some big guys to be in this 4th 4. They've got just a splash of open ahead of that Nobles crew, who has just a splash of open ahead of the crew from Brooks, who is just about a half a length ahead of the boat from the Groton School. About a length behind them is Northfield Mount Herman, and a ways back to the boat from BB&N. But it is Belmont Hill's day, once again, setting the standard for the rest of the Belmont Hill crews for the day, charging through the finish line, coming up on their last 20 strokes of their career this year. In second place is Nobles, really trying to go for it, but there's not enough room for there to establish contact with Belmont Hill once again.
And it is Brooks sliding into third place and locking that down over the boat from Groton. And it is Belmont Hill with the win in the 4th Varsity 4, followed by Nobles in 2nd and Brooks School in 3rd. Groton School crossing the line in 4th now. And Northfield Mount Herman moving toward the line, about 8 to 10 strokes to go. And we have Northfield Mount Herman crossing the line. And, BB&N, Northfield Mount Herman is about 15 strokes from the line now. And here comes Northfield Mount Herman, sprinting for the line, closing 6 strokes of their season. And that concludes our 4th Varsity 4 Grand Final. Back to the start for the 3rd Varsity 4 Grand Final for the girls.
So we are at the start line for the girls' 3rd Varsity 4 Grand Final. The umpire is polling the crews. In this race we have Nobles, Windsor, Middlesex, Groton, Taft, and Choate. And they had to restart the polling, but they are going through the crews again now. And they're off. See what's in store here for this grand final. Clean start for all crews. Tough to call early leaders here. It looks like maybe Middlesex, but Nobles also has their bow ball up there. Windsor's right in the mix too. It's really anybody's race between Nobles, Windsor, and Middlesex right now. Falling back a little bit are Groton, Taft, and Choate, but within a length, within striking distance here. This is a tight race from the beginning. You have Nobles in lane 1, just, I mean, by way of the count of the strokes they're taking, a very small lead, but this is pretty much punch for punch right now. These bow balls are even with, I'd give Nobles a few inches over Middlesex, who is a few inches over Windsor, but either of these boats are a strong move away from being ahead of the other ones. Speaking of, here goes Nobles, throwing a little bit of spice on it here, coming into the end of the last 500, starting to get their boat up just to buy a deck, trying to fight that 75%, 100% of a deck margin, going back and forth there. But it is Nobles here. Nobles holding a deck lead, and that lead is slowly growing with Windsor now holding that 2nd place spot. And Middlesex trying to fight for that silver, but in that bronze position right now. All 3 of these boats are within a deck of each other in the lead. And then you have it down to Groton in lane 4, about a length back from that 3rd place crew leading the back of the pack. Or is it Choate? That is quite a tight race here between Groton and Choate for that 4th race spot. That could be an interesting one down the line here. But as we're closing into the halfway point of this race, that 1-2-3 margin remains the same. It is Nobles with just about a deck over Windsor, who has a little more than a deck over Middlesex. Windsor is now making a move, looking to open up that margin on Middlesex, push them back a little bit, but also try to see if they can get into that gold medal position. Nobles is going to be a tough task to face here. Then again, has Nobles done too much too early? Have they saved enough for the last 750 meters of this race? Because Windsor is going.
Windsor is moving. They are turning it on now. You can see the big explosive jump off the footplate at the catch here. Windsor is going. They can smell it. Noble's still holding on though, and Middlesex right there, dropping to about a length behind that Windsor boat. Can they hold it? But as we start coming into the last 500 meters here, Nobles is still up by about a deck. They held that Windsor move beautifully, and now they're countering with a move of their own. It is Nobles, followed by Windsor, a little more than a deck lead over Windsor, followed by Middlesex, and I'll hand it over to Kevin for the girls' third varsity 4 grand final, taking it into the home stretch here.
And coming into the last 600 meters here in our third varsity 4 grand final, we have Nobles, Windsor, Middlesex, Groton, Taft, and Choate, with Nobles, Windsor, and Middlesex leading the field first, second, and third. So far they're staying true to their seeding based off of this morning's heats. But Nobles certainly is out in charge, trying to put the hammer down. Windsor is working hard all day. Windsor has been really strong in this third 500, and they've had quite the sprint, so let's see if they can pop off another one here. Middlesex in lane 3 vying hard with that Windsor crew, and then it is back to the Groton crew, Taft, followed by Choate. Choate in the outside lane seems to be up ahead of Taft and Groton, possibly in 4th place position. Rowing hard, we'll see if they can hold on to it. These outside lanes have been doing quite well today. But it is Nobles and Windsor gutting it out right now. Nobles seems to have the advantage from my angle, but Windsor is charging. Windsor is mounting quite the push. Those women know what they want, and they are going for it. I can see that coxswain's mouth from here, screaming for a crew to go on further. Middlesex in lane 3 just starting to drop off a little bit as Windsor and, Nobles continue to push each other down the field. But it is Nobles as we cross into the red buoys with their bow ball just out in front, just a hair over the Windsor crew, as Middlesex works hard to bring their bow in alignment and really make this a race. But we have the crew from Choate on the outside lane as well, trying to vie, see if they can't sneak into that bronze medal position. And it is Nobles separating, Windsor separating from the boat from Middlesex. In the outside lane, Choate is working hard trying to catch that Middlesex crew. I'm unsure if they'll have the space. We're coming into the last 200 meters here as Nobles presses to open, stepping the rate up further and further and further as they try to break open and win Neira by a convincing margin. There they go. Splash of open, winding that rate up. I've got Nobles. I've got Middlesex in third, dropping back just a touch behind the Windsor crew. Windsor firmly in second, Choate in 4th, with the Groton School in 5th. And that will be a win for the women of Nobles. Windsor in 2nd place. Middlesex rounding out our medals. Choate, 2 strokes from the line, finishing in 4th, followed closely by the boat from Groton School. And closing out our third varsity 4 grand final, we have the boat from Taft, 2 strokes from the line. Crossing now. And up next, we have the boys' third varsity 4 grand final. Back to the start.
This lake is better. This lake is better. All right. The aligners are putting their finishing touches on this race here, but we are now at the start line for the boys' third varsity 4 grand final. The boys' third varsity 4 grand final. That's going to be lane 1 Nobles, followed by Belmont in lane 2, Groton lane 3, Brooks lane 4, and then BB&N and NMH in lanes 5 and 6. We'll see if the Nobles, well, assuming Nobles finish that last girls' 4 race with a medal, if the Nobles medal streak can continue here too.
The aligner has put up the flag. The aligner has a lawn chair with his feet in the water, living the life. But this race is about to go off. The flag is down, and these boats are off. With quite the early jump ahead of the field there. It is Nobles with a deck early, a deck and change early. What a start by that boat, my goodness. And then right after them, it looks like it is Groton and Brooks lanes 3 and 4. I think Groton has maybe just an inch or two over this Brooks boat, but right now it is Nobles. This Nobles third four, my goodness, I mean, in the heat and the final, they look like they are punching above their weight class. What a fast group of guys that is. Up a length here, going for open water in the first 300 meters of this race. And then lane 2, Bell Hill, coming from 4th place to 2nd place here, just on that settle off the start. What a good move by them. So as it stands, we have Nobles just about a length up on that Belmont crew. Belmont making a move to kind of storm back on that Nobles boat. We'll see if they can make any progress. But following Belmont, you have Groton with that bucket rig 4. We all know bucket rig 4 is best way to row 4. And Brooks in lane 4 right behind. So this is going to be a fast heat here. This Nobles boat jumped out to an early lead, a big lead. Bell Hill kind of let everybody go, and you know, Bell Hill is getting right back into it here. They're in 2nd place, and Nobles is holding them. But you never know with these Bell Hill fellas. There's some big boys who are capable of moving a lot of boat in a very short amount of time. So we'll see what they can do here. Groton in lane 3, trying to hold on to that trying to get that silver medal spot back from Belmont. Sitting pretty with a bronze right now. We have Brooks in lane 4 doing anything they can to get back on that Groton crew, trying to get back on that medal podium. Brooks throwing a big move at Groton right now, but these Groton boys are just too big. The swing is too strong through that mid-drive. And we have Nobles now. Nobles throwing down a move here to try to get back into an open water lead over this Bell Hill crew. The Bell Hill coxswain is watching. What is going to happen? Can they take a move to respond? Groton now trying to push into Bell Hill a little bit, but Bell Hill is responding. Nobles staying ahead, not giving anybody even a glimmer of hope. These boys jumped out. They said, this is our gold medal, and they are reluctant to give any distance on that margin up. Belmont now feeling Groton a little bit. They can see that bow ball moving, and Groton can feel the motion too. They're starting to turn it up a little bit as well, trying to sprint into that silver medal place. But as we get ready to go into the last 500, it is Nobles with a length up on Bell Hill, who is up a deck and a seat on Brooks heading into the last 500. We'll hand it over to Kevin in the tower to see how this one shakes out.
And coming into our last 500 meters or so, we've got Nobles firmly out in front, leading the field over Belmont and Groton, who are our 2nd and 3rd place crews. The crews in the 4th and 5th and 6th place positions, Brooks, BB&N, Northfield, Mount Herman, are off the pace. It is firmly between these 3 crews for the medals. Groton is vying hard with Belmont Hill in the middle, trying to secure that silver medal. Nobles firmly out in front, working hard to keep that lead. Looking very good. Looks like they've already taken the rate up just a splash. Awesome racing right here. Belmont Hill just looks to be a slight, maybe a seat back behind Groton as Groton just charges, but you always have to watch out for those Belmont Hill boys. They sure know how to work hard. But it is Nobles commanding this race from start to finish so far, moving that boat down the course, matching their symmetry, matching their impulse, and having a nice first step out the front end. Great body swing, great control of the release as well. Overall, very strong race from this Nobles crew. Belmont Hill and Groton are working hard to see who's going to get that silver. Belmont Hill is moving ahead of the boat from Groton. Belmont Hill sliding firmly into 2nd, 2 seats advantage over the boat from Groton. Groton just starting to slide back because they can't quite get their rate up like Belmont can. Belmont is going. And it is Nobles holding their open water advantage over the boys from Belmont, trying to stride out to open water over Groton as well. There goes Belmont. They're moving. A little bit of a disconnect there in that Belmont crew. Let's see if that Groton Cox can take advantage and stride for it. And there goes Nobles, open it up seat by seat, looking very strong in that crew. and it's going to be Nobles for the gold medal, Belmont Hill for the silver, and Groton for the bronze medal, barring a crab. And there goes Nobles, your third varsity four Neira champions, followed in short order by Belmont Hill in second and Groton in third. Great racing by those crews. Brooks bringing it up in fourth place, sprinting for the line. Brooks crossing the finish line. Now, followed by BB&N. Just a splash of overlap between them and Northfield Mount Herman to close out our grand final here in the third varsity boys fours. Northfield Mount Herman and BB&N crossing now. Next up, we have the first of our eights, girls third varsity 8 grand final. Back to the start.
We are just about a minute away from this girls 3v8 grand final. This will be a race between Deerfield, St. Paul's, Hanover, Bedford, Boston Latin, and closest to us, Kent. And the umpire has begun pulling these crews for the girls 3v8 grand.
Bedford, Boston Latin,
Bedford in that
Kent,
very green 8.
attention, go.
And we are off with the girls 3v8 grand final. Who is going to jump out ahead to begin with? It looks like St. Paul. Followed very closely by Kent and Boston Latin. Even Hanover's up in there. This is a good race, but the only thing I'd say for certain right now is that St. Paul's is up. St. Paul's is up and continuing to go up. They are not slowing down. And then it is lane 1, Deerfield. And then it looks like it is Hanover in lane 3. Boston Latin lane 5. And then it looks like Bedford has Kent by a half a deck here. Good, but St. Paul's just ferociously going through this first 500 meters. They would really love to enter this middle 500 a length up. These girls are hungry for gold, and they are going to do everything they can to get themselves there. How do the boats respond? Deerfield looking a little bit sloppy on the blade work, looking a little bit frantic in this grand final, but still moving very fast, very strong. This whole Deerfield team today really showing up as a unit. But they find themselves just about even here with Hanover in lane 3, maybe half a seat up, but those bow balls are going back and forth. Deerfield just a hint up. But then back for 4th place, we have a dogfight here between Bedford, Boston Latin, and Kent. Kent is looking to turn the jets on here. Seems like Kent is going to take a big move going into this middle 500 to try to even get themselves into that 3rd place position. But we have St. Paul's, a deck of open water back to Deerfield Academy. About a deck of connection back, or excuse me, about a deck back to Hanover in lane 3. And then it's about 3/4 of a length, almost a length back to Kent, who is about a deck up on Bedford, who has, I'd say, half a length on Boston Latin. Kent had a big move going into that middle 500, but is it gonna be enough? St. Paul's is just cooking right now. These girls they have made a decision that this is their race, and they show no signs of letting up. Blades are in together, and they are swinging it. Deerfield still has the bow ball of Hanover on their bow seat, so sitting about a deck up on that lane 3 Hanover crew. Can they hold it? More importantly, does Hanover have a move they can spin up here for the last 750 to try to jump into that silver medal position? But as it stands, it is St. Paul's firmly in control of this gold medal position, followed by Deerfield, and then about half a length back to Hanover, and then a full length back to Bedford and Kent. And we're headed into the last 500. We'll throw it down to Kevin to see how this silver and bronze race shakes out here.
And coming in the last 500 meters here in the girls' third varsity 8 grand final, we have Deerfield, St. Paul's, Hanover, Bedford, Boston Latin, and Kent. And from my eye up here, it really looks like St. Paul's is throwing down the gauntlet for everyone else to come and catch them. Deerfield is off the pace in lane 1. Not sure what happened there. But Hanover as well is charging alongside Deerfield. And the crews on the outside in 4th, 5th, and 6th place are the Bedford, Boston Latin, and Kent School. But it is St. Paul's day so far in this women's third varsity 8. Really humming down the course, asserting their dominance, and letting everyone know that they're the best 3V in New England. Really great rowing from that St. Paul's crew. Deerfield's on the outside trying to work their way back in and secure a place in the medals. They are alongside Hanover and Bedford, but it seems to be that it's going to be St. Paul's, Deerfield, and Hanover as we approach the red buoys of the final 200 meters. Bedford certainly has room to make up this margin to sneak into the medals, but it's going to have to take a charge right now by that coxswain. Let's see if they're savvy enough to recognize the moment and jump on it. But it is St. Paul's, a full 8th length of open water ahead of the field, just charging and letting everyone see how they're strutting their stuff. These ladies worked very hard this year for this, and it'll be great for them to drape a gold medal around their neck. But it is a tight field for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. We have Deerfield, Hanover, Bedford, and Kent School on the outside, fighting hard, trying to get their nose in it. While St. Paul's is charging, these 3 crews are coming into alignment, Deerfield, Hanover, and Kent, and we'll see who wants it more. Bedford just a step back, maybe 2 seats back from them, but it looks to be Kent in 2nd, out in lane 6. That'll be our first big medal from out in lane 6 this year, if we can find it, they can hold it, but it is, wow, Kent, Deerfield, Bedford, and Hanover all in alignment. Coxswains within 1 seat of each other. Deerfield is making their charge. Deerfield moving into 2nd place. Hanover going right there with them. Looks like Hanover's going to move into secure 3rd place away from Kent. Bedford is moving through Kent. It's going to be Deerfield in 2nd place, followed shortly behind by Hanover and Bedford. I'm not totally sure between those two, but it's very close. Kent looked to be in 5th, followed in short order by Boston Latin. Excellent race to kick off our 8s. Up next, we have the boys' third varsity 8 grand final. Back to the start.
All right, the umpire is polling the crews for what some people are calling the best event of the day, the boys' third varsity 8 grand final. This is a shoo-in to be a fast one, and we are off these third varsity 8s. Looks like we have a clean start, free of breakage and crabs, and it is Andover with an early lead. Those unmistakable blue blades over in lane 2. And it looks like Deerfield in lane 1 is a close second, followed by St. John's in lane 3, about half a length back from that Deerfield crew. But man, oh man, is this a screeching start for this boys 3v8. You have Andover trying to get themselves up here, a length on St. John's, about half a length up on Deerfield, but your order as it stands is lane 2, Andover with a half-length lead, maybe a little bit less over that Deerfield crew in lane 1. From Deerfield, it's a half-length back to St. John's, and then from there, it's a deck back to BC High, a deck back to Exeter, and Exeter is just about... Exeter, actually, I'd say is a seat down on Brunswick here. It's Brunswick and BC High tied for a deck behind St. John's. But it is Andover. Andover hanging on here. I guess hanging on wouldn't be a right way to put it. They are just sheer willpower holding themselves up on this Deerfield crew. Good hang on these oars. Good swing together. And just moving this boat. Andover making a big jump here on the power through this first 500 to try to get a full length on that Deerfield crew. Now you have Andover moving a little bit up on Deerfield. Deerfield moving up a little bit on St. John's. So these two boats are starting to pull away from the pack. But you have BC High now starting to inch up a little bit. Brunswick also moving with BC High, trying to take that bronze medal position away from St. John's. Who's it gonna be? It's Andover in first. Deerfield, that margin has not changed. Andover is up on Deerfield a half a length here. St. John's has dropped back about another half length, so you have about a length lead, Deerfield to St. John's. And now you have St. John's, the boys in red, the hometown heroes, holding on against these BC High and Brunswick competitors in lanes 4 and 6. Can they do it? All crews are starting to dial the pace up a little bit. They can feel the end of this race coming. BC High bowman looking over at that St. John's boat. He wants it. Brunswick starting to slip back a little bit on BC High, but St. John's trying to pull away from BC High here. Deerfield making a move on Andover, but it is Andover, Deerfield, and St. John's so far in your medal positions, with BC High pushing, and we'll hand it over to Kevin in the tower for this lightning fast third varsity 8 grand final.
8 grand final, Deerfield and Andover out in front leading the pack, showing their pedigree once again. These Deerfield 8s have just been absolutely crushing it in their first year rowing the 8s. Great to see. Andover as well, having a great heat and having repeated success here in the grand final. As St. John's, our #1 seed, just seems to be slipping back a little bit off the pace, hanging back there with BC High and Exeter. Brunswick in the outside lane as well is pushing very hard. It's going to be a very tight final. But it seems to be Andover really throwing down that rhythm, big rhythm, pressing their advantage over those other crews and trying to press Deerfield back with a little bit of a stiff arm move for my football fans out there. But Andover right now, thumping down the course. Deerfield responding. Deerfield's got the horsepower. They're stepping up. They're starting their sprint. And here goes Deerfield. Deerfield wants it. I can see those boys through my binoculars absolutely cranking it. My, look at this. Look at Andover go. Andover, Coxon's looking over, barking at their crew, pushing for more. They're going to need it versus Deerfield crew. Deerfield's charging. I see that Deerfield 2-seat looking over every stroke, trying to make sure they're closing the distance. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a barn burner. Deerfield is moving. Absolutely moving. Seat by seat. Andover's trying to hold him. Andover with that famous sprint. But Deerfield is just taking seat by seat every stroke. Moved from 4 to 3 to 2. Pulling alignment with 10 strokes to go. It looks like Deerfield's going to nip Andover at the line. Here goes Deerfield. Yep, Deerfield's up half a rigger. Here we go. Deerfield. Oh, my goodness. I can't call that one. Deerfield, Andover. Oh, my. I'll leave that up to to the race officials, but my goodness, St. John's looks like they're going to hold down the third place position. BC High in fourth, followed by Exeter in fifth and Brunswick in sixth. That had to be the best race of the day, at least to me. All right, turning it over to the starting line for the girls' second varsity 4 petite final.
Old Lime. We are at the start line for the girls' second 4 petite final. Lane 1, St. Mark's, home course team. Lane 2, NMH. Lane 3, Taft. And lane 4, who's actually not in the lane, not sure if they're in this event, is Lime Old Lime. We'll keep an eye out for them, but potentially a scratch. Lane 5, Greenwich, and lane 6, Middlesex. This is the girls' second 4 petite final.
We'll cut this race a little early. I'll let you know.
And no sign of that Lime Old Lime boat. Well, the umpire is checking points. I mean, if I had to take a gander, I'd say that this Lime Old Lime crew is not racing this event. Interesting. Yeah, umpire's pulling the crews, I guess so. Well, we're getting ready to send off this petite final. The flag is up. Flag is down. We are off in the girls' second 4 petite final. Looking for early leaders. It looks like it's NMH out to a quick hot start with St. Mark's right up there as well, and Taft. And over here in lane 6, we have Middlesex and then Greenwich right off their starboard oars. But it is NMH furiously off, or excuse me, yeah, NMH furiously off the start here, sitting about a deck and a seat up on Taft, who is trading punches with St. Mark's. That one is a little too close to call. We will see how this shakes out. Looks like Middlesex and Greenwich are dropping back ever so slightly. Still within striking distance, though, as we have a lot of race left here. Through the breakage point. NMH starting to settle here. And Taft now starting to push their bow ball up a little bit. We'll see. NMH still sitting with that lead, still looks in control here. St. Mark's starting to fall back a little bit now. You have NMH with about a deck, maybe a little bit less of a lead on Taft. And then you send it back just a little bit under a length, maybe right around a length to St. Mark's in lane 1. And then it's about half a length back to Greenwich Academy and Middlesex. This Taft boat is making a big move against NMH. These ladies want this first place in this petite. Doing everything they can to try to pull even here before they spin up a move for the middle 500. And they just might do it. It's still NMH by a few inches here, but Taft is charging. They are charging. They will not be denied. It is almost even. NMH doing a great job of holding off this Taft charge. You have St. Mark's holding down that third place position, about a half a length back to Greenwich Academy, who has about a deck and a few seats on Middlesex. Angle's hard to tell here, but it looks like Taft might be maybe just an inch up on this NMH crew. It is either even, or I'd have to give it a Taft by an inch just based on the angle here, but this is going to be a close finish between these two boats. It's about a full length of open water from first and second back to the rest of the field here. I'm going to call it NMH is down about a seat to Taft here, and then it's about a length of open water back to St. Mark's, and we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower for the last little bit of this girls' second four petite final.
And coming into the last 500-600 meters here of the petite final for the girls' second varsity fours, we have St. Mark's, NMH, Taft, Lime Old Lyme, Greenwich, and Middlesex. And it looks to be Northfield Mount Herman staking their claim here coming to the last 500 meters, trying to beat some of those grand final times from later on this afternoon. But really throwing everything they have out there. For some of these girls, it might be their last race of their high school careers. Others will have the dreams and aspirations of making sure this effort is found in the A final of next year. But so far, it is Northfield Mount Herman and Taft as your leaders for this event. And Taft and Northfield Mount Herman are having quite the scrap here coming to the last 500 meters. Northfield Mount Herman and Taft are both at very similar stroke rates. We'll see which one of them blinks first and decides that they want to take the stroke rate up and seal the deal on this win. But on the outside, we have St. Mark's just off the pace in lane one with Lime Old Lyme, Greenwich, and Middlesex as well. And it looks like we might have a boat missing from this final. I'm only counting 5 boats. It looks to be that boat out of lane 4, Lime Old Lyme. I'm just not seeing them in the picture yet. But it seems to be Northfield Mount Herman and Taft. Taft just pressing Northfield Mount Herman now. Looks like Taft was the one that decided they wanted it the most. They're taking that rate up. They're taking the tempo up. They're fighting for the line. They're now in the red buoys, closing 250. Taft is pressing away for Northfield Mount Herman to try to secure this win in the petite final of the girls' second varsity four. Northfield Mount Herman coxswain is set up in her seat, staring dead at that coxswain of the Taft crew, but Taft is just striding away, looking very symmetrical, impulsing together, getting their lock in the water, and matching that big backswing here necessary in a cox four. Yeah, and it looks like Northfield Mount Herman just started to shorten up their front end, starting to miss a little bit of space up at the front end, and Taft is just marching away with that efficiency, throwing it down in the water. And it looks like our winners are going to be Taft School, just marching away, opening up seat by seat on the Northfield Mount Herman crew, as Northfield Mount Herman has about a 2 to 3 length advantage over the third place crew of Greenwich Academy, followed in very tight order between St. Mark's and Middlesex. Very difficult to decide who's ahead on that one. Looks like St. Mark's is mounting a sprint, and they're going to row through Middlesex to secure the 5th place position. Greenwich Academy as well, rowing very well in that 4th place position, trying to hold back that St. Mark's charge. St. Mark's might be able to work their way into 4th as well. It looks like St. Mark's did it. And last boats across the line now. We'll head back up to the start for our boys' second varsity 4 petite final.
So the officials are pulling the crews here for the boys' second four petite final. It is Taft, BB&N, Pomfret, Gun, or Gunnery, I guess, Chase, and Middlesex. And they are off. Furious start here for these boats. It looks like your early leader is Taft over there in lane 1, followed pretty closely by BB&N in lane 2. Then Gunnery in lane 4. Pomfret in lane 3, very, very close to that Gunnery boat. And then Middlesex in lane 6, followed by Chase in lane 5. It is BB&N now, inching out ever so slightly in front of Taft, about a seat between these two bow balls here. Just about a seat, but it is BB&N undeniably in first place as it stands. You have Middlesex here in lane 6 making a big push now for that second place spot, along with Pomfret in lane 3. So this race is still far from over. Many things to be decided here. It does look to be that BB&N floor holding on to the lead as it stands. I'd call it right now BB&N first, and then you essentially have a three-way tie between Taft, Pomfret, and Middlesex for that second place spot. This is a doozy of a race right here. This petite final for the boys' second four. Wow. It looks like Taft in lane 1 has dropped back a little bit. So now it's BB&N, and it's so hard to tell here between Pomfret and Middlesex. This is about as even racing as we've seen today from these two crews. But BB&N undeniably in first, trying to push that lead up to a half length here. And I'd say that Middlesex has now just creeped their bow ball out in front a little bit of that Pomfret crew. So unsure, but best guess here, it looks like BB&N, then about a half length back to Middlesex, then literally maybe an inch. Now it looks like Pomfret is taking a big move and maybe has even a deck of distance up on this Middlesex crew. And Taft is pushing again. Now here comes Taft up on Middlesex. Taft is pushing back into Pomfret. Who's it gonna be? BB&N still hanging on to that first place position. Unwavering speed here by these BB&N boys. It is BB&N, and it is Pomfret have come out on top of these middle 500 moves. It is BB&N half length back to Pomfret. Almost a full length back to that Taft crew, who is just about even with Middlesex here in lane 6. But BB&N and Taft are your BB&N and Pomfret are your two leaders here. And as we take it into the last 500, we'll hand it over to Kevin to see this barn burner of a petite final wrap up.
Last 600 meters or so here, we got a great petite final between Taft, BB&N, and Middlesex out in lane 6. A lot of success for crews out in lane 6 this year so far. Normally it's they're usually way out the back, but it's been great to see such fair racing across all the lanes. But so far, BB&N and Middlesex seem to be kind of starting to separate themselves a little bit here in the middle, with the boat from Pomfret having an absolutely massive charge in that second 500 to get their nose back up in the top 3 for this petite final. But so far, BB&N looks to be in control. Pomfret as well is right up there. It looks to me as if from the tower, Taft has taken a little bit of a step back from the rest of the field, as BB&N, Pomfret, and Middlesex seem to be pushing each other down the course. But so far, it is BB&N out in front, really working their catches in, trying to keep their bow ahead, fighting off this charge from Pomfret. We'll see if Pomfret maybe started it too early, or if they caught the field napping and are making a big charge. That coxswain from Pomfret is swiveling his head around like crazy, trying to make sure he takes in all the information he needs to keep his crew informed. But BB&N is moving. BB&N and Pomfret are our leaders here. Pomfret is charging. BB&N just seems to have a little bit more length, a little bit more that they could do here in the sprint. But these boys from Pomfret sure do want it. They are working their butts off, and they might have an inch. That is BB&N responding now here in the red buoys and just thumping away, winding that rate up, kicking it into gear, leaving Pomfret back in the dust as they take stroke per stroke, seat per seat, and they're moving. They just moved from bowman up to half a deck, and now stroke seat is about to be sitting on bow ball. They move through Pomfret. Taft in lane 1 is moving back into Pomfret as well. Pomfret may have gone just a little bit too early as BB&N winds it up, presses to open water as they come across the line. And it will be a BB&N victory in the petite final, followed by Pomfret, and then Taft in third, followed by Gunnery, Choate, and then Middlesex. Another great race here in the petite final. Up next, we have the girls' second varsity 8 petite final. Back to the start for Johnny.
Lane 4 in 2
3 minutes.
They say 3?
Mm-hmm.
Lane 5, out 6 inches. Lane 2, out 8 inches. Lane 6, out 2 feet. Lane 2, out 9 inches. Lane 6, out 2 feet.
Minutes.
Lane 5 in 1 foot. Lane 4 in 1 foot. Lane 6 out 9 inches. Lane 1 out 6 inches.
So we are just over a minute away here from the girls' second varsity 8 petite final. So we have Duxbury in lane 1, Austin Latin in lane 2, Bedford, unmistakably Greenboat in lane 3, Hingham in lane 4, Hanover in lane 5, and East Lyme in lane 6.
Out 6 inches.
The alignment flag has been raised, so should be getting going here in a second.
Duxbury.
Polling has begun.
Bedford. Hingham. Hanover. East Lyme. Attention.
Flag is up.
Go.
Flag is down. We are off. Girls' second varsity 8 petite final. It is Hingham. Hingham has an early lead here, but a deck over the field. You have Hanover in lane 5, as well as Duxbury in lane 1 and Bedford in lane 3, all pushing. But I'd say it's Hingham just by a deck here on the field. We'll see how this shapes up as we approach the breakage point. And Hingham showing no signs of slowing down, but Hanover in lane 5 taking an extra few hard strokes here to try to counter that Hingham settle. Try to see if they can get their bow ball up a few seats here before we kind of bring the strokes down into that meaty part of the piece here. But it looks like that big Hingham move did not shake, it looks like that Hanover move did not shake Hingham at all. You have Hingham about a deck up. We throw it over to lane 1 to Duxbury, sitting about a deck down, maybe a little bit less on this Hingham crew. And then a seat or two behind them, we have Hanover in lane 5 and Bedford right behind Hanover in lane 3. This is some tight racing, but these Hingham girls, they've kept themselves up about a deck on the field. They've committed to this workload, and we'll see if they can see it through. We're approaching these 500-meter buoys here, and Hanover just will not go away. Hanover moving right back in on Hingham here, trying to get their bow balls even. Duxbury on the far side, not falling back, but Hanover is pushing through Duxbury a little bit too, and on their move on Hingham here. How will it shape out? Bedford starting to slip back just a little bit here. Looks like these girls are starting to take some big 10s around the halfway mark, these 750 10s. Oh man, this is almost too close to call. It's Hingham, it's Hanover, it's even Duxbury out there in lane 1. Who is going to get that inch? Who's going to hang on to that finish for just an extra second to push that bow ball forward? It might be Hanover here. It might be Hanover over Hingham. They might have done it. We'll see. It is pretty tight here. Hanover and Duxbury. Hingham may be slipping back a little bit here. Did they go too fast, too early? This girls' second varsity 8 petite final storming down here. It looks like Hingham has slipped. Now it looks like Duxbury and Hanover are your leaders. A little too close to call. But I'd say, oh man, I don't even want to call it. I'll defer the margin call to Kevin in the tower here. But right now it's Duxbury and Hanover in the top 2 spots. And then you have Bedford and Hingham duking it out for those 3rd and 4th place positions. And we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to see this one home.
Second varsity 8 petite final, we've got Duxbury, Boston Latin, Bedford, Hingham, Hanover, and East Lyme. And so far, we're really seeing quite the charge from Hanover in that lane 5. Lane 5's been on fire all day as well. Hanover, Bedford, and Duxbury seem to be our leaders here coming into the last 500 meters. And Duxbury sure is working hard in that lane 1. They are doing a great job keeping their bow moving, blades feeding right in the water, hands are very direct, no skying, no extra motions. Really like what I'm seeing from that crew, but Hanover really throwing down the gauntlet, being very aggressive, trying to keep their bow ball ahead. They've led a very gutsy race up to this point. We'll see if they can hold on going into the last 500 meters as we approach the red buoys marking the final 250. And Bedford crew as well is mounting a fairly strong charge against the crew from Hingham. But it is Duxbury and Hanover vying it for our top 2 positions here. Duxbury and Hanover, probably about half a length advantage over Bedford and Hingham. Bedford probably about a seat or 2 over Hingham. And Duxbury is moving. Duxbury is stepping their rate up. They can sense the pressure from those other crews pushing each other down the course. Very strong race right here from Hanover. Hanover on that outside lane, lane 5, looking back. Coxon looking over her right shoulder, seeing they're in strong position. Seeing that Duxbury crew going out on the outside. Red buoys are ticking by. Clock's running down. Who's going to take this one? Wow, Hanover's going. Here goes Hanover. They got another gear to go. Duxbury's getting their catches in. They're moving. Bedford just about a seat up on Hingham. Hingham's desperately trying to get their bow ball back up ahead. But here comes Duxbury. Duxbury taking seat by seat as they come through Hanover. Hanover trying to hold them. Duxbury by 1 seat over Hanover. Duxbury just got about a beat or 2 advantage over them. Doing a good job getting those catches in, completing each stroke. And they're just marching through that boat from Hanover. And it's Duxbury who's going to take this win in the petite final. followed closely behind by the crew from Hanover, and Bedford in third marched right through that Hingham crew in the sprint to almost get to the bow ball. East Line bringing it up in fifth place, followed by Boston Latin, about 5 strokes from the line, bringing up our 6th place position. Crossing now. Next up, we have the boys' second varsity 8 petite final. Back to Johnny at the start.
They're a lot more coachable. They're a member, like they're a technical, some random varsity girl. Sarah, I'll give her a piece of advice and she'll come back in like 3 weeks later. Did you see me? Did I do better? I'm like, I don't even remember saying that.
Bow 1, out 1 foot. Bow 3, in 1 foot.
Blue Devil, which means this must be.
The boys' second 8 petite final. Boys' second varsity 8 petite final. Line it up here. We have Brunswick in lane 1. It is BC High in lane 2. Fairfield Prep, that is a tongue twister, in lane 3. Brookline in lane 4. St. John's in the red boat called the Blue Devil. Love that, in lane 5. And Stonington in lane 6 here. I like the Stonington kit. They got the white shell, the white blades, the white unis. It's a sharp look. It's good stuff. These boys are ready to go here.
2 minutes.
Got the 2-minute call from the umpire. And the aligners are just putting their finishing touches on the margins here. The alignment flag is raised, indicating our bow balls are aligned. Now we wait for the starting tower. Coxswains are still adjusting points here, trying to get that perfect line down the course.
Brunswick.
And a little condition update here. It appears as if the tailwind we had earlier has now shifted completely 180 degrees into a slight headwind. So, the mystique of Lake Quinsigamond. But this boys 2v8 petite final is off. See who is an early lead here. Looks like the Brunswick boys over in lane 1 had a nice jump off the start, but Fairfield Prep in lane 3 is right there. St. John's in lane 5 is right there. Lane 4 and 2 quite even. Passing it back to the Stonington boys in lane 6. So with these shifting conditions now into the headwinds, so when you're rowing in the tailwind, the finishes wash out a little bit easier. Now these fellas are all dealing with a headwind, so it makes the blade work on the recovery a little bit harder, makes getting the catches in a little bit trickier, but you know, these boys are all on their second varsity 8s for a reason. We'll see if they can make that accommodation and handle these conditions. But it looks like, just from a quick glance, your leaders are still going to be Brunswick and Fairfield up there. Maybe Brookline in the mix now too. Hard to tell with those short resolute shells. Sometimes can make the margins look a little funky. But The St. John's boys here falling a little bit behind. We got the 7 and 6 seed bucket rig. Love that. But Brookline has them beat by a little bit. This 2v8 petite final. It looks, it's tough on the angle, but I think it's Brunswick. Brunswick is right up there with Fairfield Prep, who is right up there with Brookline. What a race for Brookline here. And BC High also has their bow ball right up there. It might even be BC High and Brookline could be even here. What a race this is. St. John's boys trying to hold on here, not fall too far behind. But it is Brunswick, BC High, and then Brookline, followed by Fairfield Prep. That is your current order as it stands. The Brunswick boys looking to make a big move at the 750 to get themselves ahead in this petite final. And it looks like BC High has just the narrowest advantage over this Brookline 8, who then again just has a seat, maybe two, but I'm thinking just a seat over that Fairfield 8. And then it's about a length back to the boys in the Blue Devil here in the red unis for St. John's. But it is Brunswick. It is Brunswick. It is Brunswick and BC High, then Brookline, then Fairfield Prep. But Brunswick is going to be your leader as we throw it over to Kevin in the tower to finish up this boys 2v8 petite final. Over to you, Kevin.
Brookline, Fairfield Prep, St. John's, and then Stonington. This Brunswick crew is really laying down their rhythm here. They really don't feel like they should be in this petite final, so they're trying to prove it to themselves and everyone else where they should have been. Brookline is having a phenomenal race out of lane 4, really rowing out of their skin here, challenging that boat from Fairfield Prep and trying to challenge into that boat from BC High. Figure out who's the king of the Charles River here. Brookline is working very hard trying to get their bow ball ahead. Those are some gritty kids in that boat. Looking forward to seeing what they can do as we approach the red buoys. But it is Brunswick, half a length ahead of the field, looking long and in control, getting ready to wind that rate up and put the final nail in the coffin of this petite final. But BC High in lane 2 is moving. BC High is holding that check from Brookline and from Fairfield Prep and trying to inch back up ahead. Yeah, here goes Brookline. Brookline looking very strong. They've managed to counter. They're still holding a slight margin as the 4 boats come in alignment as we come through. It is still Brunswick out in front. BC High might have poked their nose out ahead of Brookline, as well as Fairfield Prep. It looks to be Brunswick, BC High, Fairfield Prep, and then Brookline. It's going to be a race right to the finish line. Brunswick, 3 seats ahead of the rest of the field. BC High and Fairfield Prep, stroke for stroke. I'd give BC High the advantage. BC High sprinting for the line, Coxon sitting on stroke seat of that Fairfield Prep crew, and Brookline just falling off the pace here in the sprint. But it will be Brunswick for the win in the 2v petite, followed closely behind by BC High, Fairfield Prep, and then Brookline with St. John's finishing in 5th place. And rounding out our field, a couple splashes of open water back from St. John's is the JV from Stonington, crossing the finish line now. And we'll turn it over for our first grand final for the 2v events of the girls' second varsity 4. Back to Johnny.
We won the women's U19 8.
We won the varsity women's A.
We won the women's Masters F trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bow number 4 and ended up winning.
We are a little over a minute away from this girls' second varsity 4 grand final. In the far lane in the M-Pocker is Windsor, followed by Brooks in lane 2, Nobles in lane 3, Groton in lane 4, also in an M-Pocker, BB&N in lane 5, and Choate in lane 6. The alignment flag is up, so we are awaiting the call from the starting tower.
Windsor.
Polling has begun.
Brooks.
This very, very slight headwind persisting here, maybe 3 miles an hour dead on.
Choate. Attention.
The flag is up.
Go.
Flag is down on this girls' 2v4 grand final. Fast, hard starts from these girls. Medals on the line. Season's coming to an end. How will it end? Who's gonna find themselves on the podium? Right off the bat here, it is Groton pushing themselves ahead. BB&N right with them. And Brooks in lane 3 right after that. Then it looks like you have, Nobles. Nobles in lane 3 right after that, followed by Brooks in lane 2. Then Windsor in lane 1. And actually, I'd say Choate in lane 6 is up a bit on Windsor in lane 1 here. So as it stands now, it is Groton, lane 4. Rather a close race here between Nobles and BB&N, lane 3 and 5 for that silver medal. It's tough to say with the angle, and the Resolute in lane 5 is such a short shell, it can be deceiving. But then it's Choate in lane 6, perhaps, a few inches up here on Brooks in lane 2. But it is Groton for sure. And it's tough. I'll call it Nobles by a few inches, but BB&N is right there. Yeah, Groton is definitely up. Nobles has definitely pushed themselves into second here. And BB&N staying in that bronze medal position. Got a nice race here for 4th place going on between Brooks and Choate. Choate in a green boat with yellow writing resembling those Greenwich Academy shells we've been seeing. But right now it is Groton holding on to the lead, and you have Nobles on their starboard side making a big, big push through this first 500 buoy marker to get even and maybe even get into that gold medal position. But from those two, it goes back to BB&N, and it looks like Choate here is making a big move through this first 500 marker to try to get some distance back on BB&N, maybe punk him for that bronze medal spot. Over in lane 2, Brooks, not to be forgotten, still holding connection. The coxswain's covering the eyes, trying to take a look over at Choate, find that margin, telling her girls what she needs to do, what they need to do for a move here to get into that medal spot. But it looks like, it really does look like Nobles have taken a move and taken some seats and gotten into that gold medal position here. I'd have to call it Nobles by a seat over Groton. Then you throw it back about a length to BB&N, and then a deck and some seats back to Choate, who is essentially tied here with Brooks. This is a very, very tight race for this fourth place position. But even so, both of these crews are within striking distance of this bronze medal. Over in lane 1, you have Windsor just a half a deck back. This bronze medal is still very much up for grabs here as we approach this last 500. But right now, you have Nobles hanging on for dear life by about a seat. Groton doing everything they can to get that gold medal position back. You have Brooks pushing furiously, Windsor pushing furiously. Who is going to get the bronze medal? It is hard to tell. But we will send it over to Kevin in the tower to watch this very, very tight girls' second 4 grand final finish up.
And coming in the last 500 meters here, another exciting grand final for the girls' second varsity 4. It is Nobles and Groton duking it out. See who's going to win that gold medal and take the crown this year in the 2v4. BB&N is fighting hard to secure that bronze position, but Brooks is working hard to try to get their nose in the fight alongside Windsor and Choate. But so far, Nobles just seem to be inching out, stroke by strokes on Groton. Groton sure is making them work for every inch. It is not coming easily to that Nobles crew, but they are showing their toughness and resiliency and all the training they did, getting them to this point, keeping them ahead of Groton. Groton is digging their heels in, determined to not let that Nobles crew slip away. It is Windsor a bit off the pace, back with Brooks. Looks to me as from the tower as if it's going to be a fight between BB&N, Windsor, and Brooks, with Choate also having their nose in the fight here. It's going to be a four-way battle for the bronze medal. But Nobles asserting itself as we cross into the red buoys here. Nobles marching through the finish line, soaking in all the cheers of the people on shore, the adoring fans. Groton trying to give them a run for their money. But here comes Windsor, here comes Brooks, BB&N and Choate. They're all fighting, coming in alignment, trying to get that bronze medal. This is going to come all the way to the end. Nobles enjoying the view from out in front, just striding, holding their length. Look at the big layback in that bow seat, just swinging that boat. They definitely know how to row a Cox 4, that's for sure. Doing a great job of keeping that boat alive and moving. But Groton moving, trying to hold contact with Nobles as they just slip away. We have a four-way move here shaping up between Choate, Windsor, Brooks, and BB&N. BB&N just a bit off the pace. Windsor and Brooks in dead alignment. Choate just a seat back from them. I'd give Brooks just I wouldn't even say half a seat lead over Windsor. Windsor is moving. Windsor is striding out. They just took a seat back, and they are one seat up on the boat from Brooks. Windsor moving up through. It looks as if Windsor is going to be your bronze medalist behind silver for Groton and gold for the boat from Nobles. That was so close between Brooks and Windsor. Wonderful racing between those athletes. BB&N and Choate as well. Up next, we have our second varsity four for the boys grand final. Back to you, Johnny. That would be Nobles.
All right, well, we just got the 2-minute call for the boys' second varsity 4 grand final. I guess the rest of these boats are all varsity boats. Probably don't have to keep saying that, but boys' second 4 grand final. Lane 1 is Brooks. Lane 2 is Nobles. Lane 3, Belmont Hill. Lane 4, Groton. Lane 5, NMH. And lane 6, Berkshire. The alignment flag has been raised.
Brooks.
Polling
Noble.
has begun.
Belmont. Groton.
We are just about ready to go.
North Mount
This
Herman.
boys' second for
Berkshire.
grand final.
Attention,
Flag is up.
go.
Flag is down. This grand final is underway. Clean start here. No crabs, no breakage. And it looks like Bell Hill in lane 3 and Groton in lane 4. And Nobles in lane 2. A lot of these crews jumping out to a fast start. I'm going to give it to Bell Hill right now, just based on the angle here. These crews are not settling. Again, grand final races, you're going to see a lot of these high, fast strokes kind of continue a little bit further than where they normally might in a regular exhibition or a heat as earlier in the day. Higher stakes, higher stroke rate, how it normally goes. But it does appear to be Bell Hill with around a deck over that Groton crew. And then it's the small margin back to Nobles there in lane 2, who is getting pushed hard by Brooks there in lane 1. And then ever so slightly back to Berkshire here in lane 6. And then NMH tightly behind them in lane 5. Looks like Bell Hill is your early leader here as we're approaching these 500-meter buoys. Groton right with him, not letting him go anywhere. You start to wonder, you know, that Bell Hill crew rowing long, looking at those blades going in a little bit earlier than that Groton crew. You start to wonder, where does the technique come into play in these grand finals? These guys have all already raced today. It's hot and sunny out here. When does the tech make a difference? Those Bell Hill boys staying long, keeping the rate high, but still staying long with that rhythm. Groton just not giving them an inch. These two have been at the same margin for the last like 500 straight meters. What racing by these crews. You have Brooks and Nobles right over there. It's hard to tell the margin here, but a little bit back from that Groton crew. It's still Bell Hill. Bell Hill's taking a little bit of a move here. They're starting to ramp it up as they come through that 750 mark. Man, Nobles and Brooks just throwing haymakers at each other. I think Brooks is going to have the slight edge here. But as of right now, it is Groton primed up to take this race. Or excuse me, Bell Hill primed up to take this race with Groton right behind them. And then it is a dog race with Nobles and Brooks over there in lanes 1 and 2. That bronze medal, even that silver medal, is very much up for grabs here based on this sprint. But as we enter the last 500, it is Bell Hill, it is Groton, Nobles, and Brooks. And we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to see this one out. Some good racing here by these second fours.
From Brooks and Nobles, but it is Belmont Hill and Groton battling it out for that gold and silver medal position. Right now, I'd give the advantage to the boys from Belmont Hill. They're working hard. They're doing a good job of meshing together, getting that backswing, getting those blades in the water, and keeping that stern out of the water as long as they can. Really good clean rowing from this crew. And they're just starting to press their advantage now. Groton just starting to drop back as Belmont Hill starts to wind up that rate. Nobles and Brooks are pushing each other quite hard in lanes 1 and 2. Brooks and Nobles almost dead level. I'd give a slight advantage to the boys of Brooks. But Belmont Hill just marching away, striding out to open water ahead of the field. This is going to be a barn burner for the gold, silver, and bronze medals. There's 4 crews in contention. But Belmont Hill, unless something goes horribly wrong, will be winning this race. Moving forward, taking inch by inch further. It's never enough for them. But it is Brooks sliding into second place over Groton as Groton just starts to lose the plot. Brooks sliding into second. Groton desperately trying to hold off a charge from Nobles. Nobles absolutely snapping those oars in half. Oh my goodness. Nobles rowing through Groton. It's going to be Belmont Hill for the win, followed by Brooks, followed by Nobles, with Groton unfortunately finishing in fourth after such a gallant effort against the Belmont Hill guys. Coming up in fifth is Northfield Mount Herman. And rounding out our grand final of the boys second varsity 4 is Berkshire crossing now. And we'll head back to the starting line for the girls second varsity 8 grand final. Over to you, Johnny.
Just about a minute to go here before the girls 2v8 grand final. This is going to be a very good race, if I had to guess. The heats for this girls' second 8 were fast and furious, to say the least. There was some incredible racing these boats had to do to get into this grand final, so I think this one's going to be a barn burner, but time will tell. We have Kent over in lane 1. Deerfield, who's been having a killer day on both the girls and boys sides here in lane 2. Exeter in lane 3, Andover in lane 4. Those two will always be a good rivalry. Happy to see them next to each other. St. Paul's in lane 5, and Glastonbury in the Royal Blue Shell and Unis in lane 6.
Kent.
Polling has begun. If you're down at Regatta Point, let's make sure we pack the beaches for this one. This is going to be one you want to see with your eyes. And the race is underway. Little last second point adjustment there from St. Paul's. Confused the starter, but we are going. It is Kent over in lane 1 with a very slight but early lead. As they pass us here, we'll see how these margins shake out here through the first 500. Looks like it's Deerfield, St. Paul's, and Exeter with early leads here on the field. They see Glastonbury dropping back a little bit, Andover dropping back a little bit, and Kent is behind Deerfield. The margin I cannot tell from this point. But St. Paul's, Exeter, and Deerfield appear to be up there as early leaders. And again, as we've seen with these other boats in the grand finals, I'd be surprised to see these girls bring the rate down too low. These are going to be high rate, very strong pieces. All these athletes are clawing for medals. They're trying to find any way to get onto that medal podium. But it looks like it is St. Paul's and Exeter and Deerfield still up there. Kent now pushing their bow ball back up into the mix of things for that medal position. And it appears Andover and Glastonbury here holding down the rear of the race, and the other four are beginning to pull away just a bit as we come through that first 500. We come across the first 500. It's hard to tell the margin from this angle in the launch. These boats all just look even, if I'm being honest. It is hard to tell. All these boats are up 36 and a half, 37. Deerfield starting to slip back a little bit here. It looks like St. Paul's, I think, is in the lead here, followed by Exeter. And now you have Kent making a just big move, big Housatonic move there at the 750. It's channeling the spirit of Yale, who are having a weekend at NCAAs, using that speed to get themselves back into a medal position. But it still looks like it's St. Paul's and Exeter. And then Exeter and Kent, that is too close to call, but Deerfield in that fourth place position. Who is going to win this event? We're starting to come into sight of Regatta Point here. This Kent boat, these girls have just turned on the gas. They are moving. It is Kent. It is St. Paul's and Kent and Exeter. Deerfield starting to slip a little bit, but these front three, the order of which I don't know. We're going to have to turn it over to Kevin at the finish line to walk us through this one, but what a move by Kent to get back onto the medal podium here. And I'll give it over to you, Kevin, for the last 500.
Looks to be Kent, Deerfield, Exeter, and St. Paul's charging in contention for our medals, with Andover and Glastonbury a ways back from the rest of the field. And from my crow's nest up here, Kent, Deerfield, and Exeter seem to be taking a stride above St. Paul's, but St. Paul's is pressing in that outside lane. The angle might be deceiving me. But Kent so far is moving very well in lane one. St. Paul's as well. Their women's team has had a very strong showing at this regatta, and they are proving it again here in the grand final of the second varsity 8. Deerfield just seems to be about a half a length back off the Kent crew, perhaps more, with Exeter right beside them, but St. Paul's seems to be in second place. Seems to, from my angle, Kent, St. Paul's, followed by Exeter, and then Deerfield for that order. So Deerfield's going to want to mount a charge if they want to get their neck back in the medals. But Kent and St. Paul's and Exeter are separating themselves from Deerfield and urging each other down the course, as Deerfield is just left wondering what happened as the red buoys come up. Kent is stepping up. St. Paul's is pressing hard. St. Paul's girls are sitting up, getting their catches in, finishing off those strokes with a big swing. Wow, St. Paul's, here we go. Kent is moving. Kent is starting to break the back of Exeter, but Exeter's cranking it up. Kent has about 3 seats advantage over the crew from Exeter. St. Paul's and Kent in alignment. St. Paul's may have 1 seat, perhaps maybe Kent may have the seat. It is dead level. I can't tell from my angle. I might give it to Kent here in the last 5 strokes. Exeter is moving back into that St. Paul's crew as they come into the line. But it looks to me as if it's going to be Kent with the win, followed by, I can't call it between Exeter and St. Paul's. I'll leave that one up to the finish line tower. But those are your 3 medalists: Kent, Exeter, and St. Paul's. Deerfield finishing in 4th, a splash of open back from our leaders, with Glastonbury bringing it up in 5th place, and Andover just a splash of open back in 6th. And we'll turn now back to the starting line for the grand final of the boys' second varsity 8. Over to you, Johnny.
St. Paul, please spell it around. That's it.
So we are back at the start line here. The boys 2v8 grand final.
2 minutes.
Just got the 2-minute call from the umpire. Another Deerfield boat in a grand final over in lane 1. Andover and Exeter again next to each other in lanes 2 and 3. That should be a good one. St. Paul's, who again having a very good day on both sides here, in lane 4. Kent in lane 5. And Salisbury in lane 6. The polling has begun. These crews are aligned. Oh, polling has been paused. More alignment adjustments coming. Kent in those unmistakable pink collars. And as I say that, I look over to St. Paul's next to them, who also has the pink collars. So there you go. Wide range of boats in this race. We got, looks like a King or two, a Resolute, a Filippi in that Deerfield 8, Vespoli here for Salisbury. Good spread of boats here. But the starting tower is polling the crews. This race is about to go off here. And here they go. You can hear the coxswains roar out those starting calls. Right off the bat, I can see Andover in the lead over there, followed very closely by Salisbury and Kent. But as we've seen in the past few races here, it's not about who finishes the start first, it's about who finishes the race first. So we'll see how these boats settle out. That Andover boat is just honking on it right now. They are really going for it. The Kent coxswain has identified that, and he's trying to push him forward too. Kent looking over at Salisbury now. That Andover boat is making a very early investment on the paint side here. They want to get themselves up, and they're looking to fight this on the defensive side. They want to get up and stay up. Kent is coming at him hard. Deerfield making an incredible push over there in lane 1. Can't forget about Salisbury here. They're always going to be fast. And we have St. Paul's and Exeter right there. This is, I mean, from where we're sitting right now, this is a race with Andover leading and Deerfield right behind them for that silver medal. But then for the bronze, you have Salisbury and Kent. Salisbury a seat down on Kent. You have St. Paul's basically even with Salisbury, and then you have Exeter basically even with them. This is a 4-boat race for the bronze medal right now. Kent arguably is in striking distance of that silver. That might be a little insurmountable, but what a race we have going here. This is going to be a good one. Deerfield could definitely still push Andover for that gold medal, but Andover does not look like they're planning on slowing down anytime soon here. But here goes Deerfield. Deerfield's making a move, and they have taken a few seats back. Probably only a few feet up for Andover now, but this bronze medal race, my goodness, what a race this is. It looks like it's St. Paul's just a hair up on Exeter, who is just a hair up on Kent, who is just maybe a seat up on Salisbury. But this St. Paul's Exeter battle for that bronze medal right now is starting to get a little bit nasty here. And if you look to the front now, you have Deerfield and Andover back and forth here. I don't even know who's in the lead anymore. Oh my goodness, as we approach the last 500, it is Andover and Deerfield neck and neck. And then for the bronze medal, you have Exeter and St. Paul's. Exeter just half a deck up here for that bronze, but we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower. We got a classic brewing here, folks. Pack the beach for this one.
Deerfield and Andover out in front. Once again, Deerfield looks like they're going for the sweep here in the boys' eights again this year, or for the first time after doing pretty well in the fours for a number of years. But Deerfield charging those direct catches, feeding right in the water, getting that impulse right out the front. Great flat push, great drive speed. Overall, just a great crew out there. They're really giving Andover the run for their money here in the grand final. And it is those two crews soundly out ahead of Exeter, St. Paul's, Kent, and Salisbury. And it looks as if it'll be Exeter and St. Paul's duking it out for that bronze medal, with Kent just a couple seats back alongside the crew from Salisbury. But it is Deerfield triumphantly coming down the course, comfortably in the lead, 3/4 of a length over their rivals from Andover, and just stepping right through. And here comes Andover. Deerfield just stepping, trying to stride out for open water over Andover, push their bow ball back. Those Deerfield guys are going all the way to the finish line here. Those red buoys are ticking right by. Bowman is sitting right on Coxon. And Deerfield just taking inch by inch here, stroke by stroke, just gliding that boat, being very smooth and deliberate with how they go. And there we go, almost just a splash of open water between Andover and Deerfield. And it looks as if it's going to be Exeter in third place, with the crew from St. Paul's challenging, but 3 seats back, running out of space to get the medal. It is Deerfield with the second Varsity 8 gold medal, followed by Andover for silver in the 2V, and their rivals Exeter finishing in third, followed closely behind by St. Paul's, Kent, and Salisbury finishing stroke for stroke. I'll leave that one for the finish line. And heading back to the start, we have the petite final for the girls' first varsity 4. Back to you, Johnny.
Three minutes.
All right. Coming to the line now, we have the girls' first 4 petite final. So these boats are all racing to be placed numbers 6 through 12 in New England. Great racing we've had today. The water seems to be flat. We've had a little bit of wind throughout the day, but for the most part. It's been negligible.
2 minutes.
Sky as blue as could be. These athletes really could not ask for a better way to end their season, or for a lot of them to end their season.
Bow 4, out 1 foot. Bow 3, in 1 foot.
Unfortunately, no, get calls. Yeah. Right now, we've got to wait till the sun moves in. So we got to stay behind. Because what we're doing, we go straight down, we're getting silhouettes. Yeah. It sucks, man. If you go too front, we're never creating wind.
So for this girls' first 4 petite final, we have Greenwich Academy over in lane 1, Taft in lane 2, Middlesex lane 3, Cambridge Ridge and Latin in lane 4, Choate lane 5, and Hopkins in lane 6. The alignment flag is up, so we are now just awaiting the polling,
Greenwich,
which has just begun.
Taft, Middlesex, CRLS, Choate, Hopkins. Attention,
Flag is up.
go.
Flag is down in this girls' first 4 petite final. Gonna be a fast one. CRLS with that. Oh, we got a couple bucket rig 4s in this event. Love that. Early leaders here. It appears to be CRLS and Choate in lanes 4 and 5 are your early leaders. Followed closely there by Taft and Middlesex, lanes 2 and 3. Then you got Greenwich and Hopkins kind of even with each other. I think Hopkins has a bit of a lead on Greenwich Academy here. But it still looks like it is Choate and Cambridge Ridge and Latin holding that early lead. You have Middlesex in lane 3 here making a big push. They start to settle and lengthen out. Those Middlesex girls find a lot of strength through those long settle strokes. Choate making a big push here, trying to get their bow ball ahead of CRLS. Very even racing here. This is probably less than a second from first to last right now, probably even less than that, but looks like CRLS by a very, very small margin, if not being a little bit down to Choate here, but it's Choate, CRLS, and now Middlesex is going. Middlesex is making a big move here, trying to push ahead of CRLS. Here we go through the first 500 meters. It looks like Middlesex has just become even with Choate, CRLS, and then it's about I'd say about a half a length back to Taft over in lane 2, and then Greenwich and Hopkins again even with each other in the bookends here. So these margins are starting to open up a little bit, but it's still connection from first to last place. The last place boat in this race has connection with first place, if maybe half a deck of open there, but this is a very tight race, and it looks like Middlesex started a move into the middle 500 that they just haven't stopped yet. They have just kept cooking through this field here. It is Middlesex now as your leaders in this girls' first 4 petite final. Middlesex followed by Choate, CRLS, potentially with a little too much too early. Look to be slipping back here. But it is Middlesex, and then Choate, and then Taft is creeping up on CRLS. It's hard to call with CRLS being in that short resolute shell, but they are very, very close, and then Greenwich and Hopkins still very even. I'd say less than a second and a half separating this field. Definitely less than 2. Even as these margins start to open up, we have Hopkins pushing Greenwich, trying to fight for that 5th place spot. CRLS and Taft fighting for that 3rd place spot. And Choate and Middlesex really duking it out here. But it's hard to tell in these margins. We're going to hand it over to Kevin to call us through in this very, very, very tight petite final for the girls' first 4.
As well, looking to be doing fairly well, challenging alongside Taft. But it is that crew from Middlesex seem to be kind of setting the standard for this petite final of the girls' first varsity 4. They're working hard to keep their bow ball ahead. It's been a hell of a fight this all the way down. The big thing I'm noticing out of this Middlesex crew is just their overall completion of the stroke. They're doing a great job of actually shaping the release, getting their hands through their bodies, staying behind the load, and just continuing to push the boat each stroke. Choate as well out in lane 5 is doing a fairly good job keeping their nose in it alongside the crew from Taft. Greenwich Academy just started to drop off the pace a little bit alongside the boat from CRLS and Hopkins. But so far, Middlesex and Choate seem to be our early leaders as we come into the last 250 meters and the red buoys. Middlesex just leaving those blades hanging up a little bit, but those back ends seem to be doing a good job as they swing those shoulders through, carry the load through the middle of the drive, and to set themselves up well for the next stroke. That boat from Choate really is trying to crank on it, though. They're doing a good job of staying aggressive. Their stroke rate is up, and it looks like they started their sprint ahead of everyone else. Let's see if they can catch a crew napping. And they are just starting to ease slightly into that Middlesex lead. It is decidedly Choate and Middlesex in the lead, followed behind by Taft, and then Greenwich Academy and CRLS, as well as the boat from Hopkins. But Choate is really giving them a run for their money here. Choate just has a little bit of an advantage over the boat from Middlesex. That looks like that sprint did a trick, but let's see if Middlesex can respond, have a little bit left of a tank as we come forward. You know, it's always hard as a coxswain to balance the strategy of, do I sprint early or later? But it seems as if both of these crews have the energy to take it to the line. Middlesex is really going for it. Looked to me as if Middlesex was able to reestablish their lead right in the last couple strokes by saving that sprint a little bit later than that boat from Choate. Choate will finish in second, followed by the boat from Taft. Greenwich Academy and CRLS finish in 4th and 5th, and Hopkins closes out our field for this petite final. Up next, we have the grand final for the girls' first varsity 4.
At the start of a season, I think of all the things that can go right. I rule out all the luck. Claim what I can have up front, because there's always room for improvement. Years of experience and athlete data turn into performance design. A simple thing like a fitting shoe can add to the strength of your stroke. Hand you that 1 millisecond that sets you apart from your fastest self. To power yourself to victory. No race is the same, but some things can be a given. Why share essential gear when you can have your own? To some things are just a detail. I believe that winning is in the details.
Our grand final featuring Nobles in lane 1, Windsor in lane 2, NMH in lane 3, Groton in lane 4, BB&N, in lane 5. Last but certainly not least, Brooks in lane 6. Coxswains are all adjusting their points now. The alignment flag is up, so we are just waiting on the star tower here. Polling has begun. And these crews are off. The girls' first four grand final. Looks like Brooks is out to a screeching lead here off a fast start. Headwind is picking up a little bit, but it is Brooks out with an early lead. Sitting up with them is Groton. Man, this is tough to call. After Groton, it is 4 boats that are quite evenly matched here. It is Groton now sneaking ahead of Brooks. It is Groton in the lead, followed by, oh, it is very close to tell here. Windsor is pretty close with NMH, who's maybe a little bit behind this Brooks crew here in lane 6. This Brooks crew here in lane 6 actually might even be half a length up on those 3 far boats. But it is Groton, it is Brooks, and it is potentially over there Windsor with that lovely head of the Charles bow number that we saw earlier today. NMH potentially making a move here, starting to get their bow ball up on Groton's boat a little bit here. The Nobles 4 over there in lane 1, and that gorgeous Filippi starting to make a move here too. You can see them pushing their bow ball up through Groton a little bit. Brooks here is making a move. I'm afraid to call it because of they're the closest to us with the angle, but I think Brooks might be in the lead here. It is Brooks and Nobles leading this pack. And then it is Groton, very closely followed by NMH and Windsor. That is a tough one to call. NMH doesn't even have a bow number. What a race this is. This is a very, very fast race. In lane 5, BB&N has dropped back a little bit, but there's still 3 seconds, I'd say, from the first to last place crew in this heat. Very, very tight grand final for these girls. Some solid racing, but I'm still leaning towards calling it Brooks and Nobles here, your leaders, with Groton slightly ahead of NMH and Windsor, but it is hard to tell with this angle. These boats are making it very difficult to call these margins. All these girls are throwing everything they have. 1/10 of a second, a bow ball can make the difference between a medal and no medal. So these girls are gonna scratch and claw for everything they can here as we start coming into the last 650 or so. But it appears as it's still Brooks and Nobles, but now NMH and Groton making a big push. Even Windsor making a big push. Very tight margins here from 1st to 5th place. But as we come into the last 500, I'm gonna call it Brooks and Nobles up, followed by Groton and NMH, followed very closely by Windsor. But we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower to sort out this margin chaos and figure out who's gonna get the medals for these girls' first 4.
And coming to the last 500 here, it looks like Nobles is poking their nose out ahead, as well as Groton School. Groton's having a great race so far here today, but Nobles seems to be ahead above the rest, just a touch. Groton as well seem to be starting to create their margins, push their bow out ahead. But Brooks way out in lane 6, look at them out there all by themselves, pressing hard, using their motivation of silence to get through. I think some of the other coxswains might not notice them on the outside. Might be advantageous for the boat from Brooks if they can keep that thing wound up and moving the way it has been. But Nobles is absolutely crushing it. Those are some very athletic athletes that are working very hard and very hungry to close out their season. And I'll remind you that for some of these events, particularly the varsity events, the top 2 finishers do qualify for the Youth Nationals Regatta. So they are competing for more than a Neira medal. They're competing for a spot in Sarasota in 2 weeks' time. But Nobles looks like they're going to punch their ticket alongside that boat from Brooks. But Windsor and Northfield Mount Herman are giving Brooks a run for their money. I'm not sure there's enough space left. We're in the red buoys now. Brooks and Nobles are your leaders. And NMH just a half a deck to a deck ahead of Windsor. Windsor's going to want to get their head back in for the medals. Windsor's making their charge. NMH is responding. Brooks on the outside has completely caught the field by surprise. No one's noticed them out there. Nobles and Brooks, seat for seat for the gold medal. It looks as if Nobles' sprint is a bit more efficient, and Nobles is pressing through. Brooks still sitting in second. Windsor 1 seat down from Northfield Mount Herman. And Nobles will be your 2023 Neira champions in the women's 4, followed by Brooks and Windsor and Northfield Mount Herman. That is too close for me to call. I'll leave that bronze medal up to the announcer, or pardon me, the finish line tower. And 5th place, we have BB&N and Groton. And back to the starting line for our next race, petite final, boys, first varsity 4.
I get less sunburn when I don't put on sunscreen. That's not even an exaggeration. It's just strange.
That's funny about the Charles. That's such a power move.
Charles,
I'm gonna stick my bow number 2 on Charles. Stick it in number 2.
I noticed that in the heat.
That's such a
I said
power
something
move.
about it. I was like, oh, yeah, okay.
That was Windsor, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Windsor.
That is quite savage. Yeah, I really think it would be a good investment of your time to hit up another really
It's
big.
just not too expensive, but I think
Windsor for quality human being.
2
Windsor just doesn't
minutes.
give it the ladies.
About 1, just
Solid
go
ladies.
all the way across the board.
you know, there are
Those such dudes to say.
Gentlemen, let's get our points, please. Be mindful while you're there. It's 2 minutes to race time. You need to be on your point.
All right, well, we just got the 2 minute to race time call from the starting tower. This is race number 53, the boys' first 4 petite final, with BB&N in lane 1, Lime Old Lime in lane 2, NMH in lane 3,
Check your points, gentlemen, please.
St. Mark's in lane 4, Choate in lane 5, and Hopkins in lane 6. A liner is getting the finishing touches here on these margins.
Check it down, bell 1. Check it down.
Boys have their hands full with this one. Coxswains are checking their points. The alignment has been confirmed. The starting tower is polling these crews for the boys' first 4 petite final. Flag is up. Flag is down. Boys' first 4 petite final is off. As they come across the angle here, it is Brooks with Hopkins in lane 6 with an early lead. Boats in lane 6 have been getting off to quick, jumpy starts here, really getting themselves ahead early. Again, these conditions have shifted into a slight headwind. The headwind has picked up a tiny bit since we first mentioned it a few races ago. So, a little bit slower times here, but it's affecting everybody the same. But, early stages of this race, it looks as if lane 3, which is NMH, is leading the pack here. Followed very closely, we have Choate in lane 5, Lime Old Lime in lane 2, and then St. Mark's in lane 4. And of course, Hopkins right up there in that bunch in lane 6. Another very tightly contested race, folks. This is hard to call. It still does look like it's NMH lane 3 up there. What a great day for NMH. Rowing high, rowing fast, still looking long through that swing on the recovery. Real good stuff by NMH in this headwind. All these boats look like they have nice solid catches here. No one's really missing water with this headwind. But it still looks to be NMH in lane 3 with, I think, Choate is right there. It's tough to call between St. Mark's and Choate for that second place. Actually, excuse me, BB&N over in lane 1 is pushing up Lime Old Lime in lane 2, who I think Lime Old Lime has that second place position over Choate. It is very close to call here, but it's still NMH. It's NMH followed by Lime Old Lime and Choate, and then back from them it is Hopkins and St. Mark's for that 4th place position. And then just about a length back from the field is BB&N in lane 1. But it still looks like it's NMH in first. Lime Old Lime appears to be making a move here as we come through this 750. Bow ball starting to eke up a little bit, but NMH is responding. They're not losing an inch. It still looks to be NMH up on Lime Old Lime and Choate, followed by, I think Hopkins is a little bit on St. Mark's here. Hopkins looks to have maybe a deck and some seats on St. Mark's here. Again, margin's tough to call. Choate making a big move on NMH here. They are trying to shake them mentally and physically. They are throwing it all here. But it appears it is Choate and NMH, followed very closely by Lime Old Lime, followed very closely by Hopkins, and then St. Mark's. This is anybody's race. This is going to be dependent on the sprint here, but we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower for the last 500 meters of this boys' first 4 petite final.
From the crow's nest, it looks like Northfield Mount Herman's doing a great job kind of leading the field. Choate Rosemary and Hall as well doing a good job battling on the outside with Hopkins School. But it looks to me like Northfield Mount Herman is asserting itself here in the middle, striding out. Choate as well is in contention for those top 2 spots here in this petite final, as well as the St. Mark's crew and Lime Old Lime. BB&N seems to be a bit off the pace, as well as Hopkins, but Northfield Mount Herman striding through the last 500-meter buoys, closing the distance into the red buoys to mark the final 250. And these crews I know will be looking to beat some of the times in the A final that will follow this. While there are no seats or tickets to youth nationals on the line here, these athletes have a lot of pride, a lot of training under their belt, and a lot of desire to win their season or end their season with a win. It is NMH and Choate out in front, working hard, working off of each other, and pressing all the way to the line as they cross into the last 250 meters. Choate has really wound up the sprint here, taking the rate up, taking up their aggression. And it looks to me as if Northfield Mount Herman has been unable to answer the challenge from this Choate boat. And Choate is sitting at a 41 and a half as they wind it up and try to create space and breathing room between them and NMH. But NMH isn't going quietly. NMH has wound it up. NMH is going. NMH is up at a 39 and a half. And they're eating back into the lead. But I'm not sure they have enough time. It looks to me as if Choate is going to seal the deal here. But just as I say that, Northfield Mount Herman's pulling level. Northfield Mount Herman, big watts in those boys. They want it. Oh, and they're coming. Oh, my goodness. Wow. NMH right back through Choate. My goodness, what strong racing. Oh, my God. Lime Old Lime and St. Mark's on the outside finishing strongly as well as Hopkins and BB&N finishing up in 6th place in the petite final. Wow, what a charge from NMH. And we'll go back to the starting line for the grand final. Back to you, Johnny.
Boston College varsity men. The head coach, Franklin, the guy. Dave O'Neill with the Boston College men. Yeah. Right, welcome back to the start line. We are patiently awaiting the boys' first 4 grand final. This is going to be with Nobles, Bell Hill, Brooks, Groton, Middlesex, and Berkshire from lanes 1 to 6 respectively. Excited to see this one, that's for sure. The starting tower has begun the polling. Groton, as the start tower called.
Go.
Aggressive strokes to start here out of this. Wow, dead even through the first 5 strokes. As these boats start to pull away, it is too close to call. Couple bucket rig 4s in this event. Love to see that. And it looks as if, I could be wrong here, lane 5 potentially Middlesex and Groton, or Groton as the starter would say, and then Bell Hill appear to be your early leaders. Brooks is right there. Brooks is right up in there, but I think it is Bell Hill and Middlesex with an early lead here, followed very closely by Groton and Brooks. And then Nobles just either even or a little bit ahead of Berkshire here. Wow, fast race this is turning out to be. It looks like it is Middlesex now and Bell Hill pushing each other out in front of this pack, but you have Groton making a big charge here, trying not to get left behind, and there goes Brooks. Brooks moving up a few seats now on that Groton boat and starting to eat into Belmont Hill's lead as we come through the first 500. Can Middlesex hold on now as Brooks throws on a ferocious move? Good Berkshire here, not to be forgotten. Still sitting about half a length down on Groton, but they're also moving. It appears to be the Bell Hill fellas out in lane 2 with a slight advantage. And then it's a very close margin here between Brooks and Middlesex, lanes 3 and 5. And then if I had to take a guess, I'd say it's Groton in lane 4, followed by Nobles over in lane 1, and then Berkshire here in lane 6. But common theme here across all the grand finals, and honestly the petite finals too. These races are all very, very tight first to last. This is for a medal position, these first 3 spots here, and you know, I'd say it's anyone's game for silver, and then 2 or 3 boat race for that bronze medal. But we'll see how this shakes out. Bell Hill is really starting to open up that gap here in the field. It is Brooks following closely after them, and then Middlesex right after them, with Groton right on their tail. But as we send you into the last 500, Bell Hill looks to claim that gold, and Brooks holding on for dear life to that silver medal position. We'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to take us home.
And it looks like coming to the last 500 meters, it is Belmont and Brooks charging out ahead, with Nobles just off the pace. Groton, Middlesex, and Berkshire as well on the outside, doing their very best to keep in medal contention here in the last 500 meters. But Belmont Hill striding out, going for the gentleman's sweep here, with the 3 wins potentially here in the varsity 4s. But Belmont looking very strong, very in control, letting that boat do a lot of work for them. I'm not seeing water thrown everywhere. Very sharp, very controlled by that Coach Richards crew. And Groton and Brooks as well, battling it out here with the Nobles crew for that 2nd and 3rd place position. It looks to me as if Brooks is in 2nd position ahead of the Nobles crew and Groton. And as a reminder, 2 crews from this regatta will qualify for Youth Nationals, so there's a lot more on the line than just some hardware here. Some potential hardware down in Florida as well. But Belmont Hill striding out, looking very comfortable, but still working very hard to keep those boats back. Groton and Brooks are just finding some separation now, as Brooks tends to strut away from Groton and Nobles. Middlesex on the outside as well, fighting with that Groton crew for the potential bronze medal. But it is Belmont Hill by 2 seats of open water, back to Brooks. Brooks, a splash of open over Middlesex, and Groton and Nobles right behind Middlesex, stroke for stroke, trying to get to the line here. I give Nobles, Nobles is moving. Nobles has gone right through Groton, and they're eating up Middlesex for that 3rd place position. And Nobles is going to secure the bronze medal with this rate. It's going to be Belmont, your Neira 2023 champions, followed by Brooks and Nobles with the incredible sprint, taking it away from Middlesex at the line, with Groton finishing in 5th and Berkshire in 6th. Another tremendous boys 4 final here at Neira. And we're off to the 8s, girls, first varsity 8, petite final. Back to Johnny.
welcome back to the start line.
2 minutes.
We just got the 2-minute call for the girls' first 8 petite final. This race is going to be Duxbury in lane 1, Hanover in lane 2, Brookline in lane 3, East Lyme in lane 4, Bedford in lane 5, and Hotchkiss in lane 6. I gotta say, I'm really digging the pastel-colored Bedford boats all day. It is a nice touch to this event. Not sure which I like more, though, the green or the blue. The alignment flag is up. Coxswains are adjusting their points. We are just waiting for the polling, which has just begun. This girls' first 8 petite final is set to go here.
Attention. Go.
And we are off. Coming across the line first in that beautiful blue pastel boat is Bedford, followed very, very closely by Hotchkiss in lane 6. And the rest of the field, honestly, is with them there. So this is going to be a close race, as we've been seeing all afternoon. A nice little 7.6 bucket rig in that Bedford boat. But it appears, as we start to come through the breakage point, that Hanover over in lane 2 has jumped out to an early lead here. It is Hanover in lane 2, followed closely. Looking at the field here, I think Bedford is in that second place position right now. Very close with Brookline there in lane 3. Boats going through a little bit of a wake here. Pleasure boaters out in droves on this lovely Neira's day. But it is still Hanover in lane 2. Bedford in lane 5. Hotchkiss lane 6. And then it looks like it is Brookline 3. East Lyme lane 4. And Duxbury bringing up the rear in lane 1. Very tight racing. I'd say there's about a half a length of open between first and last place here in this race right now. Very tight petite final. Good. Hotchkiss putting on a big move to pull even with Bedford here. Bedford's taking a look over, trying to make sure they can counter that. But it's still Hanover, lane 2, holding on to that first place position. In the big blue Bedford boat, holding on to that second place position. Hotchkiss had a move. They tried to take a few seats back, but Bedford was able to counter, and they got to hang on to it here because it looks like Hotchkiss is still moving. It's Hanover in lane 2, still followed by Bedford in lane 5, but Bedford is barely holding a lead here over Hotchkiss. It's there if they want it. And then a few seats back from Hotchkiss is Brookline, East Lyme, and Duxbury. Duxbury actually might have a few seats here on East Lyme, so it might be going Brookline, Duxbury, East Lyme. But turning our attention back to the front here, Hotchkiss appears to have taken just a seat on Bedford, but they're starting to make a move. And as we're getting ready to send it into the last 500, it's Hanover. And then for that second place position, it's a dog race between Bedford and Hotchkiss. And then very closely following is Brookline. But we'll send it over to Kevin in the tower to bring home the girls' first 8 petite final.
Rides for their crews as they've been challenging throughout the entire day. But so far from the tower, it looks like Hanover is in a commanding lead in this petite final. Really throwing the gauntlet down, daring someone to come and catch them. Very fast catches. I can see him flashing in the water right from here. Duxbury seems to be a little bit off the pace from lane 1. Brookline and East Lyme as well. But Bedford out in lane 5, as well as Hotchkiss in lane 6. Look to be challenging very well in the outside lanes. Very curious to see the conditions on the course, because I've seen a lot of fast boats out of those lanes 5s and 6s. So very interesting regatta so far. But Hanover is absolutely marching away with it here. Clear open water to any of the following crews. Duxbury in lane 1's trying their best to challenge Bedford and Hotchkiss all the way across. That coxswain cranking her neck around, trying to get a look at those boats across the way. But Hanover just looking very in control, very confident, very poised, enjoying being out ahead and enjoying the final 250 meters of this race. And Bedford really taking the right up here, really going for it. They're being challenged on the outside by Hotchkiss, who is absolutely unrelenting in their challenge. Duxbury seems to have dropped off the pace a little bit. Brookline has pushed them back, and Duxbury is decidedly in 5th or 6th place alongside the crew from East Lyme. But Hanover marching through. Hanover, Bedford, and Hotchkiss moving together. Hanover likely half a length ahead of the following crews, Bedford and Hotchkiss. Very strong showing from Hotchkiss as they start to inch their way through that Bedford crew. Millimeter by millimeter, I see that boat from Hotchkiss just striding forward, trying to secure that 2nd place in the petite final here. That would be huge for the Hotchkiss school. And your petite final winners will be Hanover, followed by Bedford, followed by Hotchkiss, Brookline, Duxbury, and East Lyme to close out our girls varsity petite final. Up next is the girls varsity grand final. Back to the start.
Up on the planks.
Jeez. It's the first time the back of my calves will have ever been pain.
The back of your calves? How'd that happen? I should hold it like that probably. Getting ready to pull the course out. Getting everything. The spools are coming out. Have fun. It's just disgusting. I pulled these 500 last weekend. It's gross because it just sits in the water and it gets slimy. You don't want any open orifices, like any scratches touching the water from that stuff. It's gross.
I got thrown into this lake very share of times.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I know. I would be like, nope, hard pass. I guess so, yeah.
About 4. About 3 in 6 inches.
We're good.
What happened over? Good?
Thank you.
You're good to Gucci. My old teammate used to say that. Drove me crazy, now that's all I say. Good to Gucci. Little. Watch the rope here, right there. Caught around your neck, that would be bad.
Oh, Jesus, yeah. Just saw that hook. Just saw that noose.
girls' first 8 grand final is aligned. We are waiting for the start tower.
St. Paul, Exeter, Deerfield, Kent, Boston Latin.
Girls' first 8s are being pulled.
Attention.
They are off. This race is St. Paul's, Exeter, Deerfield, Kent, Boston Latin, and Andover from lanes 1 to 6. This is going to be a fast race. And it is hard to tell here, but it looks like Deerfield in lane 3 has a slight advantage. Maybe St. Paul's over in lane 1 and Andover in lane 6 here. Hard to tell, but we do know these are going to be some fast times. We do know every crew in this heat is capable of winning this race, so it is going to be fun to see. You can see on the stream here, no one's falling behind in this pack. It is still Deerfield and St. Paul's pulling forward a little bit. And then going back, you have Andover over here in lane 6. I'd say holding down that 3rd position right now. Followed very closely by Exeter in lane 2. And then you have Kent and Boston Latin in a bit of a showdown here. I'd say Kent has the slight edge. St. Paul's over in lane 1 looking to take a big move here. Some big honking hip swing by those ladies over there in St. Paul's. Deerfield just throwing the legs down. My goodness, there are some watts being generated in those top 2 8s right now. This is quite the scene to watch. And it looks like Andover might be slipping a little bit here. That lane 2 Exeter boat is looking to make a push here up on this St. Paul's crew. And they might be making a move on this Andover boat, but then it's back to Kent and Boston Latin. And as you guys have seen all day with these Kent boats, they always have something saved for the last 750, so I wouldn't get too comfortable if I'm any of these other boats. Kent has a way of finding a way. This we know. But it is Deerfield now inching ahead of, it looks like, inching ahead of St. Paul's over in lane 1. As Deerfield lane 3. It is very close here for this bronze medal between Andover and Exeter. It is a battle as old as time itself between these two, but I'd say right now you have Deerfield and St. Paul's fighting it out for that gold medal, and then it's going to be between Exeter and Andover for a bronze. This is going to be a barn burner. Kent appears to have made a big move on Boston Latin, and they're now comfortably in that 5th place position. But it looks to be Deerfield running away with this one. St. Paul's not letting them go anywhere, but Deerfield is desperately trying to move ahead of this field here. Folks, this is going to be a fast finish. But as we get ready to hand it over, it is Deerfield slightly followed by St. Paul's, and then it is as good as anybody's guess between Andover and Exeter for bronze. So we'll throw it over to Kevin in the tower, and let's make some noise for this girls' first 8 grand final as they come across the last 500 marker.
Our girls' first 8 grand final, it is Deerfield and St. Paul's setting the standard for everyone else to follow, fighting for the gold and silver, followed by age-old enemies, Exeter and Andover. Again, something about that lane 6 today seems to garner a lot of attention, or lack thereof. But Deerfield charging ahead. This last 200 to 300 meters they've had has been absolutely lights out. Something you rarely see, just a crew deciding they want it, they're going to lock in and take it away. But St. Paul's is still cruising. That boat is trimming well. Those rowers are sitting up. They still have another gear to go. And as we approach the red buoys, I'm sure they'll be able to kick it up a notch. But Deerfield looking very confident, very, very poised as they sit eye to eye, staring at St. Paul's, seeing who's going to blink. Exeter is working their way up in the middle right here, trying to scare the daylights out of St. Paul's and Deerfield. I think they may have left it too late as they leave Andover in the dust. It's going to be Deerfield, St. Paul's, and Exeter in the medals. And Deerfield is just absolutely marching away. Look at the sharpness of their catches, the precision of their front end. Those are some athletes who are definitely the top of their program and top of the Neira League. But Deerfield absolutely laying down the law for this St. Paul's crew, saying no way. Just a splash of open between Deerfield and St. Paul's, maybe 2 feet. St. Paul's half a length up, maybe a smidge more over the crew from Exeter as Exeter takes up the rate and tries to close it out. But the finish line is coming too soon. It will be Deerfield, your Neira champions in the varsity 8, followed by St. Paul's and Exeter with the bronze medal. Andover crossing the line shortly in the 4th place position, followed by Kent and Boston Latin, 2 strokes to the line, crossing now. And that does it for the girls' events here at the Neira. Up next is the boys' first varsity 8 petite final. Off to Johnny at the start.
We won the women's U19 8. We won the varsity women's A.
We won the Women's Masters F Trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bout number 4 and ended up winning.
The second to last race? What time's the last race?
Bout 2 in 6 inches.
That's what I said. I just want to make sure. All right. The starting tower is polling the crews for the boys' first 8 petite final. Exeter, Fairfield Prep, BC High, Hanover, Hingham, and Tabor. They are off. Lot of red being worn and rode in this race. But we will see. It appears to be Hingham and BC High with early leads out of the gate. Still BC High pushing that bow ball up furiously off the start here. Those boys are, I mean, we watch them row in the Charles River every day. Those kids know how to row at a high rate, and they're showing it here. Keeping that stroke rate up. They're gonna try to win this race just by taking more strokes than the other boats here. Simple but effective when done well. It is BC High. And then it looks like it's Exeter over in lane 1. Maybe even up on that BC High boat. Who knows? But very close there. And then it goes, it looks like, to Fairfield Prep and Hanover and Hingham and Tabor. We have a pretty tight race here between the top 2 and the bottom 4. It is tough to tell, but it's definitely, as we start to come around this angle here, Exeter and BC High are really starting to separate themselves from the pack here. So this will be a good ending that we get to see. I am very comfortable now calling Exeter ahead of this BC High boat, at least by a deck, if not more. It's tough with the angle, but right now it is Exeter ahead of BC High. And then after BC High, it looks like it could be anybody's race. Fairfield Prep is right up there. I mean, Hingham's right there, Hanover's right there, maybe Tabor by a seat over all those crews, but these crews are all one power 10 away from being right back in that 3rd place spot. So we'll see. BC High starting to lose a little bit of ground as that Exeter crew is really starting to open it up. My goodness, those boys are going now. Getting those blades in, finding the hook, and they are just sending it back in that Exeter shell. Big strength. Tabor now is really looking to make a move on BC High. These crews could smell blood in the water for BC High, and they are going for it. But BC High staying resilient, not folding yet. We will see what they can spin up here for a sprint to try to hold down this 2nd place position in the boys' first 8 petite final. But as we approach the last 500, your leader by about a length is Exeter, followed by BC High. Then it is Fairfield Prep, Tabor, Hanover, and then Hingham bringing up the rear, but we'll throw it over to Kevin to see if BC High can hang on to this 2nd place finish. Kevin, take it away.
Fairfield Prep, BC High, Hanover, Hingham, and Tabor. And to me in the crow's nest, it looks like Exeter is well in the lead with BC High and Hanover duking it out alongside Hingham on the outside, Tabor on the outside. And it looks to me as if Fairfield Prep and Hingham are just slightly off of the pace. But it is Exeter well out in front, showing why they feel they should have been in the first Varsity 8 grand final. But it is BC High trying to hold off a charge from the crew on the outside from Hanover. Hingham as well trying to keep their bow in touch with Tabor. Tabor doing a good job there on the outside, battling alongside Hingham and Fairfield Prep. But this is Exeter's race to win. Exeter is cruising through the line. About 3 strokes away from the red buoys, looking very long and in control. And these 5/8s, oh my God, right behind them have just lined up. I couldn't slip a paper between any of them. We got Fairfield Prep, BC High, Hanover, Hingham, and Tabor all coming in alignment as we cross the 250-meter mark. Who wants it more? Who feels comfortable in stressful situations? It is BC High sticking its neck out saying, I want it. And BC High striding out half a length over the rest of the field. Half a length over 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Fairfield Prep in 3rd with Hingham right behind them. Hingham making a big move. And it's going to be Exeter with the win in the petite final, followed by BC High, Fairfield Prep, Hingham, Tabor, and Hanover, wrapping up our field. And we'll turn it back to the start now for our final race of the day, the boys' first Varsity 8 grand final. Take it away, Johnny.
Andover, please check your points.
So we are just about a minute away from the show. The boys' first 8 grand final. Pack the beach for this one. This is going to be a fast and very tightly contested race. It is Deerfield, Salisbury, Andover, Kent, Brunswick, and St. Paul's. The flag is up. Flag is down. We are off in the boys' first varsity 8. Who is going to win the day? It's time we find out. It is 5 boats even, with 1 boat a little bit down through the first 5 strokes. And this is an explosive start for these 8s. Clean through the line. Starting sequences have finished. No crabs, no breakage. We are officially a go here. This is going to be some tight racing. Now, anybody who follows Neira's rowing knows it is silly to bet against a school like Kent. However, if you've been watching all day today the way I have, you know that Deerfield is going to be fast. You know Salisbury is going to try to cause problems. And, of course, Brunswick and that beautiful Empok are looking to make some noise. But at the beginning here, it appears to be Salisbury, Brunswick, and Andover are your early leaders, with St. Paul's from Hanover and Kent falling back just a little bit. And then Deerfield over there in lane 1, caught somewhere in between those 2 fields right now, but it looks like it is Salisbury comfortably ahead here. And then after that, I'd say Brunswick, and then it's really anybody's guess. St. Paul's about 3/4 of a length up on Kent. Kent falling a little bit behind here. Salisbury holding that firm first place lead, but you have Deerfield creeping up. You know those boys are looking at them through their peripherals. They can feel it. It is Brunswick now making a big move with Deerfield. Both of these boats trying to rattle Salisbury, anything they can get. Trying to scratch and claw St. Paul's too, find their way onto that medals podium. It is now Deerfield and Salisbury almost even, but it looks like Deerfield is taking the lead. Deerfield with a slight lead over Salisbury, who has a slight lead over St. Paul's, who now looks to be maybe an inch up on Brunswick. With Andover right there, also in contention, about half a length down from that 3rd or 4th place position. It is Deerfield as we get ready to head into the last 500. Deerfield followed closely by Salisbury, and then it is very tight here with St. Paul's and Brunswick. I think St. Paul's has a slight lead here for that bronze, but Deerfield is going to take us into the last 500. We'll have Kevin in the tower take it away, and we'll see who is going to win the 2023 Neira's Regatta. Kevin, on you.
Sarum Knights will be looking to respond quickly and efficiently before that big, strong Deerfield crew gets moving. And it looks to me as if Deerfield is just striding out inch by inch, stroke by stroke, getting those direct catches in. That is a clean-looking crew from the tower up here. My goodness. And they are just marching away from Salisbury. Absolute decimation here as they click into gear and just catapult forward through the field. Salisbury is left stunned as Deerfield comes marching through as we approach the red buoys. Deerfield is charging, going for the sweep of the men's varsity 8s here at the Neira 2023, their first year in the category. As a reminder, 2 boats from this event will proceed to Youth Nationals Regatta in Sarasota, Florida in 2 weeks' time. And it looks like Deerfield is hungry to punch their first class ticket here. Here they go. They're winding it up. They're showing their pedigree. Give them a cheer from shore. And it is Brunswick. Brunswick and St. Paul's on the outside trying to fight the Knights. St. Paul's and Salisbury fighting for that silver medal, but it will be Deerfield charging forward for the gold medal. Big, strong rhythm from them. My goodness. And it is St. Paul's in second. Salisbury decidedly in third with time running out. And your 2023 Neira champions will be Deerfield, followed by St. Paul's, Salisbury, and that will round out our medals here. Wonderful racing from all competitors. Wonderful racing. Thank you so much for joining us on this Neira live stream, and we wish you all the best. Thanks for watching.
We won the women's U19 8. We won the varsity women's A.
We won the Women's Masters F Trophy.
We got the men's Masters A, and we brought the men's Alumni Cup back to Brown University.
We started bout number 4 and ended up winning.
At the start of a season, I think of all the things that can go right. I rule out all the luck. Claim what I can have up front, because there's always room for improvement. Years of experience and athlete data turn into performance design. A simple thing like a fitting shoe can add to the strength of your stroke. Hand you that 1 millisecond that sets you apart from your fastest self. To power yourself to victory. No race is the same, but some things can be a given. Why share essential gear when you can have your own? To some things are just a detail. I believe that winning is in the details.